Well, welcome everybody to What the Actual Fuck Wednesday. How's everybody doing today? I am your host, Untwisted Tragedies, aka Elise. I have dragged myself to the computer for the last 3 hours just for you peoples. So I love you all so much. And the Court of Public Clownery is now in session, folks. It is now in session. There have been many a ridiculousness since we last saw each other last night. It was we did a late one. We were here a long time yesterday. It was a long stream. It was a very long stream. I want to just thank Valley's Girl real quick for your super thanks. I saw it when I woke up this morning. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We do have Buy Me a Coffee now. That works wonderfully. So for all of you who were using PayPal, we would very well appreciate you switching on over to Buy Me a Coffee. Once you use it once, it's as easy as like a one button after that, you know? And it works for Google Pay, Apple Pay, and crypto, regular credit debit. It works for a million different options in a bunch of different countries. So without further ado, you can also just like the stream. You can subscribe to the channel. We would appreciate it. And we have other ways to support the channel, like Cash App and Venmo, Chime and Revolut. We have an Amazon wish list, which right now mostly consists of things my kids need for school. But I digress. All right. So there were some funnies. Okay. There were some funnies that happened while we wasn't here. Wait a second. Hold on. Where's Freeze? See, I can't even get into showing a clip without Freeze. I feel like I'm committing a sin. I do. I feel like I'm committing a sin. I don't want to commit this sin, Freeze. Okay? Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Joe, I'm going to have to start taking attendance. So I'm going to have to start doing. Listen, it's my fault because I didn't make the live stream until a little bit ago, and it was less than an hour from the time that I posted it. So not everybody's going to get a damn notification. But I did post it on Twitter that we were live, which is important for sure. So the sewer turtle crashed out per usual. He had a whole crash out. He's very upset. He is upset that he didn't do an interview. He's upset that other people know how to do an interview without being an asshole, and he does not. Right? He's very upset about that. And so he claims that, of course, Mike and Brian are crashing out. The only person who's crashing out is the man who has turtle tanties on the floor as a grown adult man over the age of fucking 40, sir. Let's all remind him that normal people over the age of 40 don't do that.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Hey, Miss Elisa. Don't worry. I have it on my list of things to do to teach Mike how to say Elisa. Don't worry. It's on my list of things to do is teach Mike how to say it. Elisa. That's why forever I'm like, just call me Elise. It's so much easier. You know, because then even when you teach it to people, then they're like, Eliza, Alicia. I'm like, no, it's Elisa. Elisa. That's how you say it. So, all right, this is a funny. Nick Rocco gave a clapback to the sewer turtle. It was a pretty good clapback, okay? He had a valid point in this clapback. So without further ado, I shall show you said clapback, folks. It's quite fucking entertaining, I'm just going to say. Not as entertaining, though, as this.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
That'll never not be funny. This will literally never not be funny. Never. Also, in other news, Aiden has now blamed everybody else once again for his wiretapping of Karen Reed. So, you know, he asked me that continued pronouncing it wrong. Yeah, see, that's how it happens. I mean, it used to happen to me in school too. That's why I just shortened it to Elise and called it a day. You know, because my dad used to call me Elise, and it was just so much easier, you know? Even though you're only changing the E for an A at the end, it just, I don't know why. It seems easier to roll off the tongue for people. My mother made my name. You're not too late. You're only 7 minutes late. So, you know, you get a pass for that, Rose. You get a pass. It's okay. Did you check on your YouTube thing? Because it did not show up on my dashboard. Yeah, that's how I do it. Well, I do it with the I go Leesh because we're from Boston. So I put it in like this so that when someone needs to know how to pronounce it, it's Lisa. Like that's how I try to, because even with the way you're spelling it, Magic, they would get it wrong. I promise. Like I have to like enunciate the Boston almost. I have to enunciate the Boston for it. You know, I do. So that's how I tell them to say it. It's Lisa. Hey, Chris, nice to see you. Okay, let me. Okay, we got a bunch of different things going on here. Okay, there's a lot of shenanigans. This is why today is What the Fuck Wednesday. Okay, it's a What the Fuck Wednesday, and the Court of Public Clownery. We are the court, right? And you guys are going to vote today. You guys are going to vote on who in the Court of Public Clownery, okay, gets the golden. Kid you not. You guys are going to decide at the end of the show who the golden clown nose goes to. Okay. Oh, see, I feel like any way we said it will be. I used to say that Lisa with beginning it, but then they say Lisa. If I do that, it's not there's like it's not said Lisa. It's Elisa, which is a fun fact. My mom was adopted. And my mom's name at birth was Elizabeth. And back then, you had to keep one part of the child's name if they were already named. And so they moved Elizabeth to my mother's middle name when my grandparents adopted her, and made her changed her first name to something else. So my mother took Elizabeth, she cut the Beth off and changed the Z to an S for Elisa. And I was like, well, that was quite interesting. My sister was named because my parents couldn't agree on a name. They couldn't. And so my dad wanted Brianna, and my mother, I think it was like Kaylee or Michaela, something like that. And so my dad said, okay, let's put the names that we want in a bowl. And that's how we're going to do this. Right. Because they couldn't agree. And what my mom didn't know is my dad put Brianna in there for all his picks. So like the odds were in, of course, my dad's favor to name her Brianna with a Y, not B-R-I, B-R-Y. But that's how my parents named my sister, was to put names in a fucking bowl. Thankfully, when I named all my kids, we picked out boys' names and girls' names before we knew the gender together, and we agreed on what we were going to name our kids. The only thing that I did not really allow him to pick was my youngest's middle name. My youngest's middle name, she's named after my best friend who passed away, and that was non-negotiable. That was absolutely non-negotiable. And my husband knew that. He wasn't even going to argue with that. It was absolutely non-negotiable. I am honoring my best friend. You know, she has one son, but obviously she's gone. She's never going to have another kid again. And so I wanted to honor her by giving my youngest her first name as a middle name. So I told you, we're like soul sisters in real life. We really are. She thought she created my name. I mean, back then, though, you got to think about it. Back then, our name, I mean, even now, our name is not popular, right? I never had it on a book or a comb or a pencil. You know, those little combs that you would pop out, the brushes that you could pop it out and pop it back in, and you fold it, and they'd have like a name on the front. Or you go to the souvenir shops and they have like the lanyards and the license plate with everyone's names. My name was never on anything. If I wanted something with my name on it, and maybe that's why I like anytime I get a gift that's like personalized like that, it's like my favorite thing ever, because I never really had anything with my name on it. You know, they had Beth, they had Elizabeth. They certainly did not have Elisa. They had Elise, but they didn't have Elisa. So there was never nothing with my name on it. It was just done pissed me the fuck off as a kid. Like, what, you guys are trying to torture me? Just name me this weird name that's not on anything. Like, what the hell? So, I mean, we kind of have a unique name in a way, right? It's still not, I mean, I think it's used more now than it was even back then, but it was not always a popular name. And it's still, I know one celebrity with our name. One. I've never met someone that has the same name as me other than you. You're the first for me. I know lots of Lisas, and I know a few Elise, but not Elisa. Yep, no necklace, no nameplate, no necklace. We got the shaft, man. If you wanted a backpack, you had to get it from LL Bean with a lifetime warranty, you know? And you put your name on it. My grandparents were nice enough to get me one of those one year for school with an LL Bean backpack with my name on it, you know? So I didn't lose it. Ugh. Really, it's because it was popular and everybody wanted one. And they just did me the solid of getting me one, you know? Speaking of school, my kids start school tomorrow. I'm ready to rip my hair out of my head. I still have so many things that are needed for school, but they're only going for 2 days. So it's like, you know, they're only going for Thursday and Friday, and then there's a weekend and a holiday. So I guess, you know, I'll have over that time period to sort of get all the other things that I need to get, you know. Latin or Italian is what they say. Yeah. Latin or Italian. I asked my mom one time where my name came from. I don't think she what if it was Latin or Italian or Irish, or I don't think she knew which one, what it was. I remember looking it up years ago, like where the origin of the name came from and all that. And it does say that it comes from like Elizabeth. But I'm like, I don't want to come from anybody. I'm just me. I'm just me. I'm the problem. It's me, bitches. All right. Let me give you Twitter tales because this is a doozy. It's a doozy. It's a doozy. Wait a second. Where is my... Oh, here it is.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
Grab the tea, bitches. Grab the goddamn tea. All right, look. This is what we got going on. Okay? This is what happened, right? Oh shit, why did it just do that? This is what happened. Someone said what Nick said, I stand by him. Oh, that was Diana. So after Nick told him it was none of his goddamn business, and if he needs to say it in a different language for him to understand, right? I guess Aiden didn't understand. He might have said $54 instead of $5,400. And so then basically he fired back, right? He fired back. Now hold on. Let me go to the replies here because it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So when these people keep harping on Nick, he's like, I already answered about the read files. If he doesn't like my answer, go back and check. How many times have I said, if he doesn't like your answer, he just pretends that you never answered it, right? He doesn't like it. So he just pretends, hey, bossy, nice to see you. He just pretends that it didn't happen. And then, of course, like the minions come, right? The minions come. And so Nick's like, do you do anything but lie? Serious question. I think every time you open your mouth, it's just lie after lie. It's scary that you believe your own lies too. Like I said, you can keep saying whatever you want, just like the lie when you said you never touched any of the money, yet it went to your TD bank account. It's not hard to post the email receipt you get when you make the donation. And it's not, of course, right? And it's like, there sure are a lot of words, but no denial of what I said. You got cut off. Aiden's just trying to make it true that like Nick and Karen don't talk anymore because Karen won't talk to him, right? And he's mad about that. So now in his own mind and in the mind of what he wants his viewers to think is that Karen just cuts everyone off, right? That's what he wants everyone to think. And that might be true, to some capacity, that she cut people off, right? But Nick sort of fires back here, right? He's like, you want me to answer your question? Okay, yes. Me and Karen still talk. And you want proof? Does this sound familiar? I know I'm not supposed to contact you. So what Nick is saying here is Aiden tried to reach out to Karen again and said, I know I'm not supposed to contact you. And Nick is offering that as proof. Like, if I didn't talk to Karen, how the fuck would I know that you messaged her and said that or called her and said that, right? He doesn't say whether it's a message or a call, but that's a good fucking point, right? So Nick goes, now answer my questions. I just want to give, a little advice, Nick. He doesn't answer questions. He doesn't like to answer any serious questions of himself because he lies so much. He has diabetes. By the way, after this, I found a medication that might work for diabetes for him. You know, I put together an infomercial for his diabetes. I did. I found something that may work for his diabetes. We'll talk about that in a minute. So Nick says, now answer my questions, right? Why'd you wiretap Karen and lie about it and make other people lie for you? Where is the receipt of you donating the money to Karen? Why'd you go and have sex with someone who took you away from your kids for 60 days? Are you still asking people to buy things for your house from Amazon? Did you fix your fly issue? Why do you constantly attack women and degrade them? Does going on YouTube and running your mouth make you feel like the strong man you pretend to be? Have you cried on any floors lately? Hello, my darling. How are you? I have a package I got to send you out, my fucking brain. I'm going to send out the small things before I ship out the big stuff. But, oh, for the love of Jesus. So one of the minions, Rebecca Lavoie from the Something's Off podcast says, calm down a little. Now, listen, Rebecca, okay? I know that you don't quite understand yet and that you're part of the cult, per se, the Court of Public Clownery will put you on the list for winning a golden clown nose today. But who the fuck are you to tell anybody to calm down, right? Aiden has been saying shit that's simply not true, right? And just screaming from the rooftops things that are factually false, as he normally does, right? And when anyone defends himself and fires back, you have people like Rebecca Lavoie here, who's like, dude, calm down a little. Do you tell that to Aiden, Rebecca? Do you ever tell that to Aiden when he is endlessly attacking people for no reason, telling them to die in a hole, Does it only apply when he does it to you eventually? Because he will, right? He will. And then everything that you and your co-host sat there and simped for him for, you're going to look like buffoons. Yeah, she just randomly shows up. I'm convinced she has some weird crush on the troll. Like, take several seats at the back of the DMV, Rebecca Lavoie, all right? Take fucking several seats at the back of the DMV. You're the same woman that sat there and said, well, you just have crazy girlfriends and it's not you, Aiden. I read the court documents and I'm like, oh, dear God. Like, what are you, Grant? Rebecca, have several fucking seats. I'm not even secondhand embarrassed. I'm eighth-hand embarrassed for you, lady. All right? The simping that you do, the stretching that you have to do for Aiden is amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Hello, girl. Hello, how are you? I'm like, it couldn't get any more cringe level than this, right? So we're gonna add Rebecca here. Okay. This is our I have all this stuff written down over here on the side anyway. This is our Court of Public Clownery. Who wins the golden nose? The golden clown nose at the end of this stream. You guys are going to vote. So who do we have so far? We have a sewer. We have a sewer turtle. I think that's a given, right? We got a sewer turtle. We have a Rebecca Lavoie. Poor Rebecca. She's just a cultist. Just a cultist. Who else, right? She can't help herself. Poor Becky. Poor Becky. So Nick Rocco fires back. He said, when your boy stops lying, I will. He demands me to answer questions. I'll do the same to him. So it's like, not for nothing, Rebecca. Why the fuck did you even get involved? Right? Aiden wants to demand people answer questions. Okay, he answered the question and then demanded Aiden answer some questions, right? So why the fuck do you think that you should say anything in this aspect? Like, if you want to simp for the man, like, go ahead. But you can make yourself look foolish. Also, again, shout out to those of you. I mean, listen, this stuff is amazing. This is to clean my whiteboard. It's called Expo Whiteboard Care, and it's a spray. So when you have something written on there for a while, it tends to like not erase as easy with the eraser. And this has been a godsend. Okay, now I have all the colors, and I have this stuff to easily clean my whiteboard when I have something written for a while, and it doesn't come off easily with just the eraser quickly. Now there's no like residue left over after I can just spray the spray, wipe it down, and call it a day. I love it. It's amazing. Appreciate y'all. Okay, so back to this. So Undercover Genius answers and says, Nick, Rebecca Lavoie will not tolerate anyone answering back or disagreeing with her boy Turtle. he can rip on you for days, but you're not allowed to answer back. It's a good point, right? That's a good point. And so why the fuck she wanted to get involved in this, I don't know. But Nick basically, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, did he, that's the point, right? Is that she doesn't sit there and tell Aiden to calm down, right? Does she tell him to shut the fuck up or calm down or knock it off or you're making a fool out of you? Nope. Who the hell are you to tell anybody to calm down a little? Take several seats, Rebecca. Take several seats. And so these people are answering the question. They're like, why should he? He's speaking truth. Everyone would love answers to those questions. I would like answers to those as well. This person said he used to like TV a lot, but this is very warranted and overdue. He's become an absolute monster and gets a little thrill out of mentally abusing people. It's gross, right? Have you ever watched literally any of his shows? Humor and jokes are great, but when he gets fixated on certain people and literally cannot stop himself, it turns gross. It's psychotic, and the jokes aren't funny anymore. Jess, Mike, BLT, etc. Jess also did nothing to him. Well, nobody, to be fair to this person, to be fair, Kaylee Mitchell, none of us did anything to him. I didn't do anything to him. Nobody did anything to him. Hello, my darling. How are you? She needs to definitely sit all the way down, you know? Oh, she's definitely encouraging him. That's for sure. Right? That's for sure. And it's just gross at this point, right? So this person points out, right, that they're in such denial about how he talks and carries himself. It's crazy. I know he was right about a lot. He wasn't. And exposed a lot of corruption. He didn't. But I never agree with how he went about it. But now it's a dumpster fire. He just belittles and talks smack on anyone who doesn't align with him. This is what I don't understand, though, is this is what Aiden was doing way at the beginning, right? I get that Free Karen Reed people only want to call out, you know, him doing it now, right? But that's not, it didn't just start after he wiretapped Karen Reed, right? This is something he's been doing for 10 plus years, right? He was doing it throughout the entire Karen Reed trial. None of us did anything to him. But if you don't fall in line, if you don't lie for him, if you don't do the things he wants when he wants, if he gets even a little jealous of you for no reason whatsoever or upset, it's like, bro, imagine being jealous of a much smaller channel. The fact that he had any jealousy issues with me was weird to me because it's like, bro, you have a much bigger platform. What are you jealous of? That's fucking weird, dude. You're upset about how many people watch my show? Like, that's weird. Why do you care, dude? Why the fuck do you care? There you are, Freeze. So I think that's kind of what happened. A lot of ignoring happened, right? And you're 100% right, Freeze. A lot of ignoring happened, and people only sort of started paying attention to it when it was people they liked. But what they don't seem to realize is all of the other people they didn't like when it happened to them were people they all did like as well, until Aiden told them not to. They all loved me until Aiden told them not to, right? I got so many compliments. And then Aiden told them not to, right? So it's like, you have to then apply in your mind the shit he does now, you know? And say, wait a second, hold on. This doesn't just apply to now or the people that I quote like because he said I should like them and now he says I shouldn't. This applied a long time ago. This is something he's been doing for a really, really long time. And so when people come to me from the cult, when they escape, I often hear from them that they're sorry that they didn't reach out sooner. They're sorry that they didn't listen and they should have seen it because it is, in fact, the same pattern, right, that he does to pretty much everyone. And a lot of people say they knew something wasn't right away, but didn't want to say anything publicly or didn't want to ask privately, but they felt like something always was off with that. And I'm like, your gut was telling you something was off. You should have known, you know? Sua put out a book. What? How did he not know about a publishing company? Well, that's the thing. He put out a self-published book on Amazon, which anyone can do. Anyone can write a book. And I think some people should write books, you know? Well, that's the other thing. I think a lot of it is denial too, or not wanting to come to terms with the fact that you might have engaged in hurting someone in this same way by just pretending that you just don't like that person still. And, oh, well, that person sucks. Well, why do they suck? Because he told you they should suck, right? Before he said that, you did not like them. You liked them. Then he told you not to, and that they're a bad person, and the same old spin, right? So it's like you have to kind of go back and be like, wow, did my behavior like help that, you know? And if it did, like, just understand, you know, just understand like what you did. And then, but that's the thing. I at least took, not only privately, but publicly, took the time out to make amends with anybody that I could have, or I thought I might have hurt inadvertently, by sort of being on that side of things. When I realized like how bad he was as a human, the shit that he pulls, the incessant, constant lies, like the whole shebang, right? And I think a lot of people don't want to admit it, at least not out loud, because then they have to admit that they played along or that they could have hurt someone deeply, you know? And that too, there are quite a few, at least a handful, at least on X, that are just very unhinged. They're not decent humans. They're not good humans. They just attack everyone he doesn't like, and they endlessly stick up for him. Oh, I've seen this receipt. I've seen that receipt. No, you haven't, because that receipt doesn't exist. He didn't show you a receipt. If it's not doctored or altered or made up, there is no receipt. You know, he literally is. I mean, someone said it today earlier on X where they were like, I can't, and I say it all the time, can't wait till he's in jail. It's long past due. And it is past due. But again, that's a failure of our own justice system here in Massachusetts. We have a lot of failures here, right? It really is. So this person, Boston C, said, Rebecca, I think you're great, but stay in your lane. Legit questions from Nick. I mean, come on. Silly girl, TB wants us all to kiss the ring. Some of us do not conform. Just wait until he turns on you. That's a good fucking point. Yeah, you do. You got to send it to me in the email. Nanny G's, gotta love it, says, sit this one out, Becky. Sit this one out, Becky. Just sit the hell down, Becky, god damn it. Sorry, guys. Hold on one second. My little needs something. Thank you, baby. Love you. Jess has talked about this, actually. Jess herself talked about this. I actually remember this stream. It's one of the ones I watched, not all the way through, but part of the way through, where she said she signed over custody so that her kid could stay in the same school district. Something about they had moved and the kid wanted to stay in the same district. And so she signed like custody over to the person that still lived in the same district. She talked about that for her oldest daughter, on her own show, but I'm sure, I mean, I don't know what Aiden said, but I'm sure it's not what he's claiming. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of the things that he does all the time, which is twist things into such a way, right? Like, take something that someone talks about or something that he learns about someone and twist it into something that is unexplainable, like something that it never was, right? He takes a, molehill and makes it a giant mountain. That's what he does. He takes things that are not crazy and makes them into this crazy, insane thing, right? And his intentions are always evil. His intentions are always just to hurt people, It's sad and it's sick. He's a sick fucking human, It is like a vortex kind of, Yeah, I know Jess talked about this one specifically, and that's what he does. He just twists everything. Like, I've lived it, right? Like, I've lived it. I know exactly what he does. Like, this is what he does, Well, that's the other thing is Aiden doesn't seem to care who it hurts, right? He doesn't care if it hurts her kid more than it hurts her. If he thinks it'll hurt her at all, he'll do it. And that's the shittiest part is he doesn't give an actual fuck who he hurts or what the consequences of what he does to other people's lives, children, families, so on and so forth are. All he cares about is in that moment, did he get a one-up on you? Doesn't matter if he lied. Doesn't matter if he told the truth. As long as he can get at you, that's all he cares about in that moment. Because it doesn't do anything based on, thinking it out first. He does everything based on emotion, $500 to go to dinner. It's so crazy. So crazy. So freaking crazy. Hold on. Yeah, same shit, different person. The fact that anyone wants to pay him $500 to go out to dinner with him is wild to me. Wild. Wild. Like, what? According to him, everyone's a ratchet, right? Remember that. According to him, every single person is a ratchet except him. Meanwhile, his entire existence is King Ratchet, right? His entire life is King Ratchet, but everyone else is a ratchet and not him. Everyone else does X, Y, and Z and it's bad, but he does it and who cares, right? He does it and it doesn't matter. He does it and oh well. He does it and who cares, right? Like, it's the same fucking spiel on replay. Someone else does it and they're the worst person on planet Earth, even if they didn't do it and he just makes it up. He will accuse people of doing things that he himself does and that they didn't even do, right? But if he says it, his dumb turtle writers are like, oh my God, that's horrible. That person's terrible. It's like, dude, he made it up. What part of that aren't you understanding? You know? See, exactly. It's the same shit, just a different person. You guys know I'm not a huge fan of Jess, but let's be fair here, dude. Okay? What he's doing is just meant to hurt her, right? Because she dared open her mouth. She dared open her mouth. She dared open her mouth and say anything about anything that has to do with him when he wanted to bully her into keeping her mouth shut forever. Same shit he tried to do to me. Unfortunately for him, I don't do well with bullies. I don't play well with bullies. I do not. I don't play well with bullies. And I don't take being bullied kindly. You know, once upon a time, I had an abuser, right? And I will never allow another human being to control me in the way that that man did. And because I had already experienced that in life, I wasn't going to let Aiden do that to me either. So yeah, it's the same story, different delivery, right? Like it's the same shit. So these people respond, right, to Rebecca Lavoie, right? And they tell Rebecca to basically calm it the fuck down yourself, right? Because your boy Aiden is getting desperate, facing 90 years and attacking everyone and anyone, right? Calm down because he's asking valid questions. Weird. Boy, with all these lawsuits flying around, I sure do hope someone subpoenas Nick Rocco. Well, they might. You never know. Jesus Christ, is there a more pitiful, thirsty, irrelevant ass kisser than Rebecca? Note, Rebecca trolls Twitter and defends Turtleboy no matter what, but had the nerve to call an actual, really great guy, Montante, an asshole and insinuate other things, but too big of a coward to come out and say it. Rebecca is also the person who doesn't understand why everyone loves Nurse Kim, but defends and kisses Turtleboy's ass when he lies, bullies, manipulates, harasses Turtleboy, jerks Rebecca's leash, and she comes running to his defense every single time, no matter what he says or does. Like, come on. Calm down a little. That's the best you have. Oh, he'll definitely turn on her. 100%. You might want to sit this one out. There's history here, and you're not part of it. I like that one. I like that one. TB needs to chill with 90 years hanging over his head. He's not going to jail for 90 years. The fact that people even still think that is so wild to me. Here comes his pick-me trogs fighting his fight for him because he's just a little guy. So fuck off, Rebecca. Meanwhile, did he ever perm Auntie Deb's hair? Nobody's kids should ever be fair game, you know? It is like a virtual war that literally will never fucking end. It's never ending. But you have to ask yourself, why does Aiden care so much what everyone else does? Why does he care? Right? Like, why does he give a fuck what everyone else does so much? It's not that he cares. It's that he has to be better. He has to have other people know that he's better. Right? He tries to act very, very tough online when he's, destroying people's livelihoods and their name that he drags through the mud with his lies. But behind closed doors, let's all remember this is what he's actually.
Can you please not? Can you please not?
Yeah, he's actually crying like the baby back bitch that he is on the floor throwing tanties. Okay? Like throwing the big ass tanties. Big tanties. Big tanties. Aiden is in fact a ticking time bomb. you know? And so Randall asks, how is he a time bomb? And Nick basically says, well, just for starters, I'd say recording Karen's phone calls would be stabbing her in the back, but my comment says anyone and everyone. Ticking time bomb, you ask? Oh, I don't know, maybe because he ends up running his mouth on his show about everyone who gets close to him, since everyone else is the problem, but not him. When he doesn't get what he wants, he explodes like a toddler. And that's exactly what he does. See Exhibit A.
Can you please not? Can you please not?
That would be Exhibit A, folks. Toddler tanties on the floor, okay? Poor baby. Poor baby. Wild. So Jamie asked if Karen made one public statement before her legal battles are over, it should be regarding this. I don't know if it's worth it, but his meltdown would be so satisfying. It totally would. And so Nick said, I don't need her to make a public statement saying that she and I are still friends. I don't even care if the internet believes it. He's only saying this shit because he can't handle the truth that he's the only one who got tossed for being a liability and can't come to terms with it. So he needs everyone to believe she tossed Nick out. Why do you think he pushes that so hard? It's because he's mad that he's fucked and Karen won't answer him. He's just trying to rage bait you, someone said. Nick's like, of course he is. But when he flat out lies and people start believing him, that's when I had to say something. And so it's like, that's when I had to start saying something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was enough with all of the lies. You know, all of the fucking lies. It's wild as hell. Why should we? Oh God, is this Brokeback Baker? Oh God, we got to what's happening here? Hold on. You know that you were chosen as a spokesperson to speak for her. That is something to be proud of. It's not a dig. I'm only asking if you still speak for her or fundraise for her. I was chosen as a spokesperson. Who chose me? I never spoke on her behalf. Maybe there's a reason you haven't heard from them. Maybe because she's in a few lawsuits right now. It sounds like you need validation for your support for Karen Reed. True supporters don't look for anything in return. They support her because what happened was wrong. So this person said, why are you treating me like the enemy or something like that? Stop treating her supporters like we are her enemy just because we support TB2. If you're supporting TB2, that's like wild. So Nick said, me treating you like the enemy. Do you not see the stuff you say to me or tag me in? Why would I ever want to talk to you when all you do is run your mouth? It's like these people can't grasp, like, why the fuck would I have a conversation with someone that just simply repeats Aiden's lies? Why would I want to do that? I would not want to do that. You know, not doing it. Like, he does care what people think of him. But at the same aspect, if he did care that much, he would just, you know, maybe tighten up the way the fuck he acts, you know? And that's the other thing is people feed into his game, you know? It is clown crying. It's exactly what it is. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, she, you know, touts herself to be like a intelligent human being who knows stuff, right? But the problem is the more that comes out of her fucking mouth, the stupider she sounds. Yeah. For Grave, there's a channel and it's called Something's Off, right? She runs a channel called Something's Off with this chick Mel. Mel identifies as non-binary, I believe, or has pronouns. Aiden hates pronouns. He hates anybody with a pronoun, right? He hates, and this is something he made very public for many years previous to the Free Karen Reed movement, right? So why the fuck at this point are these people pretending to stand for all of these things that they stand for and then saying, oh, we support Aiden? Do you realize that everything you stand for and you've said that you stand for in your own goddamn channel are things that he hates and can't stand? Why the fuck? Like they can't even recognize, right? It's the views, it's the money, it's the donations, it's, you know, it's wild to me, you know? Well, he thinks that everyone owes him. That's the difference, you know? Aiden thinks everyone needs to give him all the credit and he deserves everything and anything and everyone should give it to him. He shouldn't have to work for anything. He shouldn't have to do anything. You know, everyone should just hand it over to him, you know? No, there's no chance he's ever going to change. I don't even think 25 years in jail would change him, to be honest. Like the second you let him out of that prison cell. Oh, Tim Curry passed away too? Oh no. Listen, one of my favorite movies as a kid was Muppet Treasure Island, which he was in. He was in many, many other things, of course, but That him in that movie was my first movie with him in it that I remember as a kid. And still, my sisters still love that movie, Muppet Treasure Island. Rest in peace, Tim Curry and Dolly. That's so sad, you know? My pronouns are him, he, dipshit, and Captain Fuckery. Sometimes they call me Captain Save a Ho, but I like to save a ho, so it's okay. It's okay. Gangsta Bitch Barbie, Terry Tough Tits, you know, any of the above are fine. A lot of people watch it when they first started, and I think that's the other thing is these people all start channels, right? And when they're not getting enough traction, they jump on the back of a sewer turtle cult. Why? Because all the viewers from Aiden's channel will run to theirs and they'll get all these views and all these people and all this donations, and they want instant sort of fame, instant money. You have to put hard work into it. It's not instant. Nothing is instant, you know? There is nothing instant about any of that. You have to, yeah, that was the irony in all of it, is they named their dumbass show Something's Off. Yeah, something's off with your credibility. Something's off with your ability to understand or see an abusive person, a narcissistic person, right? Your ability to understand any of that. Why is it so dark in here? Hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna see if it's like, oh, the cat wants to go out. You want to go out? Listen, you ran to come in here. Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't be knocking on my door 10 minutes later with your paw in the bottom trying to open it up, silly goose. Anyway, I'm turning a light on because I feel like it's uber dark in here for literally no reason whatsoever. Now I'm getting the glare if I don't turn the other one on. Glare, not glarer. Glare, not glare. Oh, that is such a cult classic. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Such a cult classic. It's just one of those things that you have to see. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, she has my email. We've emailed before. That's sad. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is they're very liberal and have pronouns, which is fine, right? But Aiden has said many times that he, you know, doesn't appreciate any of that. That's something he stands against, you know? You saw it at the theater? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm jealous. Nobody ever wants to see like anything like that, like theater wise with me. Nobody's a play person or a theater person that I know. I like that kind of stuff. Not everyone does, you know? Can never get anybody to do that kind of stuff with me. My sister actually she wants all of us to go to Six Flags. Her surgery is on September 1st. And then she's got post-op 2 weeks after that. But she wants us all as a family to go to Six Flags on this Saturday. And I'm like, girl, you must have lost your damn marbles. Rent is due. I am not going to have the extra. Because it would cost like, I bought my little already a pass. So she gets one free person. So one of us adults could go for free. Everyone else has like you can bring one person with you on their passes. So we'd only have to pay for like one person for the ticket in. Like my husband we'd have to pay for his ticket in. But that's still expensive. And then you'd have to pay for anything you want to do there. Play games, eat, buy something at the, like, I don't get the extra $200 or $300 to do all that. And I feel bad, you know, saying to my sister, like, no, I'm sorry, I can't, you know, like, because I get why she wants to do it, you know, like as a family, but girl, listen, no, like rent's due on the 1st. You have the ability to, you know, my sister, her brother-in-law owns the 3 family they live in. So her husband's brother owns the 3 family that they live in. And there's, you know, tenants on the bottom. Her brother-in-law lives on the very, very top because it's the smallest apartment and they live in the middle in a 4-bedroom. But she has the ability to say like, hey, you know, I'll give you the rest next week. I don't have that ability, you know? She does. Oh my God. I'm so jealous. Your wife's amazing. She's so seasoned. I love that. I love that she loves all the things like I would. Sports, arts, like I love it. I freaking love it. No one ever wants to do that shit with me. You know? No one ever wants to do that shit with me. I love that. I love it. Hello, Robert. How are you feeling? No worries. She has it. We've emailed. Yeah, it's too expensive. You know, I don't have that kind of extra money, dude. Unfortunately, like I was already out. What? Like I want to say like a whole week, and then one day this week already. Like I can't do it, man. Like I'm already very far behind, like in my own bills right now from being out just from my fucking infusion. Like that's not an option, you know? Well, she's going to go anyway, regardless of if I go, you know, she's going to go anyway with her kids and stuff. So it's like, I mean, I would love to, but she's going to go anyway, regardless of if I go or not. But just would be nice to spend that time with my sister before her surgery. But it's like, I can't, that's too expensive, you know? I don't have that extra cash flow. You know, I have kids. So it's like, I would have to pay for, you know, whatever food they want to eat and, you know, whatever little things they want to do. And I would never go with like not enough to let them do those things. Like I don't got it. It's not an option. Being sick this month myself, and this is what I get for putting my own health sort of on the back burner to like tend to everyone else's. It's like coming back to haunt me. All the inflammation in my body is like causing a ruckus, really. And at least fingers crossed, these infusions will sort of start helping lower this inflammation in my body and help with the pain and the exhaustion from the infusions themselves, because they make you so tired that you can't even open your eyes. They wipe you out completely. Like, and I was not expecting it to work that long, you know? Girl, listen, I am so jealous. All of you who go to theater, you should go. Every time you get a chance, go to the damn theater. Enjoy a show, right? Like, keep that memory, you know? Oh, that's amazing. Twilight movie and concert. That sounds like so much fun. Season tickets to Broadway. Oh, that sounds so fun. Yeah, it's just too much, you know? Too much. It's too much. I already like my bills are already more than what me and my husband make every month, and so it's hard to do really anything outside of that. It's hard to put groceries in the house every week. It's hard to go I have to go to a laundromat. Like that's hard enough, you know? Never mind trying to do something fun. And we didn't really do any camping this year. We didn't do any vacations this year, this summer. My daughter did plenty of stuff. My other two kind of just go out with their friends. But you didn't care for Hamilton? You don't like musicals? I like musicals. Yeah, it is. That's meat prices are through the fucking roof as well. I mean, she's gonna go one way or another. You know, she's gonna go with her kids regardless. But I'm like, I would love to, but I can't. Like every penny I have right now is literally for rent on the first. Like, you know, well, I will have whatever I make, you know, for my shows for this week. That's what I'll have. And as we mostly know, I don't usually make more than like 100, if that, maybe 200 if I'm lucky and it's a really good day. You know, like I don't make a ton of money. So it's not it's not a thing. You never saw it in person? I liked Hamilton. I like musicals. Oh my God, no. They're now trying to give us this mystery like cloned meat, you know, and they don't have to write it on the package as of right now that they're giving us cloned meat. It's gross. It's gross. Oh my God, that's amazing. I love that. I wish some of you lived closer to me, right? You guys like doing some of the stuff that I like doing, and no one in my sort of circle likes to do that kind of stuff that I like to do, but I'm also a nerd. So it's kind of like, you know, I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd. Yeah, my husband's not a fan of musicals. He's not a fan of theater. He's a sports guy, right? Like he likes sports, which I get. But I would love to go to plays and musicals. And the last time I went to a musical or a play was like, God, it had to be more than a decade ago. You know, me and my husband have gone to concerts together, a couple country concerts. The last concert I went to was with my friend Tina, and it was on her bucket list. And I loved Hairspray. Hairspray was good. And we went and saw Garth Brooks, and it was an amazing concert. It was an amazing freaking concert. So for any of you, at least that do live in Massachusetts, if you ever want to do this shit, right? Like, let's plan something sometime. You know, we got to plan it well in advance, though, because once again, I am a poor person. Phantom of the Opera. Yes. They took us to a play when I was in, I can't remember if it was middle school or high school. But we saw, oh my God, what's the one? Oh my God, what's the one? Hold on. one with like the barber shop in it. God, why is it like right on the tip of my tongue? Maybe someone will remember. It was incredible. It was her bucket. It was on her bucket list. He actually waited like an extra 2 hours because there were still 10,000 people sitting in traffic outside of Foxborough. And so Garth was kind enough, it was supposed to start at 9 to wait or 8 and start wait an hour and a half, which made his concert like shorter, but he made this big announcement and said, listen, I know we're supposed to start right now, but there are still 10,000 people who bought tickets literally stuck outside trying to get in and park. And so they had to open up all of the extra lots for parking, every last overflow lot, and let everyone park for free. And we were stuck outside, but we had just got in like right before he made that announcement. And I thought that was really, of all the concerts I've ever been to, there's always people stuck outside. And I have never, not once, had them like put off, you know, a concert because people are stuck in trying to get in still, you know? Maybe it was little shop of horrors. It had like, and again, I was a kid when but that was my first sort of interaction with like plays. And I just fell in love with it in that moment, you know, in that moment. It was in Boston that we saw it. It was an amazing experience. I loved it. It might have been Little Shop of Horrors. I feel like trying to see if it pops up what I was thinking of, but it didn't. There's another one, and it's like on the tip of my tongue, the name of it. But there was a portion of the play where they're in a barbershop chair or whatever. I think it was a musical as well, but I remember it just being in awe of it. And it was long, and some of the kids didn't like that it was so long. And, you know, they had the little booklet or whatever, and some kids were just like bored with it, fell asleep. But I just kept my eyes on it the entire time. Like it was, to me, I was like in awe. I was like, I like this. This I like, you know? Yeah, that's another thing. They are expensive these days, you know? Ooh, The Lion King on Broadway. I've not seen The Lion King on Broadway. Well, then we're going to need to go, right? We're going to have to put that in our little like book of list of things to do. Like we're going to have to like go do something like that. Oh, maybe that's what it's Sweeney Todd. Maybe it was Sweeney Todd. That sounds familiar enough. Maybe it was Sweeney Todd. I feel like it was. I think it was Sweeney Todd. I think that's what it was. It's a musical, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think this one is it. But again, this was back in the 90s or early 2000s that I saw it in Boston. It was a good show. But that sounds more familiar to me, Sweetie Todd. But it was good. Nonetheless, it was a really good musical, and I liked it. Your husband, you're lucky if your husband will go with you. My husband's like, is it sports? No. I love you, but no thank you. You know? No, thank you. That one I think I've seen as well, Little Shop of Horrors, when I was younger, because I think it was every other year in middle school and high school, they used to take us to do something like that. And one of our trips were canceled. I forget why. It was like a safety something. And they ended up taking us to see a musical instead. What was weird was like they switched so quickly from like, I think it was Canterbury Lake or something we were supposed to go to, and there was some safety, I forget what the hell the reason was. It was like a safety thing. Something happened there, and so they weren't going to take us anymore, and they took us to the musical instead. Like, what in the hell? Oh, that would have been so much fun. That sounds like so much fun. I can't imagine what Lion King on Broadway or Cats. I have not seen Cats. I have not seen that one. In Wales, if you're disabled, you can get a theater ticket for your Career for free? Really? For your care for free? I take my mother and it means I get Betsy. That's amazing. Oh my God. Those are the best memories, you know? Hello, Grammy Cheryl. I got punked by the cast of a play one time. I've texted Kendra to see if she remembers the name of it. I feel like almost every day that we're all punked right now, and that Ashton Kutcher is just going to pop out of the bushes and be like, "We're punking you all. This was a social experiment, and the turtle is actually a cartoon character. He's not real. Nobody could be that evil." Like, I feel like Ashton Kutcher is just going to pop right on out of the bushes and be like, "Ha ha! You're all punked, bitches. You're all punked." Yeah, it's fucking insane, the prices. And then never mind the fact that I'd still have to buy at least one ticket. Like, plus then you got to eat. Then there's like games, of course, the kids are going to want to play at least one or two of them each. Like, it's a whole shit show. It's a whole shit show. You'd have to have at least like two to $300 to spend, you know, if you're going to Six Flags. Like, that's just, it's not, you know. So apparently, according to Aiden, Jen says any parent who moves their child in high school is a bad parent. Fun fact, I moved in high school 3 times because I was a foster kid. Yeah, the system's a bad parent. Yeah, they are, to be fair. But everybody apparently in the military, that makes you bad parents now, says a turtle, because you have to move your kids when you are stationed and move somewhere, you know? And so Jen points out rightly that all people that are in the military and defend our country and have to move their families around for that must be bad parents too, because, you know, they have to move their kids around. Wild. Oh my God, yes. Not that I really have anything glam that I own at the moment. I feel like all I own is like leggings and t-shirts. Right? If you're a military brat, your parents must be horrible, you know? I can't. How about when Best Little Whorehouse in Texas became a play? I remember that. I freaking remember that. I remember that. All right, let me pull up this other clip here. While I'm pulling up this clip, do me a favor and hit the like button. We would appreciate that. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. That definitely helps us out as well. We appreciate that very, very, very much. If you can donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways you can do so. We could take any and all support we can get. We're very behind, and so we appreciate any and all support. We have Cash App, Venmo, Chime, Revolut, and we have Buy Me a Coffee. Buy Me a Coffee is pinned to the top of the chat. That works for Google Pay, Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, your regular credit, debit card, and crypto, many other options. There's a million options on there, and it works essentially the same as PayPal. It's been successful thus far in working. So I ask any of you who had been using PayPal to please switch over to one of the options that we do have at the moment and not let the sewer turtle and his cult of idiots sort of win in this aspect, because it has really affected my income because people are stuck in using what they normally use, you know? So some people don't want to switch over, right? They're like, oh, well, that's what I use, right? I use PayPal. I feel safe with that, whatever. Well, right now mine's frozen, so I can't use it. Right. So the only option I have is to use my Buy Me a Coffee. And so Buy Me a Coffee is run by Stripe. It is secure and safe to use. And it's sort of the other option that people use aside from PayPal. It also works in a multitude of countries. So you could, as a matter of fact, Valley's girl used it last week, right? Saw her little donation there, and she used to use PayPal, which I appreciate. So I thank her for making the jump. I thank Gen X and for making the jump, and all the other people, my Space Coast, for making the jump over there. I appreciate y'all making the jump over to Buy Me a Coffee and sort of trusting me, because not everybody will, you know? Yes, I am later on tonight. Yep. I have a little announcement. I have an announcement for the class. Something I've been working on for a while. I was escorted to the front row of a play with an all-black cast concerning Black issues. Dude in the play is saying how he's been oppressed by the man, and he pointed at me, and I was spotlighted. Oh my God, you poor thing. You're probably like, and what? I'm not the man. I don't even like the man. I don't even like the man. I don't even like him. I don't like it. I don't even like it. Get out of here. Like, what? No. Yes, like button is always super helpful. Subscribing, super helpful. That's okay. You don't have to be a theater person now. There's other things that we could all do, you know, that's fun. And I don't know about you guys, but for me, right, with anxiety, CPTSD, depression, just getting out helps, you know, getting outside, doing something, and especially doing something with like a friend or a loved one. Like, it sort of helps you get out of that sort of constant like mindset of panic and worry and all of that, and we all need that sort of mental reset every once in a while. I say, like, if you have a car and you can get out all the time, like, don't take that shit for granted, because there's people like me who are like stuck perpetually fucking in their houses unless there's you got to go to the store or something and you can find a ride. Because I will tell you, it gets a little stressy and depressing. Like, I miss being able to hop in the car, listen to music, go get a coffee, visit a friend, do all those things. They sure did set you up. I would have been screaming, I don't even like the man. I don't even like it. I don't like the man either. I don't like him. Who's this man you speak of? I don't like him. Screw the government. You know what I mean? Oh, see, you were blown away. See, so you at least liked that trip you took, with your kiddo, which is just a memory that you'll always have. Oh my God, I love Dave and Buster's. You want to know why? Because I'm like such a kid. I'm like, ooh, let's play video games and win tickets and get prizes. That's a me thing. I am such a kid when it comes to that stuff. I'm like, I like it. Let's do it. I wish there were better, I would say, arcades like when we were kids. They just had better prizes. Nowadays they're like, yeah, there's 200 tickets for a 50-cent squishy that breaks by the time you get to the car. It takes you $25 to get to that 200 tickets. But I am such a child at heart like that. Like, I love a Dave and Buster's. You get yourself a drink, go play some games. I'm like a little kid. I love it, Ruthie. I love it. I'm an everything person, right? Like, previous to me getting sick and being disabled and having all the physical limitations I now have, I used to love to hike. Love to hike. I've climbed Mount Monadnock a few times. I just loved hiking. My dad used to take us as kids, and maybe that's where I fell in love with it. He used to take us down to Mile Standish, actually, and do some of the easier trails as kids down at Mile Standish. And so I've always had this sort of love for the outdoor, camping, hiking, swimming, things like that. And it's just so fun. Like, it's just one of those things that, like, you forget about everything else that's around you and you just enjoy sort of that moment, like where the birds are chirping and, the woods are quiet, but they're so beautiful. The flowers and the trees and the birds and the bees and the water, and sometimes you'll see turtles and sometimes you'll see beavers, and you'll see the birds swimming on top of the water and people taking their kayaks out, and it's just like a very serene place to be. But I also like a good music scene, right? Like, go listen to a concert, go to a play, right? Like, I'm an everything person. Like, I just like to experience things, especially things I haven't experienced. Those are like, you're on the bucket list of things that you want to experience, I even spoke with that actor after the play. He was very cool. That's so funny. I can only imagine, I can imagine you and then being set up, but also having a fun, quirky, like, back and forth with a few good one-liners, because you're funny like that. And I can only imagine people are probably laughing their freaking asses off. Oh, I love, me and my husband used to be able to go to concerts. Now with all the kids, it's kind of hard, and not having a car. That's the problem, right? It's like, when you can't get around, it's a little bit more difficult, because then you got to find someone else to go with you, or you got to see if anybody else can afford the tickets to go, or find a way that's not going to cost $1 million to get there and back. And the tickets are through the roof now. But we can all thank Live Nation for that, throwing those tickets through the fucking roof. And hopefully it gets better now that they're not like monopolizing the ticket industry on that shit, Well, believe me, I know it's easier said than done. I'm preaching to my own choir here, Believe me, I get it. I'm in my own funk, especially with my physical health, So there's public transport, but it only goes specific places. Like, you might get it on one side of town that goes to like Walmart at this time, and this time. And then you might get one that goes to Target at this time, and this time. It's not like Boston. It's not like an MBTA. It's not like something that runs every 15 minutes. You're waiting hours going back and forth between places, if it even goes to that part of the town or the city. So it's not like a regular public transportation where you could just hop on and off. It's only in certain places and only goes to certain places. And so in my general vicinity, I'm just surrounded by like houses. I'm in a very residential area, so there isn't really anything in my general vicinity. There's a little corner store probably and a laundromat, like not even a mile. But other than that, there's not a ton right where I'm at. So it's not the same as like if you lived in Boston or Quincy and you had an MBTA to hop on and they run every 15 minutes and you might need to go from here to there and transfer to another bus that goes somewhere else. It only goes around town, so you can't really get out of town, and it only goes to certain places. And so some parts of town are like just wastelands of Nowheresville, and other parts you can go like from the middle of town to Walmart. But then on your way back, you might be waiting 2 hours for the next one to show up, bring you somewhere, and the next stop near your house might be miles away from where you live. So it's not feasible for most people for most reasons, unless you're on that route and you can go from your house to Walmart and Walmart back to your house on it. You're kind of fucking epically screwed unless you get Uber or Lyft, which is what we have to use 90% of the time, and that is very expensive. Very fucking expensive. My husband has to use Lyft and Uber to go to work every week, and that cuts into his paycheck, of course, and it cuts into, I'd say it's like between like $140 and $170 a week because the prices go up and down, just to get him to and from work. It's wild. It is wild. I feel like we all have more in common than we don't, you know? Oh, I've seen so many of your old videos, and some of the places that you go to in your old videos are so beautiful. And I feel your pain when you say you can't do that anymore, because it's like I can do it, but I'd have to have I could camp, but I'd have to have a car and an air mattress. Like I couldn't do like the old school camping on the ground with no, air mattress sort of deal. And I can't hike like that, you know. I can camp if you can get to a campsite where you pull in with a car, but again, you got to have a car for that. So it's like there are a lot of things that I physically just can't do anymore, mobility wise. And I never imagined being this young that would ever be a problem, That too, just my husband he's a big fan of just lighting a fire and sitting in front of the fire and just chit chatting and, having a good smoke, eating some good food and hanging out with good people. It's one of my husband's favorite things to do, Oh, listening to music in a car is one of the things that me and my best friend used to do all the time. It is one of my favorite things to do. Just getting in the car, just booting around to some music. Like it's just one of the things that I always used to do when I was younger. And it's one of those things that always sort of calms you down when the cat's trying to get in right now. She's got her little paw underneath the door and she's pulling the door. Like it's closed, but she's trying to pull it as if it's going to magically bippity boppity open for her. Same. My hubby works a lot, and so I'm just usually me, and in the summer the kids, So when I say I feel you on that, girl, I feel that in my soul. I feel it in my soul. Some of them that are the same. When did you send it? Let me see. It depends on when you sent it, because I think I checked my emails last night after the show and I didn't see anything, but I didn't check spam though. I see one right now. Oh yeah, I'm going to talk about this. Is this the one you're talking about his thing that he just announced? Because that one they're so expensive. Rentals are not even an option. Those are like $1,000. Yeah, I see it. I thank you so much. This is on my list of things to talk about. Elisa sends $25. Thank you, Miss Elisa. I appreciate you. She sends $25 and a little heart. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. You're the official first donation of the show. So I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Let me let the cat in. Do you guys hear that? Can you hear that? Probably not from all the way over here, right? She's still got her whole paw underneath and she's trying to pull to open it. Are you trying to get in? Hi. Hello. Come on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't just stand there. You're the one who wanted to come in. I hear you, girl. I hear you. I'm getting your cat hair on my rug here. What's happening? I know you like my rug, but geez, Louise, ma'am. You just want to lay there on the rug? Okay, you can do that. We accept that. What? Okay, I'll give you a pat. Is that better? She's demanding. Do you hear this? She is demanding. Is that better? You want to say hi to the people? See, she says hi. I love Muppetville. I'm in Muppetville. I love Muppetville. Girl, what are you doing? Cat's causing a ruckus over here. She just wants to lay on my pink rug. That's what she wants. Now she's over here in the corner laying on my pink rug. Told you she was going to try to get back in. She's a little sneaky squirrel over here. Sneaky squirrel. So the other thing is, as Annie Dasher sent me, it was on my bucket list, my list of things to talk about today. But Aiden has announced his new event that he's going to start selling tickets to. I can't believe anybody would buy tickets to this lunatic, just saying. But he is, in fact, doing this. So it's supposed to be the day before Halloween, right? So October 30th. And he announces it. I'll show you guys. Hold on his YouTube. And then I think he also went to Twitter at some point to share this information. But let me show you. Let me just show you. Because this is just hilarious. Hilarious. Right? She likes to be like up on something. She likes an empty box. Yeah, a new event. She likes an empty box. That's why I put that thing on my wish list. That it's like I don't know how to explain it. It's not like a cat house because she won't sleep in a cat bed. She hates them. But it's like a thing that stands up and it's got like a hole in the bottom so she could go inside there, or a thing she could lay across the top. She could jump up and lay across the top of it. She would freaking love that. She would lay across the top of that. Because otherwise look at her. She's cleaning her paws. She comes and harasses me. Right, Dora? Right? Dora, the explorer. Right? Yeah. Why is my alarm going off? Why is there even an alarm set right now? Interesting. Okay. Now, let me show you guys his little thingy here. Let me pull this down for a second. Let me pull this thing up. Pull this down, and we're going to pull this up. And let me see here. Okay. So he makes, where's his little, here it is. Okay. Ready? It's official. Friday, October 30th at 7:30, Schubert Theater across the street from the Wilbur. The Schubert should probably call the Wilbur and ask how that went. Turtleboy, Auntie Deb, and Emily C. No wonder why Emily C simps for Aiden so hard. Not for nothing, but I do not want a failed kindergarten teacher, and not for nothing. Again, it's horrifying to me that these people are failed teachers. I would not want either of these people around my children. Okay, just saying. Oh wait, all three of them are failed teachers. Holy fuck. Okay, that scares me for teaching. I'm not gonna lie, it's scary. It's very scary. And he says tickets go on sale Friday morning at 10. You're not gonna want to miss the show. No, yeah, you're definitely gonna wanna. Yeah, last night it was a whole big secret. Thank you, Bossy, for your sparkles. I appreciate you. Like, it's called The Relapse, guys. The Relapse. Okay, you can't make this shit up. It's called The Relapse. Yeah, he's got a crown. He circles himself in it. See how he circled himself? Like, what is happening here? Why? Look at these people. What a great idea. Has Twitter melted down yet? This is amazing. I can't. Will the glare be part of it? We love him too. Ugh. Can we have a pay-per-view version this time for all the supporters across the pond? Auntie Deb had his way with you again? I thought you were done with him. Brokeback courtroom. Turtle is ridden again. Like, I can't. So if you want to see 3 failed teachers in person, you can totally go. You know, you can go. You can go and see 3 failed teachers, and it's called The Relapse. I don't even want to know. Okay, I don't. Grave sends $100. Thank you, Grave, and says for wielding equipment to reinforce TB's jail bars. I can't. Right? More defamation. Cosgrove should get tickets. Right? That'd be funny. listen, I would never spend a penny, but I'm going to tell you right now, if that involves like, yeah, she's not on the poster. She's not on the poster. Apparently he didn't think she was important enough to put her on the poster, guys. One of my lights just went out. What in the hell? What in the hell? Red tail and back at Aiden and his best stop lives. Yeah, why are we calling it relapse? That's weird. Like relapsed teachers that didn't make it. I'm confused, right? Like definitely worth missing. Definitely do not, if you have a sane brain cell, don't do it to yourself. Okay? Don't support a man who's crying about his fucking defense fund fees and then buying a home. Right? That's why my shirt says what it says. Okay? It says all this in brains too, right? Because I have brain cells that often work, things that work in my brain that tell me that that's a bad freaking idea. Don't do it. Don't do it. But speaking of bus stop lives, he goes on and on about Ethel. Now, once again, I am not a huge fan of Jess Machado, but let's be fair. Fair is fair, right? What Aiden is doing is only meant to shit on her simply because she dared open her mouth about him and tell the truth, right? A red towel. Oh, a hand towel. My grandmother used to call it tea towels too, Michelle. My grandmother used to call them tea towels. Don't worry. Talk to Text does that shit to me all the time, especially with my Boston accent. It says all sorts of wild shit. And I'm like, that is not what I said, Text to talk. Okay. Yeah, they just get up on stage and talk shit mostly. Okay, so we got 2 more clowneries to add to the board here. Jimmy can get added for his part in this ridiculous show here, right? And Emily, she likes bright colors, right? She likes all these bright colors and whatnot. Maybe she didn't want to be on it. No, she definitely did. Look at all the attention that she, craves for on a daily Twitter basis. Come on now. The endless simping for Aiden on Twitter is a little much with that one, okay? I wouldn't want any of these people around my children. They're all failed teachers. I wouldn't want them within 10 feet of my children, okay? No, thank you. Right. Like, I mean, listen, again, not a fan of Ethel, but all he's doing is shitting on her simply because she dared speak the truth, Like, I mean, I wouldn't want to go, I'll only go if I can heckle. Can I heckle? Can I heckle and not be thrown out? Can I heckle? I'll go if I can be heckled. If I can heckle people. That'd be fun. Just heckle Aiden the whole time. Scream questions at him. Throw a turtle, Tanty! Cry on the floor! I'll get you chicken nug nugs! Hashtag free the moobs! Did you bring your platform shoes? I mean, if I could just heckle the whole time, I'm in. I'm in.
Yo!
Here's his clusterfuck, right? And this is the part that gets me right here, right? All these people over here on the side. You guys, they do exactly what he wants. Shit on the person he says is bad in that moment. She sucks. She's horrible. She's terrible. You're right. You're always right. You have receipts. You're amazing. Like, he needs that pat on the back, right? I don't need anybody to tell me I'm amazing. I am amazing. So there's that, right? I am amazing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm human. So, of course, I make mistakes like any other normal fucking human. I don't ever tout being fucking amazing and the most smartest person on planet Earth. Well, that's the other thing, is he still can't leave Meredith alone. Can't leave Meredith alone. Can't leave, Jen Altman alone. Like, he is very upset that they want nothing to do with him, to the point where he still can't stop saying their names. Again, coming from the man who refuses to answer my phone call or answer any just basic questions. He's so tough, except when he's throwing turtle tantrums.
Can you please not?
I can't go back.
Can you please not?
I can't go back.
Exhibit A, folks. Exhibit A. Okay. I feel like he's going to get the golden clown nose at the end of today's show. I'll let you guys decide. Okay. But yes, he's going to sell this out. You know how he sold out the last one, though? Even at the Wilbur, he had to force people to buy tickets and raffle them off, buy extra tickets just so he would sell out. I have no doubt he'll do that same thing at this. oh, well, have this person buy tickets and there's only 50 tickets left. Have a rich person buy 25 and give them away. Or can we re-raffle them? Or I guarantee you that's how he did it last time. It's exactly what it's going to be. It's exactly what it's going to be. I mean, there's no doubt about it, None. Like, welcome back to another episode of Everything is About Me, featuring a special guest who occasionally gets to participate. Like, that's what that show is going to be about. That's what it's going to be about. He doesn't, last time, wasn't it like going to be like an interview with Jimmy or something like that? And then a roast? He doesn't conduct interviews, you guys. He fucking takes hostages with microphones. All right. He takes damn hostages with microphones. It's not a fucking interview. He doesn't know how to interview if you paid him to know how to interview. All right. Like, on with the shit show.
What's up, peeps?
What's up, peeps?
Good
He's
morning.
very important, guys. He's important.
Boom. What's up, everybody? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Fake bus stop live checking. Back in business with the fake bus stop. What's going on, everybody? Good morning, good morning, good morning.
He said that like 3 times.
Happy hump day.
He said good morning
All right.
and
What's
hello,
up,
everyone, like 5 times.
peeps?
Sir, you have to pay
We are
attention to the
here.
road,
Bus
not the
stop
chat.
live check-in, everybody.
You weirdo.
Welcome.
You weirdo. You weirdo.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Not welcome. We don't like you. All right, take none for $700.
All right.
Take
The bus
none.
stop live check-in. We do this every day since October 11th, 2023. When I
Since
got jacked
2023?
up by the popo at my kid's bus stop.
Oh my God.
In case they tried to do it again, we would try to get them on film, but it has not happened again yet. We'll see.
As if getting
But,
them on film is going to make a difference.
Today's the first day of school. We got two bus stops today.
What he doesn't seem to understand is even if they arrest you on camera, like they have body cams anyway, number one. Number two, what do you think that's going to do? If they catch you being arrested on camera magically all of a sudden, this should be a show on same day with all TV talk shit about, oh my God, that's amazing. That's such a good idea. Maybe we should put together something like that, right? A backwards fundraiser. I should just get everyone he's ever fucking sat there and shit on. We should do that instead. We did a reverse fundraiser the last time, one of his fundraisers. We just do a reverse one, Just do a reverse one. Such a fucking piece of shit. One day I'm going to set up a fund, One day when I'm making the big YouTube bucks, I'm going to send up a fund to help every fucking victim of his that he has altered their lives and their livelihood and their, a fund to help people sort of get out of that fucking hole. I am still crawling out of that hole after 3 years. I mean, that's unacceptable, dude. Nobody should have to do that. Nobody. And I mean fucking nobody. It's not really fair to anyone to have to do that, It's wild to me. Yeah, they will. You're right. You're right, though. It's okay if he gets caught using his phone while driving. People will pay for his lawyers. You're 100% right, Michelle. They will. Oh, my God. This light keeps going out on me. Ugh. I need better lights, but I just need better equipment in general. And this one is just not liking me anymore, and I think it's on its way out. But it's like, why? Why are you doing this to me, light? Why? Stop doing it. I need you. I need you to work, please. I don't know why you keep shutting off randomly. Oh, my God, right? Oh my God, that's such a good idea. Have a meetup like right around the corner or across the street at a bar. Just do a live stream there. Oh my God, that's an amazing idea. That is a brilliant idea, Marsha. That is smart. Please hold while the next subscriber you're trying to reach is located. Such a good idea. Right? It's a good idea. I don't know if JFK would talk to me, but it's a good idea. I know people I know Brian probably would do it with me. I know maybe we could get Mike to come down. I know there's plenty of victims of Aiden's that I know that might be in for that, I think it's a good damn idea. That's for sure. You know, I would love to see you. I would love that. Would be so. I owe you a few hugs, my friend. I owe you some huggins. I owe you all hugs. I'm a hugger. You know, I am a hugger. So when you meet me, don't be surprised if you tap me on the shoulder. Some people have like tapped me on the shoulder and been like, "Oh my god, I was just watching your show." I am a hugger. Don't be alarmed. I'm gonna hug you. Okay, I will hug you. All right. Oh my god, right? D for devotion. D for devotion. D for devotion. Well, that's true too. Mike could probably talk to JFK and see. I mean, listen, I think it's a damn good idea. I don't support harmful individuals like Aiden, right? I have had to deal with the wrath of his lies for the last 3 years. There are still people who repeat the bold-faced lies that he told them about me to this day. There are still people who will not watch my show or support my channel because of the shit that he said about me to this day, right? They just believe it all to be true because Aiden said so. And that's harmful, right? When the sewer cult decided to, harass my PayPal to the point where it's frozen right now, like that hurts my income, right? And that's the whole idea, to get me to shut up and go away, right? But some people are so used to using PayPal, they don't want to switch over, which I totally understand. I wouldn't want to either. But that's the shit that he knows, right? So that's what he bets on, so that I have to stop or I can't afford to keep going, right? Like that's his whole. Sorry, my little wanted to go outside and see if there's a package outside. We're still waiting on like some school supplies, like notebooks, pens, pencils. She wanted to go and check the front door and see if anything is there. She loves when a package comes. She doesn't care if it's school supplies. It's exciting, right? It's exciting. It's exciting for her. Oh, wait, her backpack still hasn't gotten here yet. I do have a backup one just in case, but that's the other thing I was waiting for. I was thinking about what else am I waiting for? I got to get her t-shirts. I have to get her t-shirts. There's a few things I got to get her. I got to get school snacks today. Oh, fuck my life. A dart competition. My mom used to play darts. Oktoberfest. I worked in Oktoberfest in Vermont. It was so much fun. A 5K run. I can't even walk 5K. Never mind run 5K. Trying to kill me. God. Trying to kill me. God damn it. God damn it. No, I'm saying we should do, Marsha was saying we should do like a opposite his show. My mom played darts like in a league. Marsha was saying we should do like an opposite his, like for all the people who can't fucking stand him, who he's victimized, we should do like an opposite meetup same day right near him to show our fucking utter disdain for a very harmful individual. My point is he just... Yeah, as if that's always been a definitive no, my friend. Definitive not a supporter of his. I do not condone harmful individuals. And because I sort of was in that sort of realm with him back in the early days of the Karen Reed case, like I watched his behavior in real time, behind the scenes, the things that you guys don't get to see in the way that he behaves and acts. And it's fucking diabolical, right? Again, this is 3 years. It's been 3 years, and I am still climbing out from underneath his mountain of lies he told about me because I didn't lie for him. That's why. I didn't fall in line and I didn't lie for him. And he lost his, image that he tried to project, that he was this husband, family man, dad who just worked hard on YouTube. The problem with that was he wasn't. He was cheating on his wife. He was screwing other women. He was doing all the things that he wants to do. And, if you didn't lie for him, now it's not my fault that you decided to cheat on your wife and then cheat on the other girl you were with another girl and another girl. And that someone asked me a question at that Halloween party and I answered it, right? I didn't know I was supposed to lie, number one. Number two, it's not my job to lie for him. Number three, he couldn't be honest after that about what all of a sudden was he trashing me for. People questioned him. And for the first like week, all he could say was, oh, she did something personal. Tell them what that personal thing is, Aiden. He wouldn't. And so my first response to it was, I'm not going to fucking respond to a toddler tantrum. He's having a tantrum. Like, he's having a tantrum. Right? I didn't do anything to him. I didn't lie for him. That's not my job, dude. Maybe don't be doing shady shit that you can get caught doing. Right? Don't be fucking coercively controlling your exes and abusing them. Right? I mean, he has ruined his ex. She has no self-esteem and she still follows him around like a puppy even while he's in a relationship. It's sad. It's fucking sad. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Do our own. Just not in the same, like, maybe a meetup in a bar nearby. You know? He doesn't get the energy of that. He would never show up where I am because I would ask him questions. I have some questions for him. Mostly about these turtle tanties that he throws like a bitch to try to coercively control women that he's with into like not doing something he doesn't want them to do. Like, I don't know, telling the truth.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
I wish people had listened back then when I was giving them the full unadulterated truth about him. But back then, mostly what I got was, you're a fucking liar. You're a piece of shit. The turtle said so. You're bad. Blah, 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 blah. Now, anybody who knows me now, any of you who got to know me now know that that's just laughable. Just as me as a person isn't, not, I don't have the capacity to do shit like that. Like, I just don't. See, that's the thing though, Angela. Once you realize that everything he does and everything he says is just to benefit him, and that most of the time, whatever he's pretending he believes in, he doesn't actually believe in. It's all for his own benefit, right? That is when you start to realize that nothing that you say, right? Nothing that he says you can believe or take seriously, because everything is a farce. Everything is fake. It's a fraud. It's a scheme, right? He doesn't give a fuck about the First Amendment. He cares about his First Amendment. Okay? He doesn't give a fuck about everyone else's rights. He cares about his bank account. Okay? He didn't need help with his legal defense fund. He didn't want to pay out of his own pocket. Right? He tried to control everything people said and did during the Karen Reed case. When anyone like myself posted information that he didn't have about anything that had to do with the case, he threw a full fucking tantrum about how we need to give it to him first. And why didn't we tell him first? He should be the one to tell everyone. How dare we do it on our own channels? He should be the one, because he should be the know-all be-all of the whole case, because he got it out there. So all new information should go through him. I'm sorry, what? Isn't the point to just have everyone talk about it? Like, you would think, right? Because on one side of the coin, he was telling everyone needs to talk about this. We need to get as many people to realize it as possible. And the other side of the coin was, well, privately was, no, you guys give it to me. And if you don't give it to me, I'm going to throw a tantrum and I'm going to throw public digs at you and come after you because you didn't give me what I wanted, and I'm going to throw a tantrum. Any little bit of jealousy you might have, if you get some large donation, right? Which is very rare for most of us. Large donations are rare for a lot of us, right? But if you got one, he got instant jealous. And it's like, bro, I don't make fucking $500 to $1,000 a stream like he was making or more back then. What are you bitching about my small channel for? Why do you care, right? He needed everything to be about him and go through him. So while he's publicly telling everyone needs to talk about it, privately, he is trying to control who says what and when. Oh, I would love to do a Florida meetup. I literally need to like see my grandmother, Right. Well, that's what he does, right? And actually, there's a clip I'm going to show you guys in a few minutes. Actually, let me show that clip first. I think that clip's important with Mike and Wedge. Mike did the thing. So let me show you that clip real quick about what he basically said to Wedge, why he wouldn't be part of the book, right? Oh, he went after me. I mean, he still goes after me for being poor. Listen, I'm a small channel, right? I'm disabled. I have a kid with a rare disease. My sister's about to have brain surgery. My husband doesn't make $1 million, but he works as hard as he can. He works the maximum amount of hours you can work as a logistics driver. And between him and my very small amount that I make via YouTube as a small channel, we barely cover all the bills in the house. Yes, I'm poor. I am fucking poor. That's life. It's how it works. Everyone falls, like you just said, upon hard times. You know, everyone has different circumstances, right? I have my own health issues. I got my kids' health issues. Now I got my sister's brain surgery that I'm going to help take care of her. Like, that's going to be a lot on any one human, right? He doesn't have a right to judge anyone for anything. He seems to forget he was sleeping on his own wife's couch and driving a beat up fucking Toyota or Honda for many years before the Karen Reed case. He only says that shit to hurt her, to just belittle her, to be mean, right? That's what he does. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not because you're a bad person. Nobody who's poor is a bad person just because you're poor. I made a ton of money when I was a dancer, and now I don't make so much. I worked in a prison, and now I'm disabled, right? I can't plan for a disability I didn't ask for, right? I can't plan for health problems I didn't ask for. Unfortunately, the inflammation is taking over my body, and that's one of many problems I got going right now. But my earning capacity obviously is not the same as it used to be. I can't do that very physical job anymore, right? And so what works for me is I can't pay the 60 grand for childcare a year. I can't afford that. That would be more than what I even make here on YouTube, right? It would be more than what I would make at the prison, right? It would be, with like the cost of like traveling to and from, it would be more than what I would make. So, I mean, that I'd be losing money, right? So I can't afford the fucking childcare for my little, right? I can't work a regular 9 to 5. We don't have a vehicle, right? When our car died 2 years ago, that was that, right? Like, I don't have another $5,000 in the bank to just get a used car. I wish I did, because it would make our lives much easier. My husband could go back to his old job where he made quite a bit more, right? But this is the shit that he sat there and tried to bitch and whine about. I am poor, and how dare I be poor, right? I must be a ratchet if I'm poor. I don't give a fuck what he has to say about me, but his whole frame in doing that is to get his audience to say, oh, well, that person's bad, right? That person's poor. They're a loser, you know? Like, I'm sorry. You got a divorce, sir, because you were cheating on your wife with a multitude of women, right? Your whole life is a fucking dumpster fire, and you have the audacity to talk about anybody else's. The difference between me and him is he brought that shit upon himself, right? Most people who have a disability didn't ask for that shit. Most people who are limited in mobility and things like that. Like, I did physical jobs most of my life, right? That's my husband is used to physical labor, right? Like, no one asks for that shit. He asks for all the things he does because he has no stop button, you know? No stop button. And that's the problem, right? Is all these people watching him are like, oh yeah, that person sucks. He said they suck, so therefore they suck, right? They're poor and they're horrible and they used to be an addict. And okay, that was 20 years ago. I'm a whole different person now, right? I've been doing, and what he doesn't do is tell you any of the good things about a person, right? He doesn't talk about any of the advocacy work I've done free of charge as a volunteer advocate for almost 20 years, right? Doesn't talk about any of that. Any of the work I've done with lawmakers in changing laws to help everyday people, right? All the domestic violence victims, all the victims of abuse, so on and so forth, right? All the disabled, the elderly, like all of the people that I have happily helped and will continue to happily help behind closed doors because it's the right fucking thing to do, right? And it makes my heart happy. He doesn't talk about any of the good things about a person. He wants everyone to think you're bad because you didn't fall in line for him. You didn't lie for him. You didn't cheat for him. You didn't steal for him. And even if you did, as you know, Jess lied for him for some things, but these people are basically forced into lying for him out of fear he's going to attack them. And then eventually when he does attack them, he uses that against you. He uses the loyalty you gave him against you. Thank God I didn't lie for him. Can you imagine if I did and the shit hit the fan and people were like, at least you knew and you didn't say anything? But it was used against me that I did say something because he couldn't be honest. He couldn't be honest and say why it was that I was so bad. He couldn't say, well, I got caught cheating on my wife with 3 other women and she didn't lie for me. And so that's why I'm so mad. No, of course he can't say that because it makes him look like an asshole. So instead, he needs to come up with some ridiculous reason on why I'm bad. And what was that reason? Oh, she's just crazy. First, it's a personal reason. Then it was, she's crazy. Then it was, she's just a grifter. Then it was, she's a scammer. Then it was, so on. She used to be an addict. Okay. And then I recovered and then worked in a prison. Like, what do you, like my life went around in a full circle, bud. What do you mean? Like what? I've shared all of that with everyone. Why? Because I am not ashamed to show where I came from, right? I have gone through a lot of trauma, a lot of abuse as a kid and as a young adult with my abuser. I say as a kid, I was in foster care. Like there was a lot of abuse just in the care. And I made it through that, you know, like that was part of why I used in the first place as an addict. Right. And when you finally like deal with that, right, then you realize the reason you were using to begin with and you stop. It's been almost 20 years, right? The fact you want to use the fact that I was an addict against me after 20 years is crazy. That's crazy. That's nuts. Come on. That's just bonkers, bro. Like I've worked in a prison since. I had to pass 2 background checks for that. One for the DOC, the Department of Corrections, and one for the private company I worked for that took over the jail. Like, come on, you know? It's just wild, you know? And yeah, his chat is full of people who have their own struggles in life. But even the people who are already broke, right? And already poor themselves, they will be like SEALs in his chat. And they're like, oh yeah, those people suck. Ethel, Elise, all those people, they all suck. They're bad. All of them. The sewer turtle said so. And then he goes a step further, right? He goes a step further and he manufactures receipts. He makes up receipts. Emails, text messages, so on and so forth, and goes, see, this is the receipt. This is what this person did. See, this is what this person said. And in reality, he made it up so that everyone would believe him. That's not a receipt. That's fake. It's manufactured, right? And this is something he's been doing for 10 years. It's only when people start to figure out that he'll do it to them. And that literally means anyone, not just in his circle around him, but anyone, including just a follower or a source, right? How many of those has he done that to? When people start realizing that is who he is in real life, he is not a good human. He's a bad person. Everything he does is for himself. He doesn't actually stand for anything at all aside from himself, right? He doesn't give a fuck about the First Amendment. He doesn't give a fuck about corruption. He never did. He cares about trying to wriggle his way out of his own consequences in the legal system and using Karen's name and John's name and the First Amendment as a way to get people to donate to his defense fund so that he doesn't have to spend his own money on it. Why isn't anyone asking him why he's not spending his own money on it? He keeps doing this thing where he's like, oh, one day I'll be able to keep my donations. I don't get to keep mine either, buddy. Mine goes straight to fucking rent. And right now I'm like still like, you know, a couple $100 short, right? So I got to make that in the next couple of days, right? That's real life. And that's because I was sick for fucking almost 2 weeks this month because of my first infusions. That's not my fault, right? And you guys know, I don't miss a day unless I am really sick, right? Like I'm here 6 days a week, every fucking week with only Saturdays off. So if I'm not here, that it says quite a bit about the reason why, you know, I work hard. And so with this bullshit where he, you know, pretends that he stands for something, he doesn't stand for anything. I would like to keep my donations too, Aiden, but guess what? Bills come first. I certainly don't have $200,000 to put down cash on a house. If I did, I'd be able to pay my own legal defense fund, right? He's asking for people to pay for all of his legal cases while putting $200,000 down on a house. If he was anyone else, he would have wrote a blog about himself. If anyone else on planet Earth did that, he would write an immediate blog about that person and say that they're a scammer and a grifter because they spent money that they made on a house instead of their own legal defense. Make no mistake about it. If it wasn't him that was doing it and it was anyone else on planet Earth, he would say that they're a horrible human being and it's a scam. But because it's him, it's okay. It's acceptable. If anyone else did that, he'd be writing a blog about them. Come on. You know? Well, I see now more people are turning away and starting to realize these things. And I applaud them for realizing it. I just wish they had listened to me long ago because it would have saved a lot of people, a lot of aggravation, a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of heartache, right? Sad. Everything with him is personal. Everything. I mean, everything. So listen to what Dave Wedge, the author here, tells Mike about why Aiden said he didn't want to, you know, cooperate in the book, right?
It's also people on both sides that appreciate the approach I took and the journalism of it and the professionalism that I bring to it. And, you know, I like to think after 8 books, I can write a pretty good story.
Definitely. I think a lot of people do appreciate it too, especially the ones that don't know as much about it and have seen like, and they're trying to figure it out. This is a good place to kind of get a taste of all of it, like on both sides, and kind of see what both viewpoints are.
Mhm.
And I really like how you focused, like you did in the Boston Marathon Bomb, man. That's why I like that movie, the Mark Wahlberg one, because it was about the people. It was about the victims. And in this book too, it tells the story not just even of John and Karen, but the families themselves and
Mhm.
even the greater community. It tells like, because this ripped apart Canton. There are neighbors that don't get along with each other to this day because of all.
It's over here. I might have already. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to
After
write a
giving
book that says
editorial.
that. I said, I'm
Oh,
going to,
here it is. Here it is. Right here. Here it is.
he's got to get this woman out. And he did. He got her out. He got the dog out and he got her out. So
Love it.
it's little pieces of heroism. And he did a lot of that in his career.
Yeah, it's this is what I really like about the book. It tells the stories. There is a lot on Karen as well, but maybe not as much because Karen, it sounds like from the other interview, she didn't quite cooperate. You had a meeting with her. Have you talked to her since? Like, is there any possibility? No.
No, I mean, I talked to her several times in the beginning, and I met with her a couple of times. I talked to Alan Jackson several times. But they're doing their own thing. I assume she's going to write her own book, and that's what her and Alan said, that she didn't want to cooperate in mine because she's probably going to tell her own story at some point. And I've said she should. And Turtleboy said the same thing to me when I wanted to have him be a part of the book, not a partner, but I wanted to interview him more extensively to tell his whole story about his investigation of the case and all the things that happened to him. But he told me the same thing. He's well, actually, what he told me is he didn't want to participate in a book that didn't say Karen Reed was not guilty. And I told him, I said, I'm not gonna write a book that says that.
So basically, what Aiden did was say, I'm not going to let you interview me or tell you anything about me because you're not going to write what I want you to write. And that's how he behaves in everyday life. If you don't do what I want, then I'm not going to do shit. And I might even just shit on you. Right? He told the fucking author, well, I don't want to participate in it if the book isn't going to definitively say Karen Reed is innocent. Well, that's not what the book is about. The book is mostly about John, right? The case, but mostly about John. So, Dave Wedge was trying to take a sort of neutral approach and just give facts on both sides and let the reader essentially decide their idea of what should or shouldn't happen, right? Hey, Pepper. And what did Aiden say? I'm not going to participate if you're not going to say Karen Reed is innocent. So he threw a full-blown turtle tanty. You do what I want, or I can't help.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
He can't.
Several times. But they're doing their own thing. I assume she's going to write her own book, and that's what her and Alan said, that she didn't want to cooperate in mine because she's probably going to tell her own story at some point. And I've said she should. And Turtleboy said the same thing to me when I wanted to have him be a part of the book, not a partner, but I wanted to interview him more extensively to tell his whole story about his investigation of the case and all the things that happened to him. But he told me the same thing. He's, well, actually, what he told me is he didn't want to participate in a book that didn't say Karen Reed was guilty.
It's supposed to be $5,400. So there's $5,400 Aiden raised in Karen Reed's name during a fundraiser that was supposed to be for him and Karen Reed. And nobody can find any evidence that he actually ever sent that money to Karen. He essentially admitted to Jen Altman and Meredith that he kept it and he didn't send it. And Meredith kept reminding him for close to a year, and he simply never did it. Right? Simply never fucking sent the money. And so he keeps, of course, saying he did, but there is no receipt, right? When you make the donation to her fund, it shows publicly how much was donated. You could put a fake name in, but it still shows how much, right? There is nothing, even if you put a fake name that adds up to that amount. There's no 1,000. There's no 5,400. There's nothing, right? And so he refuses to show the receipts that he did in fact pay it because most of us know he didn't, right? Not only did he tell Meredith that, but he also told Jen Altman he didn't and he wasn't gonna. So he calls everyone else a grifter, a scammer, right? I remember he did the volunteer, right? He claimed he was volunteering his time. I, in fact, volunteered my time, and I did a stream on the fundraiser at Star Driving. I helped do traffic and helped everyone get to park where they needed to be without people fucking bumping into each other. And I did, in fact, give my time for free. Aiden had claimed to everybody that he was giving his time for free, therefore everyone else should give their time for free, blah, 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 so on and so forth. The problem with that is that after that event, that volunteer your time event, Aiden then took a check for over $1,500 from the owner of Star Driving. He then hid that from everyone. Then he had the audacity to talk about people like me who do live streams and how dare we make any money on our live streams if we're outside of a courthouse or we're outside of a location, right? I don't know what the difference between him making money at his own, at home, versus me being out somewhere, what that fucking matters. But he had a whole ass problem with anybody sending, donations on my channel during a live stream. Like, why are you counting my pockets, bro? That's weird as fuck, right? I have volunteered my time many times and I've helped other people many times when I can't even afford to, right? He's never helped another fucking human being once, but he wanted to keep that under wraps that he got money for that event, right? Because again, then he had the audacity to try to sit there and shame me after I didn't live for him and say, oh, well, you made money during this event. Okay, I live streamed the whole fucking event. I was working. I didn't even get to enjoy the fucking event. So yes, I made a whopping $60 that I then redonated back to this whole thing. So go fuck yourself, right? Number one. Number two, he forgot that I knew that he took that check. He forgot that I fucking knew that he took that check. This is who Aiden is, folks. That's who he is. Yeah, he needs it more than Karen. That was one of his excuses, I think, to Meredith at one point. Was like, oh, well, I need it more, but I'll do it. Like he kept saying he was gonna, and then over a year he still hadn't, right? It is scammer vibes. It's what he does, right? So then he lets everyone believe that he volunteered his time at the Star Driving event. He didn't volunteer shit. He was paid to do that event. And then he forgot that I knew that he was paid for that event. Like, are we for real with this? Like, you have to do it how Aiden wants. If you're live streaming and your job is live streaming like I do, if you do it anywhere else besides your home, you're not allowed to because he said so. He gets to decide whether you get to make money if you're outside a courthouse, at a protest, anywhere you're covering something. The last location of a missing person. If you are live streaming and people can donate to you, he apparently gets to say when you get that money and when you don't, and when it's shady to get it and when it's not shady to get it. Meanwhile, he's saying that he volunteered his time while he's getting paid. Bullshit. I have no idea. He got on a truck, a flatbed tow truck, and answered questions and talked with a microphone. He didn't really provide shit. His name that drew people there, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't pay him a fucking penny. He should have volunteered his time. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. But for him to do that and then have the audacity to talk about anyone else, never mind the fact that, like, why are you counting my pockets? I'm a small YouTube show, bro. Why the fuck do you care if I made $60 that I then in fact donated back? Like, what? First of all, it's none of your goddamn business, right? Secondly, why don't you show us the receipts of all the money you've made and everywhere you fucking spend it? Why don't you tell the people really how much you've made? Why don't you stop lying, right? Why don't you stop lying about the expenses that you incur? And trying to make it more than what it actually is. Like, stop it. He's not spent shit in his own legal defense. All of it has been paid for pretty much by everyone else. Make no mistake. He's not going broke. He doesn't have, $5,000 or only 10 grand in his bank account. He would not have put almost $200,000 down on that house if he didn't have at least $200,000 more in his bank account or more. Because he's so cheap, there's no way he would use 50% of what he had. There's not a chance. So this whole game of I'm broke, I need to do fundraisers, I need money for my defense fund. It's a game. He's not fucking broke. I'd bet money on that shit. I know how he operates.
Was not guilty. And I told him, I said, I'm not gonna write a book that says that. I said, I'm gonna write a book about what actually happened, and whatever happens in the court case, that's what the ending will be. And that's what I did. But there was lots of people that I reached out to. I reached out to everybody involved, and some people decided to talk to me, some didn't.
What's the response been for you doing all these interviews and tours and book signings? I've seen a lot of book signings.
Yep.
How is the response to this book been?
It's been amazing. I mean, the reviews have been the best of my career. Again, this is my 8th book, my 3rd New York Times bestseller. And I've never gotten reviews like this. I mean, Book List, which is one of the most discerning outlets in the world, it's made.
I mean, this is how an interview is supposed to go, right? Like, this is, you ask a question, he answers, you take the answer, and you either ask a follow-up question or you ask a different question. He answers. You don't, scream and yell, debate things, talk about fucking your own case that has really nothing to do with anything, and then basically demand that the guy agree with you, tell the author he's wrong when you're in fact wrong and he's not, and then double down on that and then triple down on it. Like, Aiden looked like a buffoon, a fucking idiot, right? This is how you do an interview, folks. This right here. The whole time, Mike asks a question, he answers. Lets him speak, he lets him talk, he asks another question. They delve into other subjects like music, right? Like, come on, this is how an interview is done right here. Not screaming and yelling or forcing someone, to say what you want them to say when you want them to say it, of course. And that's Aiden's forte, is demanding that people say what he wants them to and agree with him or else, right? And that's the thing, is he should have sent it directly to her fundraiser. Did he? No, it went directly to his TD bank account, and he didn't do shit. He didn't do shit. He did not do shit. The money they were talking about is not from the Star Drive-In. The $5,400 is from a different event they did, but it was a fundraiser for both Aiden and Karen, and it was supposed to be split. And so the $5,400 was the amount he should have given to Karen and didn't. And that's the other part. Rose is right. He can't keep his own lies straight. He simply does not know how to. He cannot. He cannot do it. Now, we will watch as it melts down. While it melts down, do me a favor. Hit the like button while y'all are here. I would appreciate it. I added a goal for super chats. I never really do, but I'm told that I should. I should. I'm really far behind in what I'm essentially going to make for YouTube for this month, like by hundreds and hundreds of dollars, because I was gone for so many days from being sick. So I got to try to fucking knuckle up, whatever the hell that means. Pull myself up by the bootstraps, I guess. But yeah, no, he did not. So Karen's team had found Lucky, and then he took the credit for saying he went and did the work and found Lucky. I have his phone extraction. Alan Jackson and David Yannetti found him and then passed the information along to him. He did not find Lucky, the plow driver, himself. Hey, Pepper. But he tried to take credit for it. Maybe it was the Halloween one. I can't remember which one it was, but it was one of the fundraisers. And of course it's a mess, Right. You don't make someone try to say something that you want them to say. You know what I mean? Oh, Pepper, thank you. Pepper sends $25 and says, match. Who's going to match Pepper? I appreciate you, Pepper. Venmo sends me a text message and a thing from my app. Thank you, Pepper. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate it more than you know. I really do. She says match. Who's going to match Pepper? All the information to donate to the channel is here, as well as scrolling on the bottom of the screen for Revolut and Chime, which is the same tags here as Cash App and Venmo. And then we have Buy Me a Coffee, and that's pinned to the top there of the chat. And that works for credit, debit, Google Pay, Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, crypto. There's a million options for Buy Me a Coffee. You can go, it'll go right to my dashboard for the show. and you can enter your own amount, or you can pick a pre-set amount. You can choose a monthly option for other perks for the show, or just a one-time. There are many options to help sports. We do have an Amazon wish list, but most of the stuff on there right now is a few Halloween things that I put on there yesterday, because Halloween's my favorite holiday. I love Halloween and spooky. And then below that is really just things for the kids for school snacks, juice boxes, t-shirts my daughter needs, a bonnet she needs for her crazy hair. Just a few things like that are on there. And then further down the list are things that have been there for quite a long time that I picked out. But I gotta clean the list up a little anyway. He had a smile on his face when a gentleman was answering, not a frown. Well, that's the other thing. The facial expressions tell you everything you need to know. Aiden wants him to just say what he wants him to say. And if you don't say what he wants you to say, right, he's going to just keep harping on you until you either agree with him or say something that he can be like, see, well, you do agree with me. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. But this is how he operates, right? It's to sort of hammer away at you over and over until you do what he wants or say what he wants, right? So let's get into some of this ridiculous, nonsensical crash out he has this morning, right?
So we had the 7:30 bus stop. Like, we had 2 yellow targets, man. It was crazy. My daughter's first day of middle school. Very exciting, very nerve-wracking. Now, she played it off. Like, if she's nervous, she wouldn't tell me. She's too cool to tell me. So, but so she went, and then the little one, the little guy, he's all first day of school by himself on the bus without his sister, going to elementary school, big day, 4th grade. And so there we go. It was a quick summer. I know. I feel like they got out late, and they had like less than 2 months of summer, I feel like. But they're back. It's back in business, and dark nights, start getting dark soon, and daylight savings, and before you know it, it's snowing, and kill me now. Anyway, get me out of the state. Well, not out of the state, but just out of the weather of the state. But anyway, guys, how's everybody doing today? Hopefully everybody had a good evening and you enjoyed the YouTube presentation last night. We didn't get to the rest of the Dave Wedge interview I wanted to get to, but I always run out of time. And yeah, so should be good. Well, maybe we'll go over some of that this morning. We'll see. I don't know if anything else is going on in the news. I'm kind of out of it. Today's the 26th, August 26th, which means my trial's in a little over 3 months. We'll be doing motions and lemonade. Be around Thanksgiving in 3 months, and
Before
trial,
Thanksgiving.
trial, baby.
He's excited for trial, but he's probably going to lose. Trial.
It's been now. I mean, it's been over a month. I don't even think about it. I don't even think about that as succeeding on it at all. And I mean, maybe the judges wait to see what happens. Big DA election on September 1st, I believe, is the election. So that would be yesterday was the 25th. Yeah, so it's a week from 6 days. 6 days till the election. Adam Deitch.
No.
Get out and vote for him if you haven't already. I think it's probably too late for the mail-ins. Don't trust that. Don't trust mail-ins. I don't trust mail-ins. Get down there and vote. Put it in the box. Actually see it go in. Make them count that shit. I'm old school like that. I've never done mail-in voting. I never will do mail-in voting. I like going down there. I like taking the pen. I like the marker that they give you. I like filling in the bubble. Makes me feel cool. Makes me feel like I'm part of something. Like going over there, inserting into the machine, get my sticker. Have you really voted if you didn't get an I voted sticker? I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, Jolene's going to be on tonight at 5. That's what I'm told. That should be entertaining as always. I wonder what she's going to talk about. I can't imagine. Maybe it'll be Big Brother. Oh, goodness.
I guarantee you he's probably never voted.
Yeah, I don't know what Jolene could possibly talk about tonight. Maybe she'll talk about new developments in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Maybe she'll talk about mental health. Maybe she'll talk about I don't know. Should talk sports. Speaking of sport ball, should I talk about that? I can't think of anything else that might come up on our radar. Nothing comes to mind at the time. But yeah, there we go. But all right. Anyway, yeah. I don't know if we'll talk about Bunyan. It's not really a thing, and not much has happened since then. So nothing really to discuss, is there? Right. All right. About to pull into my street in a moment. I won't be there. I want to be able to jump on my computer. Yeah, we're back in it, baby. First day of school vibes everywhere. Kids waiting for buses. Let's go.
Okie dokie, artichoke. This is his bus stop live. Interesting.
Looking forward to when this is all over. Like this bus stop live next year, man. Hopefully this will all be done. We'll see. I don't know if the civil suit will be done by this time next year.
Who's
but
gonna
definitely,
match
like,
Pepper for her $25 donation that was made last?
you know, the other civil suit. I mean the criminal aspect of this will be
What is
gone.
it, right?
That's
Jump on my computer. Oh, this
plan.
okay.
This should just never.
Let me just
Presentation. Why do they care
watch.
so much about me?
Here we go. So he's gonna jump on his computer now.
What do I have to do with any of this shit? All right.
There you
Okay.
are. I was wondering where you were. This douchebag. Yeah, he thinks he can drop
my
his case,
computer.
which he can't do.
Gotta
So I
find
find it so funny that he's like, Adam Deach, yeah. If Adam Deach even did win, which I don't think there's a chance of that happening, but even if he did, he would not be able to drop Aiden's case. He wouldn't even be allowed to touch it or go anywhere near it. It would be a huge conflict of interest. So I find it so funny that he has not quite figured that out yet, or his attorneys haven't told him that yet. Long time no talk, Brian. Just saying. It's like 12, about 12 hours ago. If you catch last night's show, Brian was here with us for a while. At the end of last night's show, we were just having a good little back and forth about all things, which I love doing because I could talk about anything and for forever. Apparently not. I don't see a single thing on the wall. It's very much like a bachelor pad, with flies. With flies.
Don't mind me.
Douche canoe, douche monger, putt knocker, I like to call him.
There it is.
The sewer turtle, as we all know him as, the sewer turtle. Yeah, he's very jealous. He's jealous
open a
of our
window in
super
here.
chats. That's what he's really jealous of. Like, let's be honest. Like, that's...
Yes, BLT back. So BLT apparently,
Here we go,
cried
Brian.
and cried about the ALS ice bucket challenge. You're insulting.
Okay, let's just remind Aiden real quick who the only person who's ever cried on the floor like a bitch is.
Can we please go? Can we please go?
I've never seen Brian cry, but you know who I have seen cry? A sewer turtle!
Can we please go? Can we please go?
I love that he has the audacity to say anything about Brian because he's just mad because Brian brought out a beautiful point. I remember the ALS bucket challenge. I participated in it. My daughter has a rare disease, and I thought it was a great opportunity to do something that meant something and that could help. I know that I want a cure for my daughter's disease one day, and there's less than 200 people on planet Earth that have it. So it's not likely to happen in my lifetime. But I do want to help anybody who ever has to go through something similar as me and my child have, right? Her disease is terminal. It's rare. And just like people with ALS, it's painful. It's extremely painful all the time. And if there's a way I can help, whether it be ALS, my daughter's disease, or anything else, I'm going to do it, right? The Ice Bucket Challenge made like $220 million, right? Celebrities got involved. People from all over the country, in other countries, and it started here in Boston, right? It has Boston roots. It's quite amazing. It's quite amazing that he has the audacity to talk about anything. Right. Oh, Jolene will be streaming about Ethel later, Oh my God. Oh, the AI image where it says that you're not online or whatever. Like, come on. Stop it. Right? It's not going to pay you, buddy. right? Maybe Brian should have to tell you that she's not that into you, bro.
And Pete Frady's. Why don't you go up to Pete Frady's family and tell him that you made fun of Crawford?
I mean, why don't you? Once again, if you're going to call Mike Crawford, the only person he loves to say everyone else is crying. Everyone else is crying. The only person, once again, and this is 100% factual, the only person that has cried on the floor like a baby back, bitch is.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
I told you guys, I found a cure for his diabetes. Okay. I did. I found a cure for his diabetes. I did. I might have, right? Do you or someone you know suffer from a chronic, uncontrollable bullshit? Do facts enter your body only to be immediately rejected? Have you ever made a claim with absolute certainty? Absolute certainty. Discovered it was completely wrong, and instead of correcting yourself, simply never talked about it again? You may be suffering from diabetes. It's a chronic condition characterized by like dangerously elevated levels of bullshit in the bloodstream. I think the common symptoms are sudden narrative changes, selective memory, chronic contradiction, acute receipt avoidance, as with the $5,400, uncontrollable goalpost movement, believing I never said that, deletes video archives, severe allergic reactions to screenshots, and main character syndrome. Until recently, sufferers had a few options, but now we have found something to help with diabetes. It's called Faxitol. Faxitol, the first imaginary medication specifically formulated for advanced diabetes. Okay, just one dose of Faxitol may help patients say previously impossible phrases such as, I was wrong, I don't know, let me check the evidence. And in extremely successful clinical trials, the other person was actually right. Warning. Faxitol may not be suitable for everyone. Side effects may include accountability, humility, spontaneous corrections, loss of internet arguments, dramatically shorter live streams, and the terrifying realization that screenshots are forever. In severe cases, exposure to Faxitol has resulted in patients allowing interview guests to finish entire sentences. If your sewer turtle experiences 4 or more consecutive minutes without talking about himself, seek immediate attention. Faxitol does not treat first-degree main character syndrome, chronic turtle tanties, aggravated interruption, pathological goalpost relocation, or an inability to distinguish an interview from a 3-hour autobiography. Faxitol for diabetes. Because when changing the narrative stops working, you could always try changing your relationship with the truth. Get your Faxitol now. Somebody give the man some Faxitol. Give him some Faxitol for his diabetes. Yeah. Give it to him. No, I agree with this. It would be great if she would roast them evenly and actually like roast him, but I don't see a lot of that happening. I'm going to watch for the dirty old tea towel over his left-hand shoulder by the air fryer. Yeah, we do. Yeah, he does petty. You're going to hug him, right? We're going to give him a hug. He's going to hug it out. Yeah, make sure you tell him it's live to tape. Babe, don't hug the turtle. He'll just pee on you, babe. He'll pee on you, babe. He will pee on you. Brian is now named Georgia, and TB has that song playing in the background. Georgia on my mind. Thinks you're so dreamy, Brian. You know? Weird. Yeah, they were trying to laugh at Mike for doing the ALS challenge. The ALS challenge That was the whole point. You poured the ice bucket over your head, you donated, and you challenged other people to do it, right? They're just being assholes, you know? Oh, first of all, the Glare needs to not body shame anybody. Has he seen himself? Asking for a friend. Has he seen himself? Sir, have you seen yourself? This is the guy who's like, oh my God, they saw me in public. It's like hiding behind trees and shit. Maybe he's friends with Grant and they all think they're in the Born Identity. I don't know.
They made fun of Crawford.
Every time he calls someone a cry,
They got him out there. Like, yeah, that's so offensive. You can't make fun of Crawford's ALS. If you do that, you're spitting on Pete Frady's grave. The Alex Jones case took 4 years. Well, they have this one on fast track.
That don't mean shit. I don't mean shit.
Enter studio. Okay.
Get your factisol today, sir.
Actually, let me see this. Do we have the turtle chat?
Oh my God.
They have this one on fast track.
He needs his turtle chats, everyone. Don't forget the turtle chats.
We have the turtle chat at the bottom. Yes, we do. Do we have a monetized? Make sure.
Should monetization should automatically be on. Why is he setting it up every day? It should literally automatically be on. You don't have to set it up once it's already set to be on. It should be on for every fucking stream.
This morning. Content.
Like what?
Live.
What are you talking about, sir? Like what?
Bus stop live. Earn.
What?
It's on. We're good to go. Okay.
It's weird. Monetization is already on. He doesn't need to turn it on every stream. It's already on.
You can use a meme in the devil's costume. Yeah. So if you guys missed that, there's this sweet little boy. He's just such a sweet. Hold on.
God, there's two of him. I can't. We can't even do one of him. Never mind, fucking two of him. I can't do it.
Named Lucifer.
Oh.
Okay.
Where's the volume?
It was just a beautiful name.
Oh, I didn't see that.
He was missing.
Is this new?
Las Vegas police said he was missing. They made some sort of post.
I saw the Judge Belazos had denied his motion to dismiss. This was last week or the week before. I was still waiting on the other judge to do his mega joke of a motion here and deny that outright and throw it in the trash. Because you can't ask for another motion to dismiss after your first one was already denied, you know? Well, I mean, in a way, he was making fun of the ice bucket challenge because that's what he was making fun of Mike for doing, right? Was pouring the ice bucket over his head, but that was part of the ice bucket challenge. So, you know, he knew what he was fucking doing. You know what I mean? Like, he knew, like, of all the videos of Mike he could have made fun of, like, he knew what he was doing when he did that, dude. You know, he was just hoping people would be dumb enough to just bypass that part, you know? Like, listen, when I say he's diabolical, I literally mean he's that diabolical. Nina! Mega Motion 2 was dismissed today. Thank you, Nina. Let me see if I can pull it actually now. Let's pull it. Let's get the documents. Let's get the documents. We were asking for you yesterday, Nina. We were watching a fake bus stop live, and we yelled. We said, Nina, where's Nina? We have fake bus stop live to watch, Nina. You got to watch it with us. Where's Nina? Where's Nina? We were looking for you. You'd have to go back and watch yesterday's stream. We were yelling for you. We're like, where's Nina? We got to watch the fake bus stop live with Nina. No more mega motions for him and Harold. Sorry, Harold. No soup for you. No soup for you, Harold. No soup for you. No soup for you. Yeah, we was looking for you, Nina. We wanted to watch the fake bus stop live with you. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get the docket number because it's like so much easier when I just pop in the docket number instead of. Okay, let's see. Boop, 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 boop. Superior Court. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Norfolk County, yeah. Okay. Case number. God damn it. All right, where is it? Where is it? Because it's in my notes. I need to get new. Is this it? Okay. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, you do. We were like yelling for you. We're like, where the hell is Nina? We have a fake bus stop live to watch. We don't watch those a lot here. So we were like, where's Nina? We need a Nina here. We need a Nina. 8 to CR. What the fuck? Did I type it in wrong? What the? It's always fake. We're going to find out if I can in a second. All right, let's see. Oh my God, he has so many docket numbers. I'm trying to find the right one. I think it's. Hold on. Nope, this is not it. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, you want to know why? That's why. I put in the wrong county. It's Plymouth County, I believe, for this one. Here it is. Let's see. Down to the bottom here, where all the documents are. Put fish in your bucket. That's funny. Yeah, he never forgets the turtle, chat. Why would he forget that? All right, let's see. What do we got? 824, defendant Aiden Kearney assented to motion to extend time to file answer for a First Amendment complaint. Defendant Kearney assented to motion to extend time, blah, blah, blah. Endorsement on motion of Aiden Kearney to extend time to file answer for First Amendment complaint, blah, 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 blah. Where the fuck is it here? Where in the actual fuck stick is it? I don't see order. Blah, 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 blah. I don't see it. Pending. Wait a second here. Let me check this one. There's two here, but it's Judge Bellows, right? I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck's happening here. I don't see it. Okay, this one's old. I don't see anything here. All right, hold the hell on. Why am I not finding it? What is happening here? Wait, here we go. Okay. I got it. Oh, that's why. Son of a biznitch. Son of a biznitch. Suffolk County. Suffolk County. 2382 CR 00313. Maybe I typed it in wrong. Let me see. Why is it not pop? Like when I type in the docket number, it's like not just popping up, even though okay. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 88, 25, 82. Justice of the Superior Court. Okay. Why is it just showing now? All right, well, here we go. I have it on X, which is what I'm looking at now. Thank you, Nina. Yeah, that's where I found it. All right, let's pull it up here. Hold on. Please wait, Dick Nose. We'll bring you back up and make fun of you in a minute. Okay. We got to get this document up here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey, girl. Who knows? Because to answer, they want more time to answer bullshit. I mean, it's not going to help him any, of course, per usual. All right. So this one says Commonwealth versus Aiden Timothy Kearney. Proposed order. The court has reviewed something redacted, paper number 134. In consideration thereof, the court rules as follows. Redacted. Right? Redacted. Okay, great. Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Aiden Timothy Kearney, papers number 103, 150, and 153, and procedural order. Right? Paper number 103, after careful review, the defendant's second motion to dismiss is denied. See the court's memorandum of this date. Papers number 150 and 153, the Commonwealth's proposed order is allowed. So the Commonwealth proposed an order, it's allowed, order attached. The court has considered the defendant's request for a stay, but finds the possibility of a change in the law, insufficient basis to suspend an ongoing search. Authorized by warrant, previously deemed valid by the court, the parameters of which have already been established by a separate court order. Now, isn't it a shocker that the judge said exactly what I said the judge would fucking say? This was the answer to, remember we talked about last week, Bradel put in that ridiculous motion where he was asking the judge to stop searching through Aiden's phones. Stop searching through his phones. The law may change and give journalistic privilege, and this would be illegal, and all these ridiculous arguments that would not even apply to Aiden, even if he tried, right? Remember that? Well, this is the judge answering partly that. So the second motion to dismiss is denied, and then he goes on to say, papers number 150 and 153, which is the second paragraph here, that essentially, no, right? This is what the judge said exactly what I said he would say. Now I'll read it again. The judge said, the Commonwealth's proposed order, so the state proposed an order, which is allowed, right? Then the court has considered the defendant, who is Aiden, his request for a stay to stop the search of his devices, right? But finds the possibility of a change in the law, an insufficient basis to suspend an ongoing search authorized by a warrant previously deemed valid by the court, the parameters of which have already been established by a separate court order. See papers number 41, 57, and 67, and rulings. Like, didn't I literally just frickin' say this is exactly what the judge would say and why it was so ridiculous? You're asking them to do something about a law that hasn't even changed yet, that even if it was, it wouldn't apply to Aiden anyway? Like, no, there's already a credible order to go through his devices that is correct right now. Right? They have every right to continue going through his devices. Like, I literally said this. I literally said this. You know? Like, I said this. Like, we played a little bit of it earlier, just like a little piece of what Aiden said he wouldn't work with Wedge with Mike. But if I have time, I'm intending on playing some more of it. Thank you for your jewels, Nicole. 6'7". That's my kid says that all the time. 6'7". Appreciate you, my friends. So then it goes on to say further order. It is the present intention of the court to hold the trial detention number 22. So that this is his docket number 2282 CR 00313 in its assigned session in Suffolk County Superior Court, no later than September 10th, 2026. Ouch. The parties are to report in writing their respective positions as to whether a Norfolk County jury pool will be required or if a Suffolk County jury pool is acceptable. The parties are also directed to provide their estimate as to the length of trial. So wait a second, is the judge saying he's moving Aiden's trial up? I'm confused here. It's the present intention of the court to hold the trial in its assigned session in Suffolk County Superior Court no later than September 10th, 2026. Oh, boy. The parties are to report in writing their respective positions as to whether a Norfolk County jury pool will be required or if a Suffolk County pool is acceptable. The parties are also directed to provide their estimate as to the length of trial. What? That would exponentially move up the trial, right? Like September 10th, 2026. So I'm confused here. Let's read the rest and see what the hell's going on. Memorandum and decision and order on defendant's second motion to dismiss. It's your birthday? Let me write it down. Rose's birthday is September 2nd, and I have it written down right here. See, I never write it down. Okay. It says the defendant, Aiden Timothy Kearney, has been indicted on several counts of witness intimidation and unlawful picketing. Presently before the court is Kearney's second motion to dismiss. The court conducted a non-evidentiary hearing on the motion on July 20th, 2026. After careful consideration, Kearney's motion to dismiss is denied. Discussion. Impairment of the grand jury proceedings. The integrity of the grand jury proceedings has been impaired and dismissal is warranted where the presentation of false or misleading evidence was presented with the knowledge that it was false, with the express purpose of obtaining an indictment and probably influenced the grand jury's determination to hand up an indictment. Commonwealth versus Riggs, 98 Massachusetts Appeals Court, blah, 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 2020. Quoting Commonwealth versus Fernandez, Massachusetts 2019, the defendant bears a heavy burden to show impairment of the grand jury proceeding. Commonwealth versus Lavelle in 1993. There's footnotes. The court fully adopts the summary of the evidence presented to the grand jury as outlined in this court's Doolin J. Memorandum of Decision and Order on defendant's motion to dismiss, paper number 86, right? All right, hold on. We got to go back because we got to get the rest of it, and the rest of it is in here. Link to, wait, is this the whole link to the whole thing? Hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. We got the whole link. This is better because it's bigger. Let me pull this and we'll get this. This is bigger. You guys may be able to see this one. Window. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Add to stage. All right, here we go. Perfect. All right, so this is the part I just read, right? Waiver. The Commonwealth contends that Kearney waived several of his arguments now before the court because he failed to raise them in his first motion to dismiss. Kearney counters that even if he should have raised his arguments in his first motion, the court should exercise its discretion to hear and consider them. The court agrees that such arguments should have been presented in Kearney's first motion to dismiss under McCarthy and Odell, and Kearney has presented no compelling reason for the court to exercise its discretion to consider same. So my point is he didn't argue them in the first one. He's just looking for a second motion to dismiss, which you don't fucking really get. Too bad, right? Space Coast, you have no idea. I'm counting down. I'm betting on him. If the trial is moved up that soon, he's going to lose his ever-loving fucking marbles, and it's going to be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Like today, you'll start seeing that crash out, you know? I don't know if it's a typo. I'm going to find out in the rest of this decision and see if, like, maybe it's a typo. I don't know. We're going to see if it says something else in this and see if that's what it is, right? It could be a typo, but we're going to, if we read the decision, we can, write it. So if it's different here than it is in just that one paper, then we'd know, right? So I don't know. I'll try to find out. And then I'll go back again and look at the docket again and see if it like entered into the system. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it doesn't. While we're reading this, make sure you guys smash that like button. I'd appreciate it. I'd very well appreciate it. If you can. If you're not already subscribed, please subscribe to our channel. if you can support our channel, since the sewer crew has attacked our PayPal and that's frozen right now, we now have Buy Me a Coffee. Buy Me a Coffee is pinned to the top, works for many countries. You can use your debit, credit, Apple Pay, Google Pay, Samsung Pay, crypto. All those options are on Buy Me a Coffee. And then we have Cash App, Venmo, Chime, Revolut, and our Amazon wish list. Any and all support is greatly appreciated. Pepper sent $25 a little while ago, and she asked who was going to match her. So we have a challenge of a match of $25 from Pepper. All right, let's read the rest of this. Here we go. The Commonwealth, okay, pretrial, pretrial motions, such as the one presently before the court, are governed by Massachusetts Criminal Procedure 13A2, which provides that any ground not stated, which reasonably could have been known at the time the pretrial motion is filed, shall be deemed to have been waived, absent cause for relief from such waiver. See Commonwealth versus De Los Santos. Oh, that's a pretty well-known case, 2023. The purpose of Massachusetts Criminal Procedure 13A2 is to alert the judge and the Commonwealth to the theories at issue. At 248, ID at 248, and ensure a timely disposition of the indictments lodged against the defendant. In a comprehensive memorandum of decision and order dated May 19, 2025, this court, Judge Doolin, allowed in part and denied in part Kearney's first motion to dismiss the indictments against him. In his first motion, Kearney, relying on the testimony and evidence presented to the grand jury, argued in part that the indictments against him should be dismissed because the Commonwealth failed to establish probable cause to support the indictments and that the integrity of the grand jury proceedings was impaired. See docket number 68. Now Kearney brings forth a second motion to dismiss in which he, again, contends that the integrity of the grand jury proceedings was impaired. In the motion presently before the court, Kearney argues he is entitled to dismissal because the prosecutor, I, presented false and misleading testimony to, hold on, we gotta go down, introduced evidence of uncharged bad acts. 3, failed to provide the grand jury with limiting instructions regarding such uncharged bad acts. 4, edited, and he puts in quotations, edited Kearney's, quote, episodes from which the video exhibits were taken. And 6, placed the video exhibits in a folder labeled intent. See docket number 104, pages 3 through 15, docket number 103. All of Kearney's aforementioned contentions now before the court were or reasonably could have been known to him when he filed his first motion to dismiss, as both motions are based solely upon the evidence and testimony presented at the grand jury. Kearney has failed to show cause for relief from such waiver. See Massachusetts Criminal Procedure 13A2, nor has he made showing that substantial justice requires the court permit him to renew his prior motion. Right? You can't make a second motion to dismiss. It was already ruled on. See Mass Criminal Procedure 13A5. As such, the above arguments are deemed to have been waived. This is a big footnote, guys. This is a big ass footnote, okay? Federal pretended he knew about Odell, but you're right, Nina. He had no idea that, like, you know, things get appealed. You have to check and make sure that an appeals court didn't rule over it. But again, these guys are like doing their homework a day before a court case. Like, they're not clearly doing their homework on his trial like throughout the month, throughout the week. They're doing shit clearly the night before, right? Like, that's just bad lawyering. At the hearing of July 20th, 2026, defense counsel focused his argument on sections 2, introducing prior bad acts, and 3, failure to provide limiting instructions to the grand jury. While the court has already determined that such arguments have been waived and or previously decided in paper 86, it's worth noting that neither argument supports dismissal. Even if the court accepts the proposition that the Commonwealth improperly exposed the grand jury to evidence of uncharged crimes as argued in 2, such exposure is dwarfed by quantum of improper evidence, which the Supreme Judicial Court deemed insufficient to warrant dismissal in Commonwealth versus Brown, 2022. As to 3, the failure to provide the grand jury with limiting instructions, the defendant must establish that such instructions likely would have given effect to a complete defense resulting in a no bill. See Fernandez, Mass. at 8. In light of the comprehensive findings regarding probable cause set forth in paper number 86, This court concludes that even the most defense-friendly limiting instructions relative to the uncharged crimes would not have resulted in a no bill regarding the remaining indictments. Here again, the court takes a moment to discuss an otherwise waived argument. Kearney contends the Commonwealth presented false or misleading evidence to the grand jury when it presented edited video excerpts from Kearney's online episodes. Kearney, however, fails to put forth evidence to show how such excerpts were edited and what portion of the excerpts contained false or misleading information. Indeed, although Kearney contends Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully sliced and diced and edited the video exhibits presented to the grand jury, he concedes that Detective Lieutenant Tully accurately cited names of specific episodes, exact timestamps, and exact quotes within them. In the charging documents, Detective Lieutenant Tully submitted docket number 104, docket number 103, the comparison of the transcribed video exhibits provided in this court's Doolin decision on Kearney's first motion to dismiss to the accurate quotes in the charging documents cuts against Kearney's contention that the Commonwealth presented false evidence to the grand jury. Kearney also argues that the prosecutor failed to inform the grand jury that a third party sent the Commonwealth certain material. The court discusses this in section 1B. It is right. Girl, you're reading my mind. I was just about to say that. Literally. This is pretty poignant. Like, so the last sentence before I read that footnote was, as such, the above arguments are deemed to have been waived because they reasonably could have been known when he filed his first motion to dismiss, right? See De Los Santos or Commonwealth v. Parker. In any event, even if Kearney's arguments were not waived, Kearney's motion and supporting affidavits failed to satisfy the heavy burden of showing any of the aforementioned issues probably made a difference in the grand jury's decision to indict him. This is particularly true where, as here, the indictments are supported by probable cause. B, third-party involvement. One argument not raised in Kearney's first motion, because it reasonably could not have been known to him when he filed it, is that the Commonwealth misled the grand jury by concealing the fact that a third party, KP, of course Kate, sent in certain material during the Commonwealth's investigation and in the weeks leading up to the start of the grand jury proceedings. To warrant dismissal, Kearney bears the heavy burden of showing that the Commonwealth's failure to inform the grand jury that KP sent material to the Commonwealth probably influenced the grand jury's decision to indict him. See Fernandez, right? Although KP undoubtedly sent the Commonwealth material she believed evidenced Kearney's criminal conduct, there is nothing in the record to suggest that the Commonwealth's failure to inform the grand jury that she's one of many sources of information utilized by the investigators influenced the grand jury's decision to indict him. Civilians, such as KP, routinely provide what they believe to be evidence of criminal conduct to the police. Notably, Detective Lieutenant Tully has asserted that in connection with the at-issue indictments, the video excerpts admitted into evidence were the product of his own internet searches and therefore independent of KP's input. The court sees no reason to discredit this contention. Even if the failure to inform did mislead the grand jury, Kearney cannot show that on the entirety of the grand jury record, such failure would have affected the decision to indict. As discussed in this court's Doolin decision, there was sufficient probable cause for the grand jury to indict Kearney. As such, even assuming the Commonwealth should have informed the grand jury that KP was potentially one source of information, the decision not to do so does not change the fact that there was sufficient evidence of Kearney's own conduct to support the grand jury's decision to indict him. Commonwealth v. Brown, 2022. Concluding that grand jury proceedings not impaired, where the grand jury were presented with sufficient probable cause to issue the indictments. Therefore, Kearney did not meet his burden of showing that the evidence he claims should have been heard by the grand jury probably made a difference in the grand jury's decision to indict him. 2, prosecutorial misconduct. Yes, this is in response to Bedrose. Harold and his purple crayon. Yep, Harold and Bradle and, purple crayons. Prosecutorial misconduct. Kearney argues that the Commonwealth committed egregious discovery violations by failing to timely disclose communications between a third party and agents of the Commonwealth. I'll read the footnotes after. In violation of Massachusetts Criminal Procedure 14 and Brady. Kearney contends that the Commonwealth's conduct was so egregious that dismissal is warranted. The court disagrees. Dismissal of criminal charges with prejudice is the most severe sanction that the court can impose in a criminal case to remedy misconduct on the part of the Commonwealth. Commonwealth v. Mason, 2009. Such a sanction is a remedy of last resort and only warranted where there is egregious prosecutorial or police misconduct and prejudice to the defendant's right to a fair trial, and where the dismissal is necessary to cure the prejudice. Commonwealth versus Pina Lara. Absent egregious misconduct, or at least a serious threat of prejudice, the remedy of dismissal infringes too severely on the public interest in bringing guilty persons to justice. Mason, quoting Commonwealth versus Sinelli. Two parallel legal principles govern the resolution of cases involving prosecutorial misconduct where dismissal is contemplated. Commonwealth versus Kronk. First, where the prosecutor fails to disclose evidence the defendant is entitled to receive, and the defendant is prejudiced by the failure to disclose. A motion to dismiss should not be allowed absent a showing of irreparable harm to the defendant's opportunity to obtain a fair trial, right? So then we go back up to these ridiculously long friggin' footnotes, and they are absurd. Hold on one second, guys. Okay, so the footnote 5, it says, to the extent that Kearney contends KP is part of the, quote, prosecution team or agent of the Commonwealth, there is not enough before the court to support either contention. Generally, the prosecution team consists of individuals who have participated in the investigation or evaluation of the case and has reported to the prosecutor's office concerning the case. Graham versus District Attorney for the Hamden District. Independent witnesses are not part of the prosecution team unless that witness has acted in some capacity as an agent of the government in the investigation and prosecution of the crime. Commonwealth versus Beale. The fact that a prosecutor may have developed a good working relationship with the independent witness does not convert that person into an agent of the prosecution team. Oh my God, shocker! As if we didn't already say that. For an agency relationship to exist between the Commonwealth and the individual, there must be, at minimum, some express or implied agreement or arrangement promising rewards or inducements in return for information. Commonwealth versus Bateman. Mere knowledge of the government's desire for information about a crime does not turn an individual into a government agent. There is nothing in the record before the court that supports a finding the Commonwealth and KP had any sort of agreement. Oh, Felony Little. She's going to say, oh my God, this is horrible. What a corrupt judge. I've never seen such a thing. You want to know why you've never seen such a thing, Felony Little? Probably because you don't practice criminal law and you never have, and you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. But yes, you know, she's going to do her whole, oh, I'm so obsessed. It's crazy. I've never, I'm disgusted. Want to talk about someone who cries. Felony Little is a good administration of who cries. Okay, so we read this one. Now we're going to read the footnotes on this one, right? Right? That's what she's going to do, all those things. Oh my God, this is so wrong. I've never seen such a thing. Of course, you've never seen such a thing, Melanie. You don't practice criminal law, and you haven't practiced law at all in over a fucking decade. You practiced civil law, and I question how many cases you even did in that capacity, because you're not very well versed in the law. Okay, it says, at the hearing, Kearney's counsel clarified that he is not arguing that the material KP sent to the Commonwealth was exculpatory, or that the Commonwealth destroyed exculpatory evidence, nor could he, as he has not offered any evidentiary support to demonstrate the material sent to the Commonwealth would have been exculpatory evidence. A defendant who seeks relief from the loss or destruction of potentially exculpatory evidence has the initial burden to establish a reasonable possibility based on concrete evidence rather than a fertile imagination that access to the evidence would have produced evidence favorable to his cause. Internal quotations and citations omitted. Commonwealth versus Key, 2007. That is, the defendant must establish a reasonable possibility that the lost or destroyed evidence was in fact exculpatory, citing Commonwealth v. Cater. So basically, the judge is saying they already admitted that none of this would be exculpatory. Nothing was, destroyed or anything like that. So your argument fails for that reason anyway. So it says, alternatively, in rare circumstances, prosecutorial misconduct that is egregious, deliberate, and intentional, or that results in a violation of constitutional rights may give rise to presumptive prejudice. And the drastic remedy of dismissal of charges may become an appropriate remedy. See Cronk, Mass. 198, 199. The latter theory should be narrowly applied and confined to situations where the misconduct has cast such doubt as to poison the entire investigation, and a stronger deterrent is warranted to prevent repetition of such misconduct. Quotations and citations omitted. Mass. At 724. Kearney has not shown that he suffered any actual prejudice based on the Commonwealth's late disclosure. This is not a case where the discovery was provided to the defense on the eve of trial. Rather, the discovery was provided over several months in the latter half of 2025, at least a year before Kearney's trial is set to begin. Although the Commonwealth should have disclosed the communication sooner, the failure to do so does not warrant dismissal because such conduct does not reach the high threshold of egregious misconduct. Commonwealth v. Edwards, 2022. See Brannigan versus Commonwealth, 2017. The standard for prosecutorial misconduct mandating the dismissal of an indictment is high. Even if he had shown prejudice, dismissal would not be appropriate, as it is a remedy of last resort. See Commonwealth versus Trepania, 2025. Kearney has also not shown that the Commonwealth's conduct was so egregious, deliberate, and intentional that prejudice should be presumed. Kearney has not provided evidence to support the notion that the Commonwealth delayed production of KP's communications with the Commonwealth has cast such doubt as to poison the entire investigation. Quoting Commonwealth v. Hine. Consequently, Kearney has not shown he has been prejudiced in such a way that will preclude him from obtaining a fair trial. See Commonwealth v. Lamb-Hugh. Right? Whether dismissal is warranted turns primarily to the ability of the defendant to obtain a fair trial after and in light of the impropriety. 3. Evidentiary hearing. In light of the foregoing, Kearney's alternative request for an evidentiary hearing is also denied. To be entitled to an evidentiary hearing on his motion to dismiss, he must make a substantial preliminary showing that false testimony was knowingly presented to the grand jury by the Commonwealth or one of its agents. Commonwealth versus Solomon. As discussed above, Kearney has not made such a showing. Order for the foregoing reasons, motion is denied. Now, here's the last little thing, right? Footnote. Kearney seems to make a passing argument that he has been unfairly prosecuted as a result of the Commonwealth's misguided obsession to get Turtleboy. Docket number 104, page 34. To the extent that he does, such argument fails. Kearney has not presented any evidence to support a claim that the Commonwealth or any of its agents has discriminatory applied any criminal law to him. See Commonwealth versus Rodriguez, 2025. Discussing selective prosecution and selective enforcement. In any event, where, as here, the indictments are supported by probable cause, the prosecutor and other law enforcement officers have broad discretion in deciding whether to prosecute an individual. See Commonwealth versus Cheney, Commonwealth v. Franklin, Commonwealth v. Newton N., Mass. 747, 755, 2018, Commonwealth v. Moore. So that was it, right? And basically, what the judge says here is all of your arguments were shit. Okay. None of them showed any sort of reason why it should be dismissed. Kate's not a government agent for just presenting evidence to the state. People do that every single day, and many other people have done that against him, right? As the judge says here. And basically is like, too bad. We're going for trial. That's happening, right? I remember that too. He was like, is this, exculpatory? And Brittle was like, well, Your Honor, I mean, no, we're not saying it's exculpatory. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for that, dumbass. Thank you. Yeah, a fertile imagination, the judge said. A fertile imagination was made. He's about to crash out. But it doesn't say anything about what we just read about the thing being moved up. So hold on. Let's look at the docket. Let's check and see, right? If in fact they moved up the fucking trial. Like, if they moved up that damn trial to September, he is gonna ever loving lose his shiitake mushroom. Okay, he's gonna lose his shit. His shit. He's gonna lose. Gonna lose his shit. Yeah, yeah. Okay, here we go. I was gonna say I just wrote it down, the docket number. Like, what we doing here? What we doing here? What you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk? Yeah. Well, making me sign in again. What the hell? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Suffolk, please. Superior. Suffolk. Suffolk. We're gonna go with case number here. It's under 2 docket numbers for some reason. Why didn't the C and the R capitalize? What's happening here? Why does it do that every damn time? I can't. Hold on. Let me see if I can. No. Where is the document that I just had open? Did I close it? Did I close it? What the hell? Hold on. It says the docket number right on it. I don't know why it's giving me a hard time. Like, the docket number is on it. 2382CR00313. I've look at. Oh, that's why. My bad. Hold on. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, let's see here. What do we got? Listen, I'm just being me. I know I'm a hot mess and a fucking disaster, so excuse me for being a hot mess and a disaster. While I'm doing this, smash the like button for me. Please, please. Please, please. Smash the like button and make sure that you're subscribed and you put your notification bells on. What's happening? Okay. What? Order P paper, Why does that one stop here? Hold the hell on. Okay. No. Okay. What is happening here? Why is this doing? I'm confused. Okay, hold on. Pre-trial hearing. Final pre-trial conference case. What? I'm confused here. Motion hearing scheduled on 7/20. Order paper number 135 on docket number. Okay, maybe we'll find it here. We're going to go back and we're going to do this on this one. We're going to do this one instead. Okay, here we go. Okay, what do we got? Oh, Jesus Christ, this is long. Okay, all right. If you'd like to support the channel while I'm doing all this, we have super chats. Those are open and working. I did set a little goal for those a little while ago. We have Venmo, Cash App. We still have a $25 Pepper sent 25 and asked who was going to match her. There's still a challenge of a match out there. She sent 25 on Venmo a while ago and said, who's going to match her? Who's going to be the MVP and match Pepper? All right, let's see. What do we got here? Okay, here we go. We got, holy shit, this thing is long. Okay, memorandum in order. Unredacted, impounded. So they impounded something today. Defendant's motion to stay further review. That was denied. So that was Brittle's, stupid journalistic shield law bullshit. And the judge was like, yeah, no. Denied, sir. Fuck off. We're not putting off any of this bullshit. We're doing this trial. Now, if I go back up, let me see what it says about court dates because I don't see. Okay. Under advisement, blah, blah, blah. What's this? What's this? It just shows us all the ones we've had thus far. 720, that was the one we had held as scheduled. But I don't, wait. No, these are the charges, right? These are all the charges. Witness intimidation, witness intimidation, witness intimidation, witness intimidation, and then there's more. Load party charges 6 through 10. I don't see. Let's see. He might want to focus on his own case. You would think, you know? Oh, absolutely. If they did move it and it's not a typo, he would currently be throwing a whole turtle tanty crying on the floor. Because from what we read, of course, it says September 10th, right? That's why.
Can we please go? Can we please go?
Which wouldn't make sense because I mean, you would need your motions in limine, would already need to be, you know, like that doesn't make sense. I feel like it has to be a typo. Although I do think the judge should move it up. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, weird. I don't know. It doesn't. Wait, Commonwealth's motion requesting judicial response to paper 134. Unredacted motion allowed. See impounded. So there's an impounded order dated 8/25/26. Look. So there's something else that we can't see. Damn. What the hell? Redacted. This is redacted. Damn it. There's like an order. I'm so confused. Why? Why? Well, no, as of a few weeks ago, it was November 11th through 13th was motions in limine. I have that all written down from the last hearing. So I am wondering, like, at least from this paper, right? It's paper 134 in consideration of the cold cut. So what they ruled on this thing right here is this order is redacted. We have no idea what this is that the judge signed today. This order. Well, they don't need to file an order to switch the venue. It was already going to be switched. They need to figure out whether they want a Norfolk County jury or a Suffolk County jury because they're entitled to a Norfolk County jury because the charges are out of Norfolk County. So they would have to waive their right to the Norfolk County jury if they want a Suffolk County jury. That's all that is. You don't really need a motion for that. That's just basic stuff that needs to happen. And they need to like just file with the court what they prefer. Like you don't need to like file a motion with the judge and say, hey, we're having it in Suffolk County because it was already happening in Suffolk County is my point. You need to file a paper with the court saying, I want Norfolk County jury or I want Suffolk County jury. That needs to happen. And I guess what the judge is saying is that needs to happen, right? But what he said here was further order. It's the present intention of the court to hold the trial, read docket number, and the docket number, and that's the docket number of this case, the criminal case, in its assigned session in Suffolk County or in Suffolk County Superior Court, no later than September 10th, 2026. The parties are to report in writing their respective positions as to whether a Norfolk County jury pool will be required or if a Suffolk County pool is acceptable. The parties are also directed to provide their estimate as to the length of trial. September don't make sense. That has to be a typo. If it isn't, that means motions in limine, them trying to figure out whether it's Norfolk County or Suffolk County that they want would all be in the next 14 days. It's not enough time. You know what I mean? Like usually there's more time than that right before. I mean, listen, I'm all for them moving it up, moving on up to the D cup, to a D cup. I am in on them moving that shit up. All right. I just don't know if this is a typo or not. I mean, I could call the court and ask if it's a typo. Because that's cray cray. That's cray cray. You know? That's just cray cray. That's just insane shit. That's insane. Like, that wouldn't be enough time, right? Wouldn't be enough time. I mean, he's Grant learning that the court doesn't believe Kate Peter worked for the government. My God, yeah, he's probably in conspiracy mode right now. No, definitely not good for him if it's redacted, you know? And yeah, I mean, they either the court can ask for it to be impounded, or one of the parties can ask for it to be impounded. So I don't know if it was the state that asked for it to be impounded, if it was agency that asked for it to be impounded, if the judge just, you know what I mean? I don't know, because it doesn't tell you. So I mean, Aiden doesn't want to hide anything unless it's bad for him. So if his attorneys ask for it, I can't imagine that it's good, right? I mean, I guess we'll find out sooner than later, right? But I mean, I don't know. That doesn't seem. Kearney was hoping for a stay in the witness intimidation case due to a pending law intended to protect a journalistic sources. Yeah, but he already outed them. The motion has been denied, as I said it would be. And the judge basically said exactly what I told you guys the other day on why it would be denied. It's ridiculous. The argument was ridiculous. You know, absolutely freaking ridiculous. It was absurd and ridiculous. Absurd and ridiculous. What is happening here? Did Jess Machado post this? What is we need to see this? What is this? What is going on here? She said it's exhausting carrying all these talentless people on my back every day just so they can make a paycheck. You can donate to my Venmo instead at the $ in my bio. Oh, why? Was she attacked by a sewer cult too and had her PayPal frozen? Well, welcome to my world, right? This has happened to me 2 or 3 times now, right? Welcome to my fucking world, dude. We all warned you about this shit.
Money, 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 all I see. Money, 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 all on me.
Who made this? I'm confused.
Stack it tall.
Right.
Money, money, money in the bank. Money, 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 what you think? Money, 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 make it rain. Run the game. Night and day. Ain't pay. Can't stop. To the top. Money, 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 all I see. Money, 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 all on me. Money, 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 stack it tall. Want it all. Money, money, money in the bank. Money, 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 what you think? Money, 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 make it rain. Run the game. Night and day. Get paid. Can't stop. To the top. Money, 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 all I see. Money, 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 all on me. Money, 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 stack it tall. Want it all. Money, money, money in the bank. Money, 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 what you think? Money, money.
I'm confused as to who made this, and like I'm like, did she make this and then post? Like, I am so confused right now. Like, what is happening? Can someone explain this to me? Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you, my friend. It means more than you know. I am struggle busting it right now, so I appreciate you and your generosity. And Steve sends $50 and says, "I will match past the pepper and raise up some salt." I appreciate you, my friends. I appreciate you more than you know. I don't get who the fuck made this. I'm so confused. I'm so confused right now. I am so confused. Okay. Wiretap. Okay. All right. You know what? We got to go back to this. This is what we got to do, right? We got to go back to the dick notes, right? Because this is this morning. So we got to see the difference between what's going to happen this morning when he had no idea what that paper says, right? Until now. I mean, even if the dates aren't, I think it's a typo. Maybe it's not. But even if the dates aren't changed, right? Say the dates are just a typo, right? All the rest of that, he is still going to crash out about. Why, you might ask? Why, Elise? Why? Why would he still crash out? Well, because it was denied, as I said it would be, right? And, you know, he and his attorneys apparently think that he had a shot in hell of not being denied. But what do I know? I'm just an idiot. I don't know anything about the law. I don't know how judges might rule. I don't know about arguments. I can't apply them properly. I'm always wrong. You know, the cult said I'm always wrong and they never get anything right and I'm never right. And I'm just a dumb and I don't know anything. I think my track record speaks for itself on basically giving my assumption of what the judge is going to rule and how he's going to rule. And I can't remember a time in the most recent past where I actually got it wrong. Now, I'm only human, so of course I can get it wrong, right? But my predictions are pretty damn spot on, if not right on the fucking mark almost every time. Why, you may ask? Because his lawyers, listen, I am not even a fucking lawyer, okay? I've probably studied law longer than they have. I'm not even a lawyer, but I know, right, that they are literally be like the most ridiculous arguments on planet Earth no judge would buy. How? Because they do this like trolling thing where they make a donation and then in the first 12 hours they pull it back and they do something by saying like, I didn't get a product. Well, I don't sell products, right? My PayPal is set up so that there's no products. I'm a content creator, right? So then when that didn't work and PayPal was like, she doesn't sell products, you're not going to get a product. They did that almost immediately. Then the person filed again and was like, I didn't make this. And they do that within the first 24 hours. So what they do is they make the donations and they pull it back, which makes PayPal's automated system flag your account. It flags it and it freezes it and it stops payments and all those things and taking payments, getting payments, being able to cash anything out because it's doing a risk assessment, right? A risk assessment. So that's taking forever. And so I had to file with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau because within 10 days they have to answer them, right? And basically be like, hey, your fucking AI machine, even though I talked to them on the phone, explained all this to the fucking guy on the phone, spent 2 hours on the phone with the guy, called them again the next day, right? And he's yeah, they'll, you know, put it up to the top for people, they'll look at it. From what I understand is that the people higher up are just another AI that doesn't know what the fuck's going on. So what I was basically told to do was do that, file the thing so that they have to respond to the Consumer Financial Bureau. And I have all the evidence. So of course, like they need to reverse it. Although I don't think I'll ever use them again, you know, because it's a business account. So they were taking a cut out of every donation I got. They take a cut of every, and when I cash out, they take another cut, right? So you're getting a cut of every damn donation that I have for business protection, for protection against things just like that. And what protection did I get? Nothing. I didn't get any fucking protection, right? So weird. I don't know what she was talking about, but I know mine is, I can't even use mine right now, which is why we made the Buy Me a Coffee, right? I already had it, but I'd never used it before. So I just finished like doing what you're supposed to do on it and it works fine. And that's basically the alternative to PayPal anyway. It does work for other countries. So you can, if you're from Canada or, you know, any of the other countries that it takes, you can use it just like you would use PayPal with a card, a debit or a credit card, or Google Pay or Apple Pay or Samsung Pay as well. Crypto. I think I'm going to stick to using Buy Me a Coffee anyway, because there's just simply not enough protection on PayPal where this is the second time I've had to deal with this or third, I think, in the history of dealing with these idiots, of them doing this shit. And it tells me the name of the person who made the donation. And if you trace the name of the person, it's a fucking hardcore turtle rider, right? Like, shocker. Well, that's the other thing is the judge doesn't want to, the judge was very clear about wanting this to go forward. He is not pushing it back, which is what Bradel was trying to do. Essentially, and Betero was trying to like buy Aiden more time by having this big long spiel for 45 to 60 days. It would trigger what he was asking for. And the judge was like, no, basically, we're not doing that. A law that's not even a law yet. No, we're not stopping going through his shit for that. Sorry, not sorry, you know? And that's the other thing. If they're still going through his devices, how could they have a trial in September? That doesn't really make any sense. I digress, but I think it's definitely has to be a typo. Because if they're still going through his devices and they don't have everything yet, then they couldn't possibly go on with the trial. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's going to ask the turtle writers, they're just going to go into the court and they're going to scream from the bleachers that the judge should recuse himself because the sewer turtle said that he's corrupt. Yep, that's what they're going to do.
I object, your judgeness. Sewer turtle said you are corrupt. Recuse yourself.
Listen, I don't know. I think it's a typo. I mean, if it isn't, it isn't. And I'm all the more for bringing it up further. It needed to. The judge expressed a want this to go on sooner, a while ago. And then what happened was they kept delay, right? That's what Bradle does. Delay. But the judge had already said that he wanted to move it up a while back. So I can't imagine it's not going to go past the date that the judge has it set for in December. That's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Well, I mean, they also might just check a drop down or fill in a blank and just forgot to take September out and put December. They could have used like a template. I mean, most of the time they do type shit up, but they also use text, like these apps that help them like get it all down quickly. They like different courts have different things, so I don't know if they taped it all out or not, or what. But I think might be a typo. But because it's a way to try to get people to shut up. It's what the turtle writers have been doing for a while. It's a way to affect your income, and Aiden knows damn well people are stuck in their ways, right? So if people use PayPal, they're not apt to change to something else, even if you have another option. Right. So if you shut that option off for someone, you're affecting their income a lot, which is what I've been dealing with for the last couple of weeks. Right. And it has affected in a big way. Most people for my channel were using my Justice Chat link or my PayPal, which all went through my PayPal. So that's the bulk of my stuff comes through them. The second is Venmo. Right. Cash App is used, but rarely. It's mostly Venmo and my PayPal. And so now that the PayPal is frozen, I can't use it. I have Buy Me a Coffee. A few of you have thankfully switched over and used it, and I appreciate you guys for that. But not everybody's going to do that, and he knows that. And the whole point is to sort of squeeze people out so they shut up and go away. You know what I mean? Don't have enough money to keep going, so they can't keep going, and therefore they will stop talking and they'll stop saying anything that's true about him, and it'll stop putting pressure on him. People will stop figuring out who he is, right? And it's something that he has done for years to people, over and over and over. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much it is, but they take a percentage of it, especially in a business account. They take a piece of each one, and if it's in a different currency, then it depends. It could be more, it could be less. And then when you cash it out, if you cash it instant to your account instead of waiting 5 days, they take a whole nother percentage. So they get their piece of the pie. You know what I mean? Like, that's what pisses me off is y'all were taking a piece of the pie for every goddamn thing. And I was okay with that because I was getting protection. But what protection was I actually getting? Clearly, I wasn't getting any. You know what I mean? Like, that shit pisses me the hell off. I work hard for every tiny penny I make, and I do not make a lot, right? I do not make a fucking lot. It's the 26th of the month. Rent is due in just a few days, and I still have a ways to go before I'm at where I'm needed to be for just that alone. Never mind next month's check for YouTube, which is it's half as much as I made last month because less than half as much I made last month because I have been sick this month with the infusions. So it's a lot, it's a lot for any one person. That's his point. Squeeze everyone out. So what's he going to try to do? Squeeze Jess out, I guess.
Poor Lucifer. Be on the lookout for Lucifer. And everyone's like, justice for Lucifer. Where'd he go?
Where's the volume on this? Why is it so low?
There and did like a meme of like a little boy in like a devil suit. And poor Lucifer could have been dead at that point. No one knew where he was. It's just horrific. And those of us who are concerned for justice for Lucifer were very upset, when we saw that because we're worried about him. We want him to come home, but we don't know if he was alive. We don't know anything about where Lucifer was. And BLT apparently thought this was some sort of joke. He thought it was some sort of joke about what happened. Volume? Hold on.
Oh, that's him, not me.
Audio.
He's starting to get pissed at people who think he's too soft.
The mic is
too soft.
Testing. Is that better?
No, it's not
the
better.
yell? Okay.
Where's your microphone that you hold like a dick?
I'm talking as loud as I can.
Weirdo.
Yeah.
I see the dish towel.
Volume up, please.
I see it.
Louder? Why is everything louder?
The tea towel.
Is this loud enough?
I see it, Michelle. I see it.
Not that bad.
He moved his
Y'all are
arm and I seen it.
Can't you turn the volume up?
Yeah, the volume sucks,
I
bro.
don't get it. What's with the louder stuff? Can't you? Do you not have a volume? I don't want to yell the whole time.
Is he all right, dude? You're not on a microphone. Where's your microphone,
Oh God!
dumbass?
Just yell like us. They just yell like I don't want to yell the whole time. That's weird.
Too bad.
Okay.
You suck at this, bro.
Anyway. I can't.
You
She
have
told me
advice to
that
write
she
a
gave
book.
me advice to write a book, and you didn't take it. Oh, I should have listened to her.
That's
Who says
true
I'm
too.
not gonna write a book? Who says the book's not over yet? The story's not over.
He's such a
And
weirdo.
He's talking about what's Crawford crying about? Okay.
Okay.
I go, I asked Rocco, why did you delete all the read files after promoting it?
He already answered that, though. You didn't like the answer, Aiden.
He didn't ask this. Why did the fundraisers stop? So I'm like, why did the fundraisers for Karen Reed stop? And he goes, because you, Aiden Carney, and your mob attacked all 3 fundraisers.
You did.
I don't remember 2. I only remember 2. And everybody who was a part of them. Is that the answer you want to hear? No bigger opponent to Karen Reed than Aiden Carney and Turtle Riders. Congrats on that. We should buy you another award since you love them so much. Maybe we can repurpose one of my wrestling
take a
trophies.
cut too,
God,
but a
you
small
cannot
cut.
Stop crashing out.
I mean, every place is going to take a
Yeah.
cut unless it's Venmo or Cash App. Those are
can't.
the only ones that don't take a cut.
So
I accept
the fundraisers
that they
stopped,
do. You know,
because I made fun of the people on the panel.
Stripe,
That's
I guess,
all it
has
took
to get
for you
their.
guys to quit on Karen. You guys
their
quit
cut.
on her after 5 seconds, huh? These guys, they quit. They're just like, that's it. We're not.
The fun thing about Buy Me a Coffee is they dump whatever I make daily. So I think yesterday it was only yours, Space Coast, that I got. They take their little cut out of that and then they put it in my account the next day. So every single day, whatever is in there, it gets dumped automatically into my account. You know, it might be $25 one day, $10 another day, whatever. But, you know, they take whatever little portion they take, and I accept that for using their services. You know, the only options that don't are the Chime, Venmo, Cash App, and Revolut doesn't, unless I take the money like out of an ATM, then you get an ATM. They don't take anything either. So those 4 options don't take anything, but these options do automatically. And I think it's for the protection. It's what it's supposed to be, at least. Stripe usually, though, is pretty good with that, with the protection. Buy Me a Coffee is set up specifically for people like me who are content creators, getting tips for their work. So that's the good thing, is that's kind of the business model around Buy Me a Coffee. It's for people to give like tips and things like that. Where PayPal, you have to just tell them like, hey, I'm a content creator. There is a setup more for like real products. So you have to like tell them and sign all these papers, you know? No, I don't get fees on Venmo or Cash App. The only fees I get there when I have to instantly transfer it into a different bank account, but I don't have to. I just use the Venmo or Cash App card that I have when I want to buy something. Instead of taking it all and dumping it all into one account, I just use the cards so that I don't have to pay that instant fee. Yeah, that's for PayPal takes their cut, and then when you dump it into your account, they take another cut. I was saying that earlier. Yep. But at least with Buy Me a Coffee, once they put it in your account, they don't take another fee for that. They just take their little amount every time someone donates, which is whatever, you know, I'll take that hit. It is what it is. Some people don't have another option other than Buy Me a Coffee. Like some people don't have Cash App or Venmo or Chime or Revolut, or maybe they don't want to download them. And that's okay too. You know, Buy Me a Coffee at least is online. You can type it into your computer and it's safe, it's secure with your banking information. There's many options there. Like you can actually use your Venmo or Cash App to use Buy Me a Coffee as well, which is helpful to some people. But it also has options like using crypto to pay and Google Pay and Apple Pay and Samsung Pay. I have a Samsung and I didn't even know that was a thing, but my phone is also like years old and I need a new one desperately.
Raising money for Karen Reed anymore because Aiden will. Who cares if I crapped on the fundraiser? Who cares?
People care.
It didn't stop you.
When I do bad
That's
things,
all
who
it
cares?
took. If only the antis knew that during the first trial.
Who cares?
Wait a minute. All we have to do is just make fun of these fundraisers and the
No.
people on them.
No, sir. No.
And they'll just stop and Karen Reed won't have any money.
No.
That's all it took. Is just you just got to make fun of
such-
them. I can't with these people. I can't.
He's such a liar. The way he spins everything is like, oh, that's all it took is me making fun of it. Like, no, it wasn't you making fun of it. You were doing dueling ones on purpose to be an asshole. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like a dueling one like against and for, right? Because those would be two different sets of audiences. It's 4 and 4. So you're splitting the audience, right? Like, he knows what the fuck he's doing. Yeah, that is gross. I seen it when he moved his arm. I was like, oh, he also doesn't shut cabinets. Clearly, look at this cabinet behind him is open. This other cabinet over his shoulder here is open. Is this? I just have to ask, Space Coast, is this a man thing? Is this a man thing? My husband sometimes leaves them up. I'm like, sir, do you live in a barn? Can we close the cabinet? Like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I forgot. Like, Dirk, but why is my cabinet open? Like, what? Is this a man thing? We just leave the cabinets and we don't shut them all the way. Like, yeah, but he had someone, right? He had Matt Valentinus. And then what did he do to Matt when Matt didn't fall in line with him, when he didn't like what Phelps did with his podcast? He shit on Matt and then illegally wiretapped Matt, right? So Matt is in the agent lawyer world. If I'm Matt, I'm telling anyone I know, especially in Massachusetts, don't deal with this guy. It's not worth it. He's a fucking liability with liabilities, right? So I can't imagine that anyone that even does that work here in the state or even in other states that Matt probably warned. I would, if I was Matt, I'd warn people, right? I can't imagine anybody would want to take Aiden on, you know?
So let's listen to some Muchacho. Let's make fun of Muchacho this morning. Let's do it.
How will we make fun of you and your stupid dick nose and your cabinets that are open and your fucking weird tea towel? Dick nose, idiot. C's and D's get degrees, folks. Get your Faxitol. We should buy you a whole prescription of Faxitol.
She had
for your diabetes, sir.
Rant
we should.
The other day about her kids, about giving away the kid and why she gave the kid away.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna find it.
I can't with him. It's just vile,
let's
dude.
Find it in the transcript, okay? Show
like he just does the most disgusting, vile shit. Everything's we with him. You know how that works. We are gonna do this. We are gonna do that. We.
Okay, here we go. I think I got it. Let's have some fun. Let's get petty.
I'll fucking petty you.
In travel, and then Georgia did ballet, and like we just basically, we had 4 kids, you know what I mean? And at one point, like 4 of them were in some sort of sport or activity, so we would just divide and conquer, and we would never miss. I mean, those were the nights where we were both basically just eating like chicken nuggets and tater tots at home, and we were broke as fucking shit back then. So it was no fucking McDonald's and eating out and going to Chili's after games. It was like still cooking and eating and eating at home and all that shit. And it was,
that's what us normies do.
We, what's crazy to me is that like we are literally like we're taking space from a man who does not prioritize his family, right?
Why is she echoing like that? Is there a reason? I'm confused.
Prioritizes all of this other stuff.
Look, he goes like this. The thing on the screen, he has said before that he's not into cheerleading. His wife does all of it. And he has said that. But why the fuck are you making your wife get a second job as a teacher while she's also caring for your kids instead of paying for the cheerleading? You've already shorted her on child support by lying on the paperwork. Why not pay for your daughter's cheerleading? Oh, because you're not into it? Because it's not a man's sport? You can't pay for your daughter's cheerleading? Like, you're a disgrace as a human being, Aiden. Talking about anybody else's parenting is fucking quite amazing considering the man that you are and the role model you choose to be for your own kids.
And the way that he has gone after my husband is basically because he knows like my family is everything, right? So making fun of my husband, saying my husband's a squatter. You know what? I pulled it down. But like, my husband owned that house until the day we left. And
dude, you want to know what's funny? One time he tried to say that my husband was a bum and didn't work. What's so funny about that is my husband has always worked. He's been laid off once ever for an extended period, more than one month. Okay. Once ever. That man in the 10 years that he worked his last job called in twice. Once when I was taken medically by ambulance and once when I was giving birth. Never late, never called in, never used fucking vacation time or days off. Like that man is a literal workhorse. That is what my husband does. Work, right? Imagine saying that, knowing it's completely false about another man. Just because you're trying to get at someone's wife, bro. Like, dude, my husband is a literal workhorse, right? His old job has been asking for him back for I don't even know how long. The problem is we don't live anywhere near there and we don't have a car and it would cost a lot more to Uber him all the way that far, you know? But Oh my God, that is what a small world, right? What a small world. I got some friends that are in Florida right now for a vacations, and I hope they're enjoying themselves and each other. And I hope they take lots of pictures and send me pictures. I want to see the pictures. You know? Well, that's the other thing is like he sat in jail. He didn't see his kids while he was in jail. He had to tell them that he was away for work instead of that he was, sitting in jail for his own consequences. Right? So talk about parenting. If you gave a fuck about your kids, you probably wouldn't purposely do shit that would get you arrested. So while he sits there and tries to clown on anyone else's parenting in life, who the fuck is he? I'm sorry, but once again, who made him judge, jury, and executioner? I might not be a fan of Jess, but I'm a fair person, right? Like everyone goes through something. Everyone has hard times. Just because there's two people in a household does not mean that they should, you know what I mean? Like me and my husband barely are afloat at the moment, right? We both work, right? Like there's only so much we can do. Can't make his boss pay him more. We can't make Ubers cost less money. Can't make the rent cost less money. You know what I mean? Like I don't even have cable, right? So I have whittled down all of the things that anybody would consider like, extra or luxury. Like I haven't bought myself a pair of sneakers and I don't even know how long. Okay. I don't buy myself clothes. I don't do anything really for myself. I buy myself a coffee. That's what I do for myself. Okay. That's like, because why? Because I sacrifice so that the kids can have what they need, right? Like that's the whole point. I'm a parent. That's what I do, right? But the idea that if you're poor makes you a bad parent is wild as fuck, because Aiden's wife was the breadwinner for most of his career as Turtleboy. Okay? Most of his career as Turtleboy, his wife was the breadwinner. And he admitted that in a deposition in another case he had.
And he continued to own that house.
I didn't know.
Well, if the house was in foreclosure, it means the bank owned the house.
No, it means the bank
Right?
didn't own the house yet.
As you can stay in the house as long as you pay the mortgage, which you didn't do. Hit stop echo in StreamYard settings. Hold on. The echo is going again. Like, why is the echo?
Is it his echo or her echo? I'm confused.
Hold on one sec. How do I change this? Okay. Oh, first
Stop
of all, I like
watching yourself while you're working, Aiden.
I like that.
Jesus.
That needs to be a thing. Okay.
You're a weirdo.
People are fine. Okay.
I had no idea there was a fourth kid until you mentioned it. She literally never talks about Jeff's kid at all. Well, I mean, it's not her kid, it's Jeff's kid. You know what I mean? I mean, he is just the pettiest person on planet Earth. But once again, he tries to throw shade at everyone else with completely it goes right over his head, his own behavior. Right?
You're being weird.
Right over.
Did that improve it though, what I just did? I clicked on a button that said get rid of background noise, which I don't know why that's not standard. Why would anyone want background noise?
They're both bad.
How come we can't send
shitty.
super chats? I don't do super chats. I do turtle chats.
How come we
So
can't?
if you want to have your message,
Just wait a second. He shut the monetization off. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. He shut his monetization off to force his viewers to send turtle chats where less of the money goes to YouTube, right? Instead of giving all of the options to his audience, he shut it off. That's what he was saying. He wasn't saying, oh, monetization turned on. He was shutting it off for every stream. What a piece of fucking shit. What a manipulative asshole. Listen, yes, YouTube takes a large cut of super chats and memberships and all that, and it sucks for small creators like me because they pay out one time a month and you get the previous month's amount. So it's like, it sucks for small creators. He's not a small creator anymore, okay? Like his checks on YouTube should be fine. Like, why wouldn't you take super chats? You know what that does? He thinks it forces everyone to give his direct turtle chat options. What it really does is force people who don't want to use the turtle chat to not donate at all. Not a smart business decision. Not that he's a smart business guy, but some people don't want to use that option. They would prefer to go through YouTube and do a super chat. So regardless of, the 30% of the super chat that YouTube takes out of it, like they're still donating. You're losing that money completely if they choose not to use your turtle chat, sir. He's trying to manipulate everybody into using only the turtle chats instead of having multiple options for multiple different people, right? Like, what a shitbag he is.
You read all that because Google takes 30% of all the money, basically. So to get around that, we have turtle chats. You click it, look at the bottom for turtle chats. You can pay whatever you want, say whatever you want, read your message out loud, to the class, or you can cash at me at $ Uncle Turtleboy, and we can do it that way. Honestly, I hope she doesn't stop. When she was like out
Not only
begging for
that,
mercy,
he also uses your personal information with see, that's the thing. Like his turtle chats for some reason, and I don't know. He told me that he paid a kid on Fiverr from like Indonesia to make turtle chats for him. This is what he told me. Okay. That's what he told me. Person to person. He told me that he paid a kid on Fiverr from fucking Indonesia to make him this turtle chat link. Right. The problem with that is I don't know why he would be getting the information for these people, right? Like, why would you be like when someone sends me something on Buy Me a Coffee, it doesn't give me all of their personal identifying information. It just says that they donated, what name they put, right? Or whatever, and maybe the email. Like, but he has used it, at least on his own website, to use that personal information to then attack that person, find out things about that person when they no longer support him. That is misuse. That is deceptive business tactics, and it's illegal. It's fucking illegal. I don't know why in the hell anyone would trust him with that information at this point.
Yesterday, and like, oh, okay, fine, Aiden.
It's like
you
a city.
win. Like,
You're
I'm
right.
like, I haven't won yet. I mean, I'm winning, obviously, and I'm gonna win.
Yeah, everybody needs to
if we're
throw
keeping
thicker
score.
skin.
Okay. But whatever. Now tell me, is this
Right?
an issue when
I feel like who hasn't gone through a hard time? You know what I mean? Like, unless you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, like not everyone had like college paid for them and could live at home until they got. I've been on my own since I was 17. I was in foster care. Okay. I've been on my own since I was 17 years old. I didn't get a level up in life. I didn't get to live at home and save money for a house or car or any of that shit. You know what I mean? Like none of that, you know? Oh yeah, it was wicked funny when I lost mine. That was wicked funny to him. It was so funny, you know. It was the funniest thing ever to him, you know. Direct result of him lying, right? It was very, very funny to him. He's a human. He's a shitty human being. You know what I mean? Just a shit human being. And it's like the shit that he spews is so nonsensical, right? That when he sells this house, because he's going to have to, or they're going to put a lien on it, I'm not going to feel bad for him. All of the people that he's hurt, all the people who've been through a bankruptcy or a repo or an eviction or credit card debt or whatever, right? Like that doesn't make you a bad person. It means you didn't have enough money to pay it, right? Like if we all had enough money to pay it, guess what? Then we would, right? Like common sense would say, if I had it, I would just pay it off and we wouldn't have to worry about it, right? Like anybody who's going through that means they're not making enough to be able to do it. Right? It's not, they can't make their bosses pay them enough to do it, right? Inflation is rising way higher than anybody's paychecks are. So people can only work so much. They can't work 24/7, you know? People are like, get a second job, get a third job. If you're already working over 40 hours a week, one job should be sufficient, especially over 40 hours. In other countries, they have 30-hour work weeks and 4-day work weeks with mandatory mental health vacation time. And their production is double to quadruple hours in the United States. Okay. Why? Because their workers don't feel underpaid, overwhelmed, and fucking stressed 24/7. They're more productive in their jobs because they feel appreciated, right? And they're not underpaid and overworked. You know? No, YouTube allows it. They allow us to use other options to get paid. It's never been a thing that's been banned. Yeah, they take 30% of all of the super chats. They take a certain percentage of the jewels. They take a certain percentage of the memberships. They take a percentage of everything that goes through YouTube because Google runs YouTube. Alphabet, which is the same company. So yes, they take, and if you use an Apple device, right, which is why it's not available on some Apple devices to get a membership on anybody's channel, Apple takes another 30% on top of it. So yes, that unfortunately that is true. Which is why many creators, including myself and obviously him, have other options for more direct payments because they take so much, you know. He does think he's the smartest guy in the room. You know, that I love this. The problem is that he's the only guy in the room. No, I closed them. I had a border collie that was so nosy you would open them. That's hilarious. He does. That's the sickest part, Rose, is that he gets off when he sees other people struggling or miserable. That's sad. That's sick. Once again, narcissist has no empathy. No empathy, no sympathy, no ability to connect with other people in a way that makes sense.
Play the video if it's changes the audio. Okay. I don't want her to stop. Like, this is too entertaining.
Yeah, you're entertaining. Your stupidity is quite entertaining, Aiden. Thank you.
Share page.
Thank
me
you
know
for
if
your
there's an echo
stupidity,
now.
sir.
Share screen. Perfect. So this is the foreclosure
I love
right
that,
here.
Jesse.
And that took place in. Is he in my room? Is he in my room? Is he in Jack's room or Jack's bed?
No, she says it all the time. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Hold on a minute.
You know what I mean? She is the echo.
As if he doesn't say things all the time. I mean, everybody has a thing that they say a lot. Right? Run, Dave, run! Run, Dave, run!
I mean, so was there an echo there? It's only an issue. There is an echo. God damn it.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
What is going on with this?
Dude, rent in my state, you're paying almost $2,000 for just a studio apartment. Okay. My rent is close to $2,500 a month. And I live nowhere. I moved from closer to Boston, like 45 minutes away, because this was a cheaper area. The rent in my area has boosted by like 80% in the last 2 years. It's crazy. And then, you know, because of our beautiful governor here in Massachusetts, our utilities are 50% higher than everywhere else. So our electric and gas bills are through the fucking roof.
Are other creators having this issue?
No, just you, sir, because you're an idiot.
Other creators having this issue. There's
Nope,
a
just
little
you.
echo with her. No, because it was like this yesterday when.
All right, Jeff, I couldn't see. It was a little chaotic for a minute. All right, so right here, this is the foreclosure of the. Oh, it is. Shit, it is fine. 2000.
Living with Banville, Jason Banville, and then she left him for this guy.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of is that they have to file that by September 10th, but that's not what it said. So I was confused. I'm like, but it says they're going to go to trial. So that's weird. You know, the only thing I can think of is it's a typo, or maybe that. Maybe they only have to figure out, you know, whether they want a Norfolk or Suffolk County jury by the 10th, you know? Yep. I had my first job at 14 and I was working at a grocery store in Wareham. It was called an IGA food liner. It was near the high school and I was in foster care and I worked my whole way through foster care. And fun fact, they kept all my money. My foster parents at each place kept all my fucking money. They took all of my money out of my own little bank. I had a little passport thing for a bank. They took all my money. So I essentially worked for no fucking reason. I paid for my driver's ed, most of it, and my grandmother paid for the rest of it. And then they literally emptied my fucking bank accounts. And so my first job was on the books, at least, like was 14. And I worked at a grocery store.
And so she was in foreclosure in one house, and then she marries a guy who's also going into foreclosure. And she's like, "Can we make it work?" She's like, "Well, this house, like, what? Why is she always in foreclosure? Why are you never just paying your mortgage? Why are you never paying your car payment? You're a grown adult. You're like 40 when this happened."
Said the guy that lived on his wife's couch after 40 years old. Said the guy whose fucking wife was the breadwinner when he was 40 years old. Is he for real? Yeah, I worked at the IG. You remember the IGA food liner? Yeah. I went to Wareham High for 1 year. I was in a foster home there, right near a purple tattoo parlor there, right off of the main strip that goes into Onset. I was in a foster home over there. So I worked at IGA food liner over there as a cashier. So is it still there or does it not exist? I mean, it was one of those like personally owned small grocery. I don't even know if it still exists. I haven't been down that way in a really long time, but I wondered that to myself recently. Like, does it still exist? Like, does the IGA food liner still exist, or like, did they change it to like a Shaw's or a Stop and Shop over the years? It's Shaw's now. Yeah.
Why don't you? You're
I figured, but
right?
I didn't know.
Why don't you go back to school, finish a degree? I don't know, do something. Do something. Be an adult. It's America. How come you can't make ends meet?
They tore it down. Well, that's sad. They could have just expanded it. I mean, it wasn't old billing though. The floors were really old. Like, it was old. The office was like up above the thing, and then there was one below it. We had to go over there and count, go and make sure our drawers were counted. Ugh. I will not forget it. I worked there, and then I worked at Bass Shoe. I went to a foster home over across in Sagamore Beach, and I worked at the Bass Shoe It was a little store over the Sagamore Bridge, and I worked there while I was in that foster home, and that's the one I aged out of. Thank you, Rose, for being here. It really does. It really does. I don't think he'll ever realize that, to be honest, because he doesn't care about anybody but himself. That's the problem.
Because he would have been completely upside down on that mortgage. I think whatever. It was like they were taking what they owed at the end. But Caleb would have been off the deed. My husband, there was no equity in the property. There was no equity. It was a mortgage from 2000, and I don't even know when. It was upside down. We would have been able to stop.
He did. He actually did. Yep. He also said, "Oh, weren't you 40 when it happened?" Says the guy who was sleeping on his wife's couch when he was 40. Says the guy who got arrested when he was 40. Said the guy that left his kids while he was sitting in jail cell when he was 40. Said the guy who was cheating on his wife with multiple women when he was 40. Says the guy whose wife was the main fucking breadwinner when he was 40. Who drove an old hoopty fucking Honda or Toyota for many, many years while he was 40. Yep, that's the same guy. Same guy. How can I not make ends meet? I'm sorry, does he not realize, like, unlike, regular jobs, I don't have a regular 9 to 5, right? So I don't get paid time off, right? I don't get paid leave, paid nothing. So not being here last week and a little bit the week before because me being sick and like my own health, like that has put me back like a lot of money. Like I am in a giant hole right now. I don't even know how to get out of, right? America is America, but you can't make people give more or pay more or your job fucking pay more. Like that's not the way it works, buddy. Like no one else is going to make a defense fund that doesn't really need to be paid to buy a house like you, Aiden. Like, come on, man. Like he would still be on a couch. He would still be on a fucking couch, doing his show from the basement. Okay. Or garage. I can't remember if it was the basement or garage that he didn't even fix up around him. He just put up the I can't. It's just so bad. It's so bad.
Out the foreclosure, we would have lived there, and Jeff would have gotten a new mortgage completely on his own. Everything was copacetic. Everything was fine, and Kayla would have benefited by not having a foreclosure on her record. And when she agreed to that, right after that is when we started discussing access to Alex. And I've said this before. Okay, we secured the house. We moved into the house. The kids are starting school. Let's get a more copacetic schedule.
You squatted in the house.
Oh,
that's
so
not
cool.
stable.
That would have been cool.
At any point, you can be kicked out of the house. That's the exact opposite of stability.
You mean like when you get kicked out of your house eventually and have to sell it because you have to pay out a lot of claims for other people because you're a scumbag and decided that you could just say and do whatever you wanted to other people to destroy their lives and their livelihood and it's going to come back to bite you? You mean like that, Aiden? Oh, okay.
You're not paying rent.
Why won't you answer my phone call?
What kind of shit is that? What kind of example is that, by the way, except for the kids?
Every single thing that you just saw in those court documents, it was basically to just get our life right, like get everything organized, get our house situation right, get the custody right, deal with all that stuff. And we fumbled it. We should have never asked for any of the custody pieces until the property was secured.
There goes the
and
echo.
I would never have known that it was going to be leveraged and used against us as a tool in the court system. And I mean, I'm not a pro at this. We made a mistake. We should have never just fucking done it. And after we started talking about this stuff, that was it. There was no chance that we were going to get back into that property. And it was very sad because we moved my kids there from Somerset to Swansea. We put them in new schools. It was a disaster, which is going to lead me to the next court document, which has been dragged around. And I don't have it in front of me if somebody has it and they want to text it to me because you people are assholes. So
See, this is the one thing I'm not going to do, right? I don't drag my fucking whatever you want. I answer to absolutely nobody, right? My personal life would be my personal life. Mistakes that I've made in my past are nobody's business but my own because I learned to choose to try to do better every day, right? I'm a human. I make mistakes like everyone else, but I am not answering to a mob of lunatics, right? Anybody who bothers to get to know me gets to know me and they know what kind of person I am. I don't need to answer to everyone on the fucking interwebs, dude, and I'm not going to. And I think that's a mistake that some people make, which is like thinking that you need to show receipts or you need to prove a lie isn't true or you need to prove something that was twisted isn't what this person says it is. Like, I don't owe that to anybody. I'm not a friend of Jess's by any means, but I don't think she owes that to Aiden, right? I don't think anyone owes that to Aiden or his idiot followers, like a lot of them have, Michelle, thankfully, a lot of them have woken up and a lot of them found us, which, I'm thankful that they woke up, and what is he going to do? What is he going to do? Nobody's going to hire him as a teacher. What is he going to do? He'll be bagging your groceries. That's what the fuck he'll be doing. You know what I mean? Exactly. He wouldn't have shit. He would literally be living with his parents right now. And that's why he never, ever stops talking about Karen Reed, because it's the only time he's ever made money in his life. It's wrong no matter what, right? It's wrong no matter what. Like, I know what it's like to have to fight back against him and give facts about him because he's a horrible fucking human and everything he says is something twisted into a version that isn't true, you know? It's weird. It's not a man thing. I thought you left already, Steve, so I didn't call you out, but it's not a man thing. My husband does it. I'm like, oh, sir, go put yourself in timeout. Why you leave my cabinets open? Why you leave my cabinets open? What are you doing? Go in timeout. I told him yesterday, forget what he said. He said something stupid. I said, go in the corner, right? Well, my bed is up against the wall and up against, it fits in like this area right between, like it's weird. We have like 2 closets in our room, 1 small closet, 1 big closet. And the only place you can put the bed is either up against the windows, which would have obstructed putting an AC in. So we didn't do that, right? Or next to one of the doors, but it has to be sort of up against the wall. And so he sleeps on the inside because for me to crawl down and out, like it hurts, right? And so I sleep on the other side where I can just freely get off the side of the bed. And so his side is sort of like in a corner, essentially. And I'm like, go to the corner. Just put yourself in timeout. Go to the corner. He's like, I'm already in the corner. I said, fair enough. Fair enough, sir. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's why apparently he's calling his new thing relapse, right? Like he's just so cutesy and whatnot, you know?
Move all of our kids to Swansea. We move into this house because in order to qualify.
All right, so I'm not going to be able to talk over her then because if I mute I fixed the echo by muting myself. That fixed it, but I don't know why it's like.
So why are you playing it twice? Is the question, sir.
Either way, so she squatting in Somerset.
Okay.
And then she moves next door to Swansea.
Says the guy who lived on his wife's couch.
Because she got kicked. No, probably.
Who got kicked onto the couch
on in Somerset. And that's
yeah, I put him in timeout.
Okay.
There was this one time, I forget what it was, that he walked into the bedroom and said something just so ridiculous and silly because he's silly. And I just gave him that look, which him and my kids call it the not impressed face, right? So if they do something silly or just bonkers, I just give him this face. And he'll go, uh-oh, mommy's making the not impressed face, right? So came in one day and I forget what it was that he said. It was just ridiculous. And I looked at him and I gave him the not impressed face. And he goes, uh-oh, mommy just gave me the not impressed face. I'll just put myself in. He went to the corner and he went, I'll just put myself in the corner in timeout. I said, oh, we're putting ourselves in timeout now. I guess this works, you know. I guess we'll work that. This works. And if any of you have seen the Twisband, we call him the Twisband. Or we call him the room service guy, you know. Aiden said, this is a hotel. He said, every apartment I live in is a hotel. This is a hotel, apparently. And so my husband's like, well, if this is a hotel, one of you were like, well, I guess he's the room service guy, right? Because he brings me my drinks on his day off and maybe something to eat while I'm here working. So we call him the room service guy. He's the room service guy. So the room service guy put himself in a timeout. But if any of you have met him, you know he's just silly. He's just silly. But I'm like, hey, you know, if you can train him well, put himself in a corner. I guess that works, right? You put yourself in a corner.
And then she moves to Swansea.
Put him in a corner.
The new house that's in foreclosure with the new guy, Jeff. And meanwhile, the oldest girl.
She takes you to the sofa. Damn it, Kenda. Put him on the couch. I've never put the hubby on the couch. Not yet. I did tell him one time, though, that if he didn't stop being ridiculous, that when he gets old, I'm going to put him in his wheelchair in front of the window so he can watch squirrels going wild all day if he doesn't knock it off. And I'll steal his pudding, too.
He's like 14, okay? Her friends live next door in Somerset. That's a different school district. Somerset Berkeley Regional is a different school district than Swansea, which means you're no longer going to the Somerset schools. It happens, okay? It happens. When that happens, you have to maintain residency in the town to stay there, like with like a parent. You can't just be like, well, I'm gonna sleep in my friend's house and then I'm gonna say I go there. No, that's fraud. You have to literally, so the kid has to live somewhere else if they want to go to the middle school in that town. You have to live there. And that's probably like a bridge too far for a lot of parents because they're going to be like, well, I'm not. I want to see you every night before bed. I want the bus to drop you off here, you know? You're just literally giving your child away, giving them away.
That is not accurate, sir. You know? Right? I make my kids do it too. You got to clean up your own space. You can help me. My little likes to help me with the dishes, right? You can sweep your own room. You can vacuum the little rug in your room. You definitely have to pick up after yourself, you know? Like, you got to have some sort of chore, some sort of responsibility to learn responsibility. If you don't give your kids anything to learn responsibility, they're just going to depend on you forever. And, you know, with my health issues, I can't, you know, I'm not going to be around forever. So they got to know how to take care of themselves before I'm gone. You know, my grandmother, God rest her soul, and my grandfather, like, they taught me those things, you know. Those are things that I had: chores, allowance, you know. You got to know how to. My little knows basic cooking, right? Laundry, she's not old enough for, but the other two do. Ironing, not so much anymore. Dishes, yes. Ironing, we don't really use that much these days. But I also don't have a washer and dryer at home, which fucking sucks and costs a pretty penny to go to the goddamn laundromat, you know? Yeah, he's just a baby too. He's just a baby.
But she's willing to do that.
Apply for the loan. My husband has to be living in the property, has to be his property. We move into the property.
Mute
We
yourself.
enroll the kids in Swansea schools. Julia is going to be starting 8th grade, and she's devastated. She's devastated that we are changing to a new school district. And I'm sure there are many parents that have to go through these situations when you separate or you get a divorce. Do you move?
He's too stupid to know to mute himself again and just let the echo continue because he's on a laptop and he didn't plug in any fucking microphone like an idiot.
Stay. If you stay, can you stay? What if you can't stay? You need to move. And you need to move your kids to a different school district. I don't know anything about Meredith O'Neill, but Meredith O'Neill just picked up and moved to a goddamn other state. Is her daughter going with her? I don't know. Like,
listen, I would die for a nice little late afternoon thunderstorm where you guys are right now. I was just saying, I have friends that are vacationing right now, and I'm a little jealous. You guys are going to need to take lots and lots of pictures of how beautiful it is. And y'all need to lay on the beach and sip a mimosa or something and read a book and fall asleep to a nap with a thunderstorm. That sounds like, I'm not going to lie, I sound like an old person right now, but that sounds fucking amazing. Okay. I need that kind of cation. I need that kind of cation. That sounds like a just mental reset. Like, I'm just going to take this nap with this thunderstorm and enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy it. Oh, he has many trigger words. Squatting. It's to make people be like, oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's bad. Right? Right. It's living into your home until the bank takes it, essentially, when you're going through. Some people go through divorces. Some people have a spouse that dies and their house ends up being foreclosed on, and you live into it until you can't, right? Until you can try to figure something out. Like, that's what it is.
that's tough, right? Like, you have to make a decision. And we
Yes, you are comparing yourself to 5150. Apparently she is. And that was my thing with her when she was going to like move to Holden and bring her kid with her. I'm like, but she doesn't know anyone here. Her whole.
So what? Some kids want a fresh start. You know, kids can be fucking mean, right? Some kids would prefer like a new place to explore, new friends, new atmosphere, new experiences.
Life is in Milton. She should stay there. That's in her best interest. Also, her dad lives there.
I'm sorry, who are you to decide what's in someone else's kid's best interest? You can't even decide to keep yourself out of jail for your own kid's best interest. I would shut the actual fuck up and take several seats, sir.
There. So apparently, I don't.
Ooh,
I've never
Evita.
talked to Meredith.
Such a good movie. My aunt loves Madonna, and Evita. Obviously, she played Evita in the movie, but I would love to see that to play.
This kid's dad or anything like that. I don't. Everybody says he's a good guy. I don't know anything about him. If you're letting your kid in like junior year just pack up and leave, that would never happen with me. That would never. If my ex-wife was like, we're moving to South Carolina and I'm taking the kids, I'm like,
that's because you would never move anywhere because you're a loser who makes choices for yourself and not for your kids, right? Would it be beneficial to your kids to move to a place where the cost of living is lower? If you could make the same amount of money you're making right now and you move to North Carolina, you're leveling up in life because you're keeping more of your dollars and cents, right? Especially if you're moving from Massachusetts to North Carolina, you're leveling up in life, right? He has no idea what he's talking about. And he sounds like an idiot to anybody with one brain cell.
no, you're moving to South Carolina.
It is so wild.
That's it.
So wild.
The kids are staying here. And you would win that, by the way. If you fought that in court, the
That's
judges.
so true. You travel so much that you would like never be home. Although I feel like that would be a little lonely. I feel like if my husband was gone all the time, I would be like, I'm sad. I'd be sad me, you know? I guess that is a problem solver though, you know? Yeah, every hardship, he should lecture on. Mind you, he's never had a hardship. That's the kicker. Other than his wife kicking him to the couch and her being the breadwinner, he's never had any real life consequences or again, he comes from a upper middle class family who would bail him out, right? So there's never been a point where he had to, move out of his parents at 17 or be in foster care and go straight from being a kid to having to figure out how to be an adult. None of that has ever applied to him, right? So it's funny, people who don't ever have to go through those hardships, what they think about them, It's amazing. It's quite fucking amazing.
Aside, if you say that, this is their,
he should not give
they go
any
to school
parental
here,
advice.
all their friends are here.
Ever.
The kids don't want to go and start
Exactly,
fresh somewhere
girl.
because you're having a midlife crisis on Twitter. That's
No,
not what
he did not grow up in poverty, nor does he know what the fuck poverty looks like, what the struggles are in poverty. No idea. No.
kids want to do. Okay. But she's like, yeah, well, Meredith did it. So, I did it too. That's a good person to emulate, right? She's a good, responsible role.
You're a good, responsible person to emulate, right, Aiden? You're so impressive. You're so impressive that, in fact, you throw turtle tanties on the floor. And I mean, what a role model for your children. Get locked up in jail, throw some turtle tanties on the floor, hashtag free the nug nugs, get some soap on a rope for jail. You're the emulation of responsibility, sir.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
Yeah, but you're going back, sir. You're going back. Thank you, Bossy, for your flower. Jules. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. If I could move to where you are or anywhere further down south that's cheaper, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I was talking about this the other day. If I had the money to up and move and I knew that my husband would have a job waiting, I would do it right now. I simply can't afford to live in Massachusetts anymore, and it's fucking depressing. It's stressful every single day. You don't know how you're going to cover all the expenses. It's extremely stressful. I absolutely 1,000% would prefer moving to down south right now if I could. I don't recommend anyone move here. In general, the expense is astronomical.
Model, play some more.
He made the decision that moving to Swansea and being able to save this home for foreclosure would be better for my husband's credit. It would be better for consistency. Alex would get to stay in his childhood home. We just made the decision, right? And it ended up becoming an absolutely devastating thing for Julia to leave Somerset. Now, keep in mind, she met her current husband in 7th grade, and they started dating in 7th grade. And at the time, we were seriously not going to consider that my daughter was in a relationship with someone and that she couldn't go to school with him anymore. Because why would you weigh that in on a factor when you make a decision like where you're going to live, right? It's 7th grade boyfriend. But it turned out that's who she ended up marrying. And she was very upset. She was very depressed. She starts the new school year in Swansea and she hates it. She misses her friends. She misses her boyfriend, and she is absolutely miserable. And Julia is, again, very high functioning. She's very smart. She plays sports. She joined the math team, and she could not make friends. She couldn't make friends. She was super sad. And February vacation rolls around, and she says, "I'm not going back to school." So Ron and I met.
Okay, stop right there. So, yes, this is hard on the child. Your failures as a mother.
Here he goes. Your failures, Aiden. What are your failures as a human? Not even just as a parent, but as a human, right? You don't give a shit about anything, including your own kid's fucking extracurriculars because she's not a boy, right? And he forgets that I know the things he said about his own daughter, which are, I'm not even going to repeat because they're just gross, okay? They're fucking gross, guys. They're gross. They are gross. Oh, Rachel, thank you. Rachel sends $50 and says, matching Steve. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate your match for Steve. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Girl, listen, my head immediately went, excuse him? Excuse him? Again, if you didn't see my late night infomercial for Faxidol, he has diabetes, and so it's incurable. It's progressive diabetes. But I have come up with a drug called Faxidol. He needs a high dose of Faxidol, and it might cure some of this, Just saying. It does, right? It makes you just appreciate life when you have to struggle. Like it does. It just, when you get something, you appreciate having that something. You know what I mean? Like when you get to go on a vacation, you appreciate having it. You know, when you get to go do something, you appreciate doing it. You know what I mean? Like I honestly, you know, told my sister this morning, I feel bad that I can't do this Six Flags with you thing on Saturday. Like I'm sorry. Like if I had the extra, like I get it. She's about to have brain surgery on the 1st. She wants to do like a family thing with the kids and all of us. And like, yeah, I'd still have to pay for one ticket, even though we have the one ticket that you can have someone go. So the kids have tickets that each person, they can have one person go with them free. We'd still have to buy one extra ticket for my husband. And then we'd have to have spending money for me and the kids, right? To eat, it's like 15 to 25 bucks a person minimum, right? Then if you get thirsty or if the kids want to play a game or they want to get like, I don't have an extra $200+ I barely have what I need for fucking rent. And then I still got to pay my storage unit. I don't have a basement. I still have electric. Like I still got to get groceries. Like I don't have it. So I get why she wants to do it. I get what it means, but at the same time, like sometimes things are just not feasible, right? Like I get her sentiment. I get that like we didn't go on any vacations this year. We didn't go camping. We didn't really do much of anything because nobody could really afford to do it. So I get why, but at the same time, like you learn to appreciate the very small things that you do get to do or have when you don't have a lot. Aiden never is going to understand that concept ever, you know, because at any given point he can just whine and say, oh, I have no money left for my defense fund. Time to do a fundraiser. What kind of sewer cult people want to get in on this one? Boom, $11,000 in his bank account. Cool. He can now take vacations with that, right? He can now take his kids to wherever. Not that he does, but he could pay for his daughter's cheerleading, which he does not, right? I just can't imagine, you know, like I've made a lot of money and I've been in this position, right? Where I'm struggle busing it. And you know what? Like I rather obviously be in a position where I have money because I like to give. I just do because I know what it's like to struggle. So I also like to give when I like, and I'm going to get back to that at some point in my life, God willing. But what has he ever done to help one single human being, even his own daughter? Everything is about him. I've never seen him do a fundraiser for someone else other than Karen when it benefited him, right? He himself didn't donate shit to her. He let everyone else do it. And then he gets to complain about, oh, well, I raised this amount of money for, okay, what did you donate personally into that? Nothing. Not a goddamn fucking thing. Why? Well, because he can't, right? He doesn't have the capacity to give to anyone else. Everything is me, 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 me. He wants new polos, he buys new polos. He wants a new Lexus, he buys a new Lexus. Fuck paying for his kids, you know, thing for cheerleading because he doesn't even like cheerleading. He's not into it. Let his wife do that, right? Like he makes more, but like, no, fuck it. Who cares? I mean, his mental capacity one day needs to be studied. There is something very, very wrong up there, right? The way he thinks, the way he perceives things, the way he thinks he sounds, like it's all fucked up. It's not with reality.
Hurting your child.
Talk about hurting your child. Going to jail
your
for 60
inability
days
to pay
for your inability to keep your dick in your pants hurts your children, sir.
your bills.
Talk about the guy inability to pay your bills, sir. Your wife was the breadwinner for fucking more than a year, more than 2, more than 3, no, more than 4, because you, instead of going on being a teacher, decided to be a fuckstick, right? And since they were like, yeah, we can't have you doing that as a teacher, you decided that shitting on other people and their unfortunate realities, right, made you a better person. And because you want to do that instead of actually work, you know, your wife had to pick up the pieces. Then you have the audacity to talk about anyone else. I've seen the divorce decree. But it doesn't, there's some things that are impounded and redacted, so you can't see it all. But I don't remember seeing anything about the custody in there. That might be the part that was redacted.
Your last house and pay the mortgage
child support
is causing
things.
instability.
Yep, a fuck
in your children's life. Good job. Good job. You
Pure
have
fuckery.
Completely failed. You have completely failed. Okay. But
Yeah,
now,
I mean, she was working at, and I kid you not, a chicken tender stand. I think in Foxborough, I want to say. I feel like it was at Foxborough, the stadium. I think it was at Gillette. She was working like a second job in like a chicken nugget stand to pay for her daughter's fucking cheerleading. He could have paid for it easily. And she wouldn't have had to get that second job. He also decided that he wasn't going to give the court all the money he made and undercut her in the amount of child support he was ordered to pay. You know, I would love for her to take him back to court because he lied. He lied about how much he made on purpose to undercut the child support. Like, I'm sorry. Why does she have to have 2 jobs while she kept your ass afloat for so long? You know? Like, what the hell? James, thank you. James says $25 and says, just a little bit, but we all know every drop in the bucket helps. It sure does, my friend. Thank you for your Venmo. I appreciate you very, very much. I was working at a Hallmark store at 16 and washed vans for my dad's company at 14 every Saturday, $5 per van. Yeah, I worked at the IGA Food Liner when I was a kid. I spent a lot of time in my dad's shop, though, but I learned a lot, you know? This is the part that gets me. Like, can you imagine judging anybody else's parenting? I mean, you went to jail because you couldn't keep your dick in your pants, sir. Like, what about your fucking parenting? Like, you don't have a right to judge anyone else's parenting. Yours sucks.
The kid misses her boyfriend in middle school.
So
what does she do? What's she gonna do? Let's find out.
Came over to the house. We talked to Julie, and then she went downstairs, and Beth and I
as if he already hasn't watched this and he doesn't know the answer, right? Of course he watched this.
talked, and Ron was like, we got to get her back into Somerset like this year. Now, Somerset has a school choice program for high school. So there was a chance that she could get put on the list and she'd be able to get into Somerset High School anyway.
Is that fucking Courtney Healy? I can't tell, but it looks like her. Why would she broadcast this to everyone? Well, I mean, because Aiden and crew do. You know? Hold on a second, guys. My sister's calling. Hold on. Sorry, guys. My sister called. She's doing like pizza for the kids at her house for the night before school. And she got these cute little napkins that look like the paper cups look like pencils. The napkins look like a post-it note. The tablecloth is a notebook, like notebook paper. And the plates are little apples. Very cute. And she got just like little things that say like summer by school now or whatever the hell it says. She got these little things for the kids to have like a little, yeah, you guys are going back to school party, you know. And thankfully my sister lives 3 minutes down the street, so we'll be doing that. And yeah, you can wear that. We'll be doing that in probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours or so at my sister's house to just give the kids a fun little, yeah, you guys are going back to school thing. So she just wanted to call and ask what kind of pizza the kids wanted. So at least we get pizza tonight, right? Like I haven't pizza in a really long time. I feel like I don't remember the last time I had pizza. Pizza's good. I like pizza. I don't have to cook. I'm in if I don't have to cook. I'm in like flooded.
Freshman year. So we only really had to deal with the second half of the 8th grade year. This is what kind of parent I am, Aiden. This is what kind of parent my husband is, what kind of parent Ron is. So we together meet as a group and we are trying to figure out what to do. And my daughter is upset, depressed, can't make friends. And we decide to go to the school district in Somerset and ask if there's
I love how it's like, this is what kind of parent I am. So she's going to tell what a great parent is.
Yeah, and you're going to tell us all what a great parent you are,
Wow,
sir?
airing all of.
Okay. I'm skipping this because he's not interesting right now. What's this? What's this? What? Why is it not working?
In Somerset, and it's like, would do you
Okay, can we? Here we go.
is any longer extended period of time? And
Okay, so he's just like taking her.
so this
Again, child custody. Like, why are you going through other people's court docs, bro? Like, you're facing multiple felony charges.
And the judge said, you're very lucky that you have parents who would do something like this for you. And she was crying and she said, I know. I was crying. You know, Ron was there. We all had to testify.
He's laughing as if he's ever had to go through anything like that. He's just so despicable.
And right above it, because we know, your bunnies know the truth.
Say your dad's
And you have nothing else to have to defend yourself over. Aiden Carney is scum, he's a liar, and that just needs to be.
First of all, I just love how she's sitting here listening to this. Look at her stroke her ego.
Right.
She's like, see, some random.
So he doesn't have time to write a blog, guys, right? That's what he said. He's too busy to write any blogs, but he has time for all this and spending like endless amounts of time at night on Twitter under sock accounts. Remember, that's important.
Woman in Alabama. It's a menopausal
Who cares where
woman
someone's
down
from? I have
there.
people who watch me from all over the world. Is that a problem for you, sir?
She likes me, so I'm killing it. And when the lady goes, your bunnies, they belong to you. That the way she phrased that's
He's so
interesting.
weird.
Your bunnies, because they are hers. They belong
Yeah,
to
it's
her.
her choice
she
what
just
she
sits
chooses
there.
to talk about. Like, he thinks that the things that he talks about are relevant. Like, right? Like, you have no time to do any blogs, but it looks like you have plenty of time to sit here and just shit on
She
Jess.
only takes callers so that they will sit there
I
and
should take
stroke her
callers.
ego and tell her she's normal. You guys think I'm normal?
Is he serious? Talking about stroke his ego, he literally looks at that chat every 7 seconds to see if everybody agrees with him before he makes another point. He's like, okay, are they agreeing with me? Yeah, okay, I'll make another point. Like, bro, you get your ego stroked by your turtle riders. That's how you live life, right? You need it. You need it. You can't say, I'm okay with me, right? Because you feel little inside. So you need that from other people. And then you project that onto everyone else. Now, listen, I'm not saying, listen, my cabinets are fucking pretty empty too. I hear that. But yeah, that does. I think that's where he keeps his dishes. That one, I think I've seen him take a cup out of once. Maybe that's where he takes his sippy cups out of. They both have egos. They both have fucking egos. That's number one. They both have egos, and they do have some similarities between the way they both act. And I think for a long time, Jess wanted to be Aiden. She thought she wanted to make the kind of money he was making, so she followed the business model of doing what he was doing. The problem with doing what he is doing is it always comes back to kick him in the ass for being just a fucktard, right? Just being a deplorable human being, for being a lying sack of shit and having fucking liabilities. He is a fucking buffoon. He's worse than a buffoon. This is the, public clownery. He gets the fucking golden clown nose today. He wins.
Right? How is she any different from 5150? It's the same shit. It's like,
why are you still talking about Meredith, bro? She's not going to fuck you, okay? She's not going to move you into her house in North Carolina, even if you write a note like you did to Leah and show up with your little backpack and cry about it. She doesn't want you, bro. You're a disgrace, okay? You're a failed teacher and a worse blogger. What do you have going for you other than jail? Just want to know. Yeah, you should definitely date me because I'm Turtleboy and I might go to jail for 90 years and I don't want to pay child support. I slept on my ex's couch. I couldn't keep my dick in my pants. I cheated on my girlfriend for the 2 days a week that we didn't stay together. I need Sexaholics Anonymous. I have a giant dick nose, very little brain cells, and polos. Will you date me, please? Should be his goddamn Tinder profile.
the same idea of just like create an echo chamber where
says the guy who creates the echo chamber. Is this for real? Like, come on. That's exactly right. That's like, come on. They all knew what the fuck was happening.
and eliminate anyone who was a friend and who
Again, here's the projection, right? He gives his full formula of everything he does and says, this is what everyone else does.
had any slight criticism for you. Surround yourself completely by bunions.
Says the guy who cannot deal with any slight criticisms whatsoever. Where's that phone call, Aiden? I'm still waiting for you to call me back. Or are you still a coward? Still waiting. You got my number. I have some questions. We have some independent media questions that you don't want to answer, right? Because you're a coward. Still waiting on that phone call. Says the guy who can't answer questions, who lives in an echo chamber and can't deal with any criticism whatsoever. So he makes 72 fake sock accounts to talk about how amazing he is on those sock accounts. Like, come on.
Okay. And
I would never
then
take the time to do
bunions
that.
will just
Waste of time.
reinforce to you that you're right. You guys are, you're perfect just the way you are.
And you're wicked impressive. You're so impressive.
Can we please go? Can we please go?
He's just a very impressive guy on the floor throwing his tanties, you know? Bingo. They don't like each other because they're alike, you know? I feel like sometimes it can't be real life. I told you yesterday. I feel like Ashton Kutcher is just going to pop out of the bushes and be like, ha ha, just kidding. You're all being punked, bitches. She's a hard worker. That's why. She's a hard worker. She is a hard worker. Yeah, I mean, nobody could give him advice. Listen, I tried giving him advice a long time ago. He obviously didn't listen, right? He doesn't take what is realistic, right? He only wants yes people next to him, right? He's a keeper. He only wants people who will stroke his ego and say, yes, you're so right. Oh my God, that's a great idea. Yep, definitely wiretap that person. Yes, I will help you scheme and falsify receipts just so you can shit on someone. Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, you know he's going to buy tickets himself. Literally the Wilbur, he was like forcing people to buy tickets just so he could say that he sold it out. Make no mistake, he'll do the same thing here. He'll do the same thing here, you know? Oh, no, I don't think, no, he doesn't have enough self-awareness, Michelle. He doesn't have enough self-awareness to play any of this shit back in his own mind. You know? He just doesn't. Oh, absolutely. I mean, he'll be the one sitting in jail, so I feel like we all get the last laugh, you know? It is like a virtual show. I feel like it is a Matrix. I sometimes feel like we're in the fucking movie The Matrix, and I have to, like, slowly dodge these fucking shooting bullets. Like,
Never stop.
Neo.
Dean Bunyan, go.
I can't. He's not
Kind of like a
original.
disclaimer.
He can't come up with
89
anything
is a
on his
liar,
own.
and then you move on with whatever content you want for the day because
Nothing that he does is original. It's always stolen from someone else, and then he just changes a smidgen. He can't come up with a single original thing. I feel like it's like gang, right? It's like cult gang. Gang, bitches, bird gang. Bird and fly gang.
we're going to be watching no matter what you do. And please do not leave YouTube. Every morning, we are refreshing for hours to see what time your show is going to start.
I promise I'll get more consistent if I stick around. It's been a rough summer.
Yes, I understand. Listen, I'm a little bit older than you, and I understand I have had to in my life many times to turn around and say, I'm not going to go to that place anymore, right?
Right.
I'm not going to go to a restaurant where I know this woman
Listen,
hates me and is
it
lied about
tells me
Right.
everything I need to know that, like, Jess still allows Valerie in her chat. Okay? Gross. Just gross, dude.
Whatever. So, but, you know, then again, they have the best pasta. So, you know, I'm hurting myself.
Biting off your nose to spite your face, I think is what
Yes,
they say. Yeah.
And
No, it's
I really
cutting
want
off
you to
your
know
nose to
you
spite
have
your face, not
thousands,
biting.
even though every
It's
day you may not
cutting.
realize it.
With,
We work
you know,
on replay.
slicing.
We work. We get up in the middle of the night. We get up early before you are, and we watch the show.
I definitely have never heard biting off your nose to spite your face. It's cutting off your nose to spite. Alrighty.
Before, or we get to catch you live when we're refreshing to see you. And don't give up. We love you. We're going to be here for you no matter what. Don't quit. If you need breaks, if you need to change topics,
And be like,
I
wow,
quit.
everyone's gone.
I quit.
Like I had, like what creators are my friends? Jimmy, no, definitely. He's wrong. He's wrong. Turtleboy, yeah, no, he's gone. But he's also wrong. I've been wronged by him. Will, been wronged by Will.
Right?
Everyone.
You two a la Hollywood.
I haven't heard much support from Nurse Kim lately.
Yeah, because Nurse Kim is too afraid to speak up to you, which is sad. Because you screwed her over real good. But again, he doesn't care because she's a woman, right? Disposable.
Don't know what's going on with that. I'm sure everything's fine. So who?
And if you're my kiddo, then you might have disposable thumbs. You guys didn't hear that one. It was the cutest thing ever. She said, I'm bored. I said, go play with the cat. She said, I want to trade. I want to trade squishies, mommy. I said, I just trade squishies with you. She's like, well, I can't trade squishies with the cat. I said, why not? She said, she doesn't have disposable thumbs. I said, you mean opposable thumbs, baby? She's like, yeah, disposable thumbs. I'm like, no, honey, it's opposable thumbs. It was the cutest thing ever. But now it's an ongoing joke in the house. Maybe you don't have disposable thumbs.
Who do you got? Like who's in like when everybody abandons
That's okay.
you,
Working trip's still a trip. I would take
and
it.
everyone
I'd still call it a win.
is kind of in agreement about your behavior.
I have tried to call him while I was live 3 times. He won't pick up my call. He called John Camo a bitch for not answering his calls. So in turn, we called him and didn't block our number and called his multiple phones because we have those numbers. And he did not pick up those calls. So we left messages, right? We did, in fact, call him live. He's a baby bag, bitch.
And then you're like, yeah, but the Bunyan's strong. They're still there.
Oh, God.
So I must be doing something right. I got Prison Misty.
If she does that, that's really sad.
I got Prison Misty. And Prison Misty's telling me that everything's right. Like I'm doing everything right. So if Prison Misty, she would never lead me astray.
He can only go
She's
so
looking
far
out for me.
before he goes to the court for a restraining order for harassment. So you can't, we just got to wait for him to call back, which he'll never do because he's a coward.
You know?
I don't know. I felt like,
oh God,
I felt like every day there was something new, right? And it was like, oh, okay, well, I can counterpoint that, or I can hopefully show people like that's not true. Like I'm gonna get the proof out there that the swatting didn't happen, right? I know I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna prove it wasn't me. But it feels like right now, like I guess the thing that tipped the scales is the stuff about my husband and DCF and stuff like that. Like almost the rest of it I didn't care about, but like the most important thing to me obviously is like my kids, being a mom, So it's like the idea that people think that I would like do anything to my kids or whatever, it's very upsetting. I almost don't care about the other stuff. Like I care, it seems, but this particular stuff deals specifically with parenting and being a mom, and that's what's pissing me off, I guess. And I feel like it's so subjective, like what kind of parent I am. Like unless my kids come on here and start saying like, this, and this, I just don't like the idea that my reputation as a parent could get ruined. It's the most important thing to me, I guess.
It's not the most important thing to you. You gave away, you signed your kid away.
Is he for real? Sir, I don't think you even know how to be a parent. You still say that watching your kids is fucking babysitting. It's not babysitting because it's your responsibility, you fucking absolute buffoon. So easy to attack someone else. And again, not a fan of Jess, but this is simply just to, be a dick. Like, this is all this is. This is for him to twist and turn whatever he chooses to twist and turn about the truth. Completely ignore all the old shit that he's done, right? And throw shade at Jess.
It's a long one. So we need like a full clear the schedule, valid truth journey shit. We need it.
Sir, truth journeys are not, quote, valid truth journeys. They're just the truth. It doesn't need to be a journey. The truth is just the truth. It's that simple. You don't need to twist and turn things. You don't have to lie with your liabilities. Take your fucking meds, sir. Okay? Take your goddamn fucking meds. Take your Faxitol.
Be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay.
I gotta go to the bathroom and take my Faxitol.
And interrupting broadcasts. And I'm actually on the radio.
Sending you guys love. Enjoy yourselves. Take lots of pictures. I want to see tropical palm trees.
So could you ask him to move along?
Oh my God. He puts on the thing where like he's harassing fucking DePetro and then like, okay, that's irrelevant. Yeah, it's his true journey. That's never true, Kind of is like a soap opera, a little bit of a soap opera.
Screenshots of privileged communications, my attorneys.
Privileged communications, sir, they're not privileged once you share them with the public. If you share them with one person and that person shares it with the public, you waived the privilege, you fucking buffoon.
That she's just like, right. But these people just tell her what she wants to hear.
At all.
This is all this is. This is just an entire shit thing.
I say something similar where I say you're one tragedy away from ruin. Right? You're one spouse dying, car accident, loss of a job away from being in someone else's shoes. You know what I mean? Like, people don't realize that. Like, they're one fucking tragedy, one hardship away, just one. Life has already been punching him in the face. He's just like ignoring it. He's like, yeah, just punch me again. I'll just do more shit to get punched in the face. You got any chiclets? No? If you're going to punch me in the face, can you at least replace my missing teeth with chiclets? Please, maybe. Like what? Right. It's not always our decision. You can do everything you're supposed to be doing, right? And still, at least for society, it doesn't measure up, right? I don't work a 9 to 5. So some people argue I'm on YouTube. I don't have a job, right? Well, I can't get a normal 9 to 5. My disabilities with all my physical, my limitations, and all the rest of it doesn't allow for it. B, I could never afford the childcare. I'd be losing money anyway. I don't have a vehicle, right? There are a multitude of reasons why a normal 9 to 5 won't work for me. And my family situation, right? If we had a car, my husband would be making twice as much as he makes right now at his old job. He would go right back. They've been asking for him back for a couple of years now, since the car shit the bed and was gone. But I don't have an extra $3,000 or $5,000 to pull out of my pocket and say I need a used car, or I would right this very second. It would make my life easier, better, right? My whole family's life easier, better, right? He doesn't seem to grasp that not everyone has a silver spoon, in their mouths. Not everyone can just call their parents and say, hey, I need help. A lot of us don't have family left, or a family that can help, right? A lot of us have other responsibilities. Like, my sister's about to have surgery. I'm going to have to take her to all her post-op appointments. My mom's going to have to stay with the kids, and I'm going to take her to the post-op. I'm going to have to help her with the kids because my mom can't do 2 toddlers and, my nephew who's autistic. So like, there's a lot that I'm going to have to do. And I have no idea how I'm going to supplement my income while I'm doing that, because this is my job. So I can't be here and be at my sister's at the same time. Right. It's like, you do what you have to do. And there are other hardships that people have to deal with that he doesn't. Right. And so it doesn't compute in his brain. He doesn't quite understand that, oh, well, if you couldn't pay this and this, you're just a shitbag. Or maybe life happens, right? Outside of your control. You can't control everything. You can only control what you can control. You could be doing everything you should be doing, and life still wants to kick you over, right? The only thing you could do is dust yourself off and try to keep it moving, right? I've been doing that my entire fucking life. It's all you can do. He just expects that everyone should just get on the internet and shit on everyone and, latch onto a case and make billions of dollars and do what he did, right? Because he should be the thing that we should strive to do. I would rather live in a box than be who he is.
That come over here and stroke my ego. Tell me how great I am.
Says the guy who asks people to tell him how great he is all the time.
Anyway, I just feel that there is nothing, and maybe I'm wrong, and I'll hear it, but I feel like there's nothing. Oh boy. Good morning, 24 and 24. You're live.
Stroke the ego. Stroke the ego.
First-time caller, long-time listener.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Short, I'll keep it sweet. I want to remain anonymous because some heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Just FYI, keep your head up. But I want to let you know that I categorize myself as a mentally unfit, unwell individual. So I've heard rumors that you're thinking about stopping the show, this, that, the other thing. You know the Fall River Bridge?
Yeah.
The bridge of Fall River? Yeah. If you stop the show, I will swan dive off of it.
Aiden has never given me a dime. Aiden has never given me a dime. He has never paid to go on vacation and get away from my family.
Know how to stop. Why is lives just listening?
What is he doing? Why is he why is he skipping all
with
this?
Lindsay Clancy? To each his own.
Right.
But you can have your opinion of Baker. I have my opinion of Baker. I have my opinion of Will.
Right.
What is right? What is wrong? And who is in charge of the morality police?
Right.
Is Aiden?
Well, Aiden's the morality police.
Decision who you could like, who you can't like. I mean, I've caught him in so many lives just listening to him, and it's like,
yep.
I liked him carrying, during the trial, but I unsubscribed. I can't even listen to him anymore.
Right.
Same thing with Will.
Right.
And it's like,
he's like,
why
oh,
is
you like
anybody
me?
that
Oh,
obsessed with somebody else's life? I don't understand. He's fighting for his life, but yet he's out, as he says, whoring himself out, charging people $500 plus the cost of dinner to go out with them.
I missed that. That must have been recent. I missed that whole
That was
thing.
last night.
Yeah.
He went out with
Is this person retarded? He's fighting for his life. But
That's what you claim. I'm fighting for my life. 99 years in jail, but I'm going to charge everybody $500 plus tolls and plus dinner for you to take me out to dinner with my girlfriend and you. Like, what the fuck? Get the hell out of here.
yet he's whoring himself out for $500.
You are.
To pay for the legal fees, stupid.
To pay for the legal fees, stupid. Why else would I be doing it? I don't know. Pay from your own pocket, from your own 25,000 you make just off YouTube a month that you claimed you make. I mean, that would cover it, sir. Why don't you use your own money? Maybe stop getting yourself in trouble. Are you fucking okay?
Are these people retarded?
Are you?
Somebody offers, and by the way, I got another offer for dinner. I'm going out for dinner again.
Ew. Why are people? Why people? Why the fuck would you pay this man with diabetes $500 plus tolls plus the food to go out with him. Why would you do that? He'll make fun of you for free behind your back. The fuck? Like, he will make fun of you for free behind your back. And actually, if you say something he doesn't like during his streams, he will actually dig a proverbial hole and tell you to die in it during his stream. So, like, you could do that for free without spending $500, right? Because after you spend that $500, he's going to text his friends, and I use that loosely, personally, and he's going to say, wow, what a sucker this person is. I bet I can get them to donate more. They're a fucking sucker for doing this. This was stupid. They're so stupid. You imagine some of the shit he has said about, and I know because I have his extraction, about his own fucking followers and how stupid they are and how they believe everything he says, no matter if it's true or not, and how much of a sucker they are. It's disgusting.
I have no
it's
problem doing that.
disgusting.
No problem.
It's gross.
Go ahead.
It's
someone
fucking
Saturday
gross.
night a couple.
Right.
And someone asked last night too, well, what do you charge? So I started $500 plus the cost of the meal for me and
plus toast.
It's plus one. And I'm like, hold on.
She's here. She's like, wait a minute. $500?
That's gross.
To eat?
That's disgusting.
She's like, the wheels are spinning in her head.
No, the wheels were spinning in your head. That's why you said it out loud so you'd have other people offer. You're fucking deplorable.
She's like, I love, those are two things I love.
You're disgusting.
I love $500.
You're just disgusting.
And meal.
Oh, you're gross.
Money on who I can socialize with. Until then, no.
Aiden has never given me a dime.
Are these people stupid? I've never once told any of the Bunions where to go. I don't care.
Does he forget telling everyone that they were all messaging him and he told them where to go? Like he's literally a fucking escort.
What did they
what an
watch
escort
this
is.
shit? I don't care if they watch her. That's the thing. That's the difference between me and her.
You do care.
They got Bunions who are like, I can't. The difference between with the Bunions is,
Aiden, they're a crossover of your own people, you idiot.
They're like, we like both of you guys. We still support you, but why don't you just stop, Aiden? The difference is the Bunions will never say that to her. The Bunions will never be like,
says the guy who reads constantly, why don't you say that to Aiden, right? Like, again, he's just taking points that people like me make about him and applying it to someone else. Like, why don't you tell anybody else to stop? Aiden, why doesn't anybody ever tell you to shut the fuck up? Why doesn't any of your own people tell you to shut the fuck up? Oh, that's right, because you tell them to die in a hole if they do.
maybe you should just stop. Maybe if you stop shit talking him, maybe if you like stop saying.
Yeah, okay.
Said, is Aiden like?
I mean, I should talk you. Where's your shit talk back? You don't even call me back. You're a coward. So I mean, just saying. Just saying.
The morality police in this whole thing. And that was my husband saying.
And it's like, so I've never done anything for you. I held a seat for you the whole first trial because you were too.
Is he for real? I held a seat for you, but then I demanded that you give me your seat in the courtroom because I'm a baby back bitch. So I held the seat for you. I did that one thing for you. I'm a good person.
Lazy to get there, and you had no support system who would sit in your seat all night. So I had my people sit in your seat.
So you didn't actually do it. You had someone do it. Got it. I did this thing for you that I didn't do that someone else did, but I did it for you.
That's it.
I can't.
That's what I did.
I can't.
For you.
Right. I want them to.
You don't exist without me. There's no Bunions. I gave you Bunions. I gave you Bunions.
I want receipts and videos of these random dinners. If true, you'd think the news picks the most helium, right? I'm just saying, like, who the fuck would pay him? I'm just like, what? You have to be absolutely fucking bonkers.
Seed.
That's
That's what I did.
shit.
I am like, here's a bag of Bunion fertilizer. You know, it will grow. Here you
Did
go.
you think that was funny? I'm just get your sippy cup, Aiden.
In
Shut the hell up.
October, and hasn't talked about it really at all since. And then he got indicted by a grand jury for that. And also, that woman pretends to be friends with. She's the biggest. You want to talk about content?
His people, but it's not a cult. Okay. He's taller than a fourth grader. He's not even smarter than a fourth grader.
That chick is like that chick is the craziest person I've ever encountered ever. Like read the.
Oh, that chick's the craziest. Not any of the turtle riders that endlessly defend you, even when the truth is right in front of their face and they ignore it. None of those people are crazy. Just people you don't like. Got it.
Battle letters. I haven't gotten into those.
Right.
God damn. They're. I mean, holy shit. But she just doesn't care. She doesn't know.
Aiden, you don't care about anything but yourself. Who the fuck are you to talk about anybody who cares about anything? Stop it.
She doesn't care about free speech or the First Amendment. It's like if she did.
Neither do you. You only care about your free speech. You try to shut down everyone else's free speech. Get the fuck out of here with that.
She'd be like, this is kind of outrageous.
It's kind of is. You're outrageous, sir. You're an idiot.
December 16th, where she tells me that God sent her to watch over me. And
sir, you told everybody that you were like Jesus once. Then you likened yourself to Martin Luther King. Okay. Like, you're fucking delusional.
This makes her look so bad. And she's just completely
tricking on the corners, right?
oblivious to it. Like,
I mean, do you have Johns or Janes? Are they Janes now?
it's just crazy.
Crazy like you?
Point. If you're talking to me, you told her the same thing you told. All right, it's taking a little bit too much time. Let's just skip that part. Okay. So I said I went away with my husband for the weekend, came home, saw Meredith's post about you calling her, assumed you told her the same thing you told me. I talked about it this morning for 7 minutes and then I corrected it in the moment after you spoke about it. I'm not sure what Lindsay is talking about, but I have zero idea why this woman is coming at me yet again unless you're telling her to. At this point, if you're talking to me, I will assume whatever you are saying is a lie. I never experienced anything like what I'm seeing here. And for the record, being a friend is a two-way street. So right at this time is when Lindsay was starting her like valid truth journey and coming at me, right? And it was very obvious that Aiden was like,
and Rogan. Trump and Rogan. Wait till they find out about this. Wait till they find out Aiden's going to go to prison. They're going to step in and save him. Rogan and Trump. He's fucking delusional.
Absolutely.
He said, I tried calling you. I didn't send Lindsay after you. And in fact, I tried my best to get her not to, and she even posted about my efforts to do so.
I do
that
it
doesn't
too.
mean anything. That means nothing. But you're right. Being a friend is a two-way street. And part of being a friend means not repeating what I told you in our private, personal conversation. So I didn't tell.
Oh, wow, Aiden. You have no problem repeating everyone else's private, personal conversations when you don't like something they said. But if anybody does that to you, you crash the fuck out. Well, maybe don't do it to other people and they wouldn't feel freely to do it to you, you fucking clown. Never mind the fact that, look at his face. I get his personal, private conversations basically weekly. Like, so just fun fact, Aiden, you still got people in your inner circle that can't fucking stand you. Just saying, bro. And you're doing the same old shit. None of it is new. Same old shit, just repeated over and over and recycled, sir. All the same bitching and whining about all the same shit.
Meredith that much of, like, I didn't say 95% of what she claimed I said when I reached out to her and pleaded with her to stop posting privileged combos. Considering all the stress I'm under that no one else can possibly relate to, you would think being a friend wouldn't include causing me more problems that have very serious real world consequences.
Oh, so lie for me instead, because if you don't lie for me, I could go back to jail. That's really what that means. If you don't continue to lie for me and you tell the truth about stuff, you're going to send me back to jail because I'm on bail. Well, maybe you should have thought about that before you started lying to people, Aiden, and doing shit that would send you back to jail. That's not everybody else's problem. It's a you problem, motherfucker.
So he tells me that Better is
gaslighting.
He tells Meredith Better is gone.
He does. He does do
so
those
she
things.
reads the thing where I'm like, can you please stop announcing our conversation?
See how he stops it right there? He stops it right there because he doesn't really want her to continue with what she's saying.
On the internet, please.
Doesn't want her to continue saying
Told
anything.
her Better was gone ever.
He did
Never.
actually
He
tell
actually
her Better
says
was
that
gone.
all the time. Like on.
He also told Meredith that Better was gone. I know that for a fact. Right? It's just right. What the fuck? Like, what the hell? Oh, good. Kristen S. Write that fucking down. Oh, where'd my pen go? I just had a pen. Where the hell did my pen go? Here it is. It's just a mess today. No worries. We all get busy. Believe me, I get it. See, that's exactly what I need. Yeah, I mean, he did. It's weird, though. I would hope, no chains yet, just flies. Me either, my friend.
Here, when she reads it live, she's like, yeah, I thought that was implied.
He still doesn't want to play
here in bad times. And I believe.
Does he skip
But now
it?
all of a sudden, he told me that. I'm reporting it as fact.
He somehow convinces Better to come back and does not want to be publicly embarrassed that Better left.
Correct.
And he is angry at me that I shared what he told me because Meredith had shared it. So I was just kind of like elaborating on it. And by the way, from the perspective, it was just like, yeah, this fucking sucks for him, right? Here's my response. I covered for the Olivia Flip audio at the expense of my own reputation, and you sent Meredith a text message showing that I lied. You played me the Karen Reed audio, and to this day, I never admitted that I heard it from you, and I was willing to publish it if you needed me to. Where it matters, I have done more than my fair share of protecting you, and with pride. I remember when we first started talking, you told me you didn't have anyone who didn't tell you what you needed to hear in bad times, and I believed you, so I stick around in case you need that from me. The reality.
Now, what do you get?
She sticks around because without her, I have nothing.
Well, I mean, bro, that's all you got from that? That's all he got from that. He doesn't want to say that none of that is true, right? He doesn't address any of the actual things she said, just saying, oh, you just stick around because notice how he doesn't address the facts that I know to be true.
First of all, you think I would ever tell her that? I have no one.
It's just wild. It's
no
fucking
one will ever
wild.
give me good direction.
Wild.
No one in my life. Stay here. She's like, I will be your friend.
You don't have any direction, sir. You don't. Your fucking life is a disaster and a dumpster fire, sir. The fuck are you talking about?
Turtle boy. I will
Turtle
be your friend,
douche.
Turtle Dove.
Douche of the turtle.
Just Muchado will give you that guidance, even though you're hurting me every day.
Oh,
Information.
please.
I read the messages. She's like, you fucked Lindsay. I'm like, you have said that. She accuses me of that. And I'm like,
But you did that, though.
it's part of a long rant. And I'm like, what?
But you
What the
did that.
fuck are you talking
You
about?
did do
You
that.
make shit up.
Right?
And
Exactly.
I'm so glad I'm reading that I said it because like
Same.
calling Meredith is crazy. Texting Joe
Same.
Flip is crazy. Get off the internet, take up a hobby, go volunteer somewhere to balance it all out. I have a really interesting story that I'm working on. If you want it, I will give it to you to keep you busy. I'm not perfect and I'm trying to find my place in all this as it goes on around me. I apologize for not always getting that right. I care about you and I worry for you.
Who went with mom?
His response, you're not facing 90 years in jail. Your stress and my stress is not the same. And you constantly
90 years in jail. My problems are worse than yours. Oh. That's essentially what he says to everyone. My stress is worse. I make $25,000 a month and the Turtle Riders pay for all my defense fees and everything else that needs to be paid for, but my stress is more than yours. Imagine saying that with a straight face. Like, sir, your stress isn't even the same as mine. My stress is 10 times worse than yours while you're facing prison time, and go fuck yourself. Talk to me when your sister's about to have brain surgery. Talk to me when your daughter has a terminal illness. Talk to me when your own health is shit from no fault of your own, right? Talk to me when you're struggling, but doing everything you can to get by. Talk to me when you do all the right things, right? And you're still trying to crawl out of a hole that someone like you created because you couldn't come to terms with your own responsibility and your own accountability. My stress is not the same as yours, Aiden. Mine is worse. You created all your fucking problems and you continue to pile on to your own problems. And then you have the audacity to try to say someone's stress is not the same as yours. Gaslight much, buddy? Gaslight much? Okay? There are kids in other countries starving whose problems are worse than mine. There are millions of people whose problems and stress are worse than mine. It doesn't mean it's any less important. Their stuff is not less important than mine because I'm stressed out. That's not how it works, right? Nobody's stress is less important than mine just because I'm stressed out. Sorry, not sorry. That's just gaslighting me, being like, I'm more important and my stuff's more important, my stress is more important, and you're not facing 90 years in jail. You're not going to jail for 90 years. Stop fucking saying it. You sound like a fucking clown. Knock it off.
constantly discussing our private conversations on your stream is like gossip, and it's not my life on the line. It's extra stress I don't need. And I'm like, got it. For what it's worth, Aiden, you certainly don't act like a man that's facing 90 years in jail. If you don't take it seriously, then I'm not sure why you expect anybody else to. And he goes, I take it very.
No, but I do hope that my husband runs into him in the wild. You know, you might see a wild husband. You know, a wild husband may appear. Gotta catch them all. Pokemon, bitches. I mean, I feel like in all this, everyone gets the last laugh on Aiden because he created all of this on his own, and he is shit on so many people, a lot of innocent people like myself that didn't deserve it in any capacity. And I believe that I'm going to get the last laugh no matter fucking what, because when his ass is in jail, I hope you don't drop the soap, bud. Ask Bubba to buy you soap on a rope, bitch.
Seriously, I went to jail for 60 days. I said, when I was on bail, I didn't leave my house. I stayed off the internet. I talked to friends in person. You're all over the place. You don't protect your shit. You share shit with everyone. You do dumb shit with women, and you act like it's no big deal.
All of that, plus more.
And he said, calling Meredith was a last-ditch effort to get her to leave my lawyer alone.
No, it wasn't. You cried like a bitch. It had nothing to do with leaving your lawyer alone, dude. You were crying and complaining that you needed her. Had nothing to do with your lawyer, bro. So why lie? Why continue to lie? Like, again, gaslighting. He gaslights Jessica, goes, oh, it's the last-ditch effort to get her to leave my lawyers alone. That phone call had nothing to do with his lawyers. He was crying about how he needed her. She did everything for him, and he can't do this by himself, and he's going to lose it. Had nothing to do with his lawyer. He's a fucking liar.
I attempted to appeal to her sense of empathy, but she has none. She said she'd stop sharing Betero screenshots, which is really all I wanted. And then he said, literally nothing I say to you is private. And I think maybe I share this.
So he's like, basically what he said in that message is, I gaslit my ex-girlfriend to get her to shut up. Like that. He's like, yes, I did. Yep. I can assure you that's not what that phone call was about. Number one, he's a fucking liar. Number two, you're proud of telling someone else that you were trying to gaslight your ex-girlfriend? Like, what? You're a fucking weirdo, bro.
Or just using me for content on your.
Okay, what she fails to point out there is now it's a new day.
Money.
Now it's jumped to the next day. So we have that conversation. And then she goes on her YouTube presentation and she talks about it again. She
Wham.
talks about
Cry
how
me
I
a
asked her to
river.
stop talking about.
Cry me a river, Aiden. You also call and scream at people, and you did call and scream at her once. We know because she had to shut the camera off because you called and screamed at her. That'd be the day. That'd be the fucking day you called and screamed at me, bro. That'd be the fucking day. I don't know why people take this shit. I'd have fucking laughed in your face.
Our private convos. Eden, oh my God, I talked to Eden. He wants me to stop talking about our private convos. And no. And I'm like, holy shit, is nothing private with you. Like, why are you doing?
Says the guy who nothing is private with. Says the fucking guy that shares everything. I mean, the lack of
Michelle, I literally asked you
self-awareness is
yesterday not to
incredible.
discuss our private conversations, and you responded by doing exactly that. Please stop. And I said, you are such a mean person. Are you going to address the fact that I asked you to stop talking about our private conversations?
And she thinks that makes her sound good. She thinks that makes her sound good.
Again, this is the guy who thinks that everything makes him sound good. Like this right now. He thinks this all makes him sound amazing right now. Right? She's just basically playing his game against him, and he doesn't like it. I mean, that's really what's happening. And she's using his own tactics against him, and he's crying about it. Again, the only people crying, you want to say everyone else is crying, and the only person who's crying is you on the floor.
Can we please go? Can we please go?
We're only going to go for a few more minutes because then I got to wrap this up. I get ready to go to my sister's. But while we're doing the next few minutes, get your last little hitting the like button in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we have super chats. We have our Buy Me a Coffee pinned to the top. You can use Google, Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, credit, debit, or we have Venmo, Cash App, Chime, and Revolut, which are all the same. Sapphire says, drink the decaf. Drink the decaf. The video is everything. It is everything. It'll never not be funny because he's such a piece of shit. I just have to. He says it's embarrassing. He says that video of him throwing a TNT on the floor is embarrassing. It sure the fuck is. But you don't care about embarrassing or shaming or lying about anybody else. So why the fuck should I care that you threw a TNT on the floor like a child?
Can we please go? Can we please go?
I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, she definitely does have her own as well. I'm just saying. Like, I don't. Why the fuck should I care? After everything he's done to me and other people, I have no, and I listen, if I have no empathy for you, like that speaks volumes because I have empathy or sympathy or understanding for basically anyone. Okay. If I just have none for you, like, yikes at that point, yikes. It speaks volumes.
That I have told you, please stop. And all she says is, you're a mean person. Not like, oh, my bad. Sorry.
No, my bad.
Fuck
you, my bad.
I don't remember that.
You care. I said I delete all our convos at the end of the day. I do not retain screenshots, unlike yourself. I did lie to you about that. I keep everything.
I keep everything.
You're not even addressing the violation of my trust. You are incapable of admitting your wrongdoing. The word you're looking for is sorry. You should say, I won't do it again. And I said, you will.
Again, this is the guy who's incapable of saying sorry, incapable of any capacity saying that he is wrong. Okay? Any capacity of taking any accountability for anything, anywhere. And he says that to someone else. The projection with him is so far beyond what science, like, it needs to be studied. I have never seen one person project onto other people all of the things that he is as a whole and then accuse everyone else of doing all the same things that he does. It is fucking mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling.
Never hear sorry from me. He goes, I know you're not capable of that. And in all caps, I said, you don't even know me.
It's not your kid's name, so I would guess not.
Does that not sum it up? I will never say sorry. She and to the
Neither will
buttons,
you,
this
Aiden.
sounds
You will
great.
never
Yes,
admit
yes,
you're
queen.
wrong, right?
Don't ever be sorry. You're never wrong, queen. Go, queen. So anyway, that's about that. That's enough of that. So anyway, let me read some turtle chats.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the fake turtle chats. Let's hear them.
Okay.
This is the last bit.
All right, we got Chapitro the Weasel sends $5, goes, it is safe to assume Karen will be, is it safe to assume Karen will be a witness in your criminal trial? No, that's not safe to assume. And if she was, I wouldn't tell you. So there's that.
If I was, she wasn't.
The other Mary B sends $5 and goes, I love how Mafardo went on a rant about how mothers who struggle with addiction are beneath her. And she describes herself as a parenting snob. Does she? I can't even keep track. Yeah. Sarah sends $10, goes, I just sent you a Twitter DM with advice for how to search your phone extraction. Oh yeah, whatever happened with that?
We know how to do that. He's an idiot if he doesn't.
You know, okay. I will definitely
He knows how to
check
do
that
that.
out. All
He
right.
fucking knows.
Let me see if we have any cash apps.
That's it. $20.
Justin sends no. You gotta send more than five. You gotta $5 minimum. You can't send me $1, Justin. It's not a cheap whore. Okay, that's the rule.
Oh
That's
my
the rule.
God.
Sorry. All right.
He's still
but he
doing
wants to do
$5 or
call-in
more,
shows.
guys.
Will I do that? Maybe.
21.
But the callers often suck. Not gonna lie. A lot of people just like want to come on here and tell, you're so great. And no offense, I like hearing that. Don't get me wrong, but it's just not good content. That's a Muchada thing. She loves that. Like, you're so great. I'd rather have good, interesting conversation. You know,
With yourself.
All right, cool. Let me refresh the turtle chats.
Refreshed them. That was it, bud. That was
No,
it.
we're good. Okay. Members, we got Blessed Mom from Texas is sending a love. Thank you, Blessed Mom from Texas.
$20 in turtle chats. Good job,
DCJ
bud.
Peppers is a YouTube member. Welcome aboard. Sick of everything is a new member. Awesome. Amy Boston gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
He keeps the memberships on, but shuts the super chats off. Interesting.
And Bestie Bunny, and congrats to the winners. And don't forget to renew. Get away from my family. Sorry, TB. You can't get away from your. I know. That'd be so nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
$20 in turtle chats.
All right.
He's rocking
Anyway,
it over there.
yeah, I don't need my ego stroked, but I'm good.
Yes, you do. Sir.
I'm good.
That's all he complains about constantly. Like he constantly needs to
Confident
see
in who I am. I don't need anybody else telling me I'm great.
Yeah, the expert. Guess what the expert proved?
What?
The expert proved that the IP address was his, and so of course he's never released that to the public, because it proves that he in fact accessed the shit himself, and he doesn't want that out there.
All right. And I don't need anyone to tell me I'm right all the time, because I'm not right all the time.
Yeah,
Actually,
you do.
Wrong.
I am right
By the
all the
way,
time.
I mean, is there anything better than that when like your co-host or your producer leaves and then you never explain it, but she's not in your life anymore at all? Does that?
Is he for real? Why don't you explain every relationship you've ever fucking soured, you fucking buffoon? All right, let me wrap this up. I love your stinking faces. I am doing a members only, but I went past 6 o'clock now, so it'll have to be a little later. It's going to be very short. I just have an announcement to make. Yeah, his 10K expert. And so maybe I'll do it when I'm at my sister's quickly. Or maybe I'll save it for tomorrow. I didn't think I was going to go this long today, and I thought I was going to do members only at 6, but I guess not, right? I guess not. Yeah, he did say it would show it after the hearing, but then he realized it shows that he, in fact, is the culprit. And so, of course, he can't show that, right? I'll figure out what I'm going to do, and then I'll post it on X or on YouTube and X, because I didn't think I was going to go this long. I was not expecting 5 hours today, but, you know, having a good time just flies by. But I will see you guys still tomorrow anyway. If you're catching me on the restream, we love your stinking faces too. We appreciate it. If you make any donation when I'm not live, I will read it when we go on the next time. All right. Love y'all. See y'all later. Bye.